Well, hey, yo, flyers! Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I am the giddy Fabio, and welcome back to the channel,
just
everybody.
resubscribed for 5 months. Quick run.
What? Are we at a... Forget the 180. We're now at 197? Up to... Oh, my God. I can't even keep track. I can't even keep track. Hello, everybody. Oh, my Lord. We are here. We are finally here. Finally here.
Peter's
Whew,
22IR just resubscribed for
intro,
11 months. Let's go.
It did
The
catch us a
Fly
little bit
45
afterwards,
hammer
but we
time, the
worked through
Fly
it again.
45 hammer time,
Hello,
the Fly
everybody.
45
Hello,
hammer
hello.
time, the
Great to
Fly
have you
45 hammer time, the Fly 45
Jesus.
hammer time, the
With
Fly
the alerts.
45.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second, alert. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the channel. If it's your first time here, then welcome in. Glad to meet you. Glad you're here. I'm TheFlyingFabio, and I'm extremely privileged to be here today showing you the plane we've all been waiting for, right? The plane we've all been waiting for. It's here. It is here. Yeah, Storm, we fixed it. Well, we fixed it temporarily, buddy. We fixed it temporarily. We're going to turn alerts on again later on. The Turbo Saratoga. That's right, Crotchety. How's it going, Crotchety? Beautiful message you sent me, by the way. Thank you very much for that, dude. Made my day. Made my day. Hello, everybody. Jefferson is here. Holy moly. Are we... 305% of a level 5. Oh, my God. Insanity ensues. Insanity ensues. But before we begin anything... we have to cheer. We have to cheer this momentous day. We can stream the 737. Let's go, everybody. Cheers. I hope you have a good beverage in your hand. Whatever it is, cheers to you. Let's go. Oh, it is not my first coffee. I will lie if I say that, but it is my first coffee in a while. And that first one, man, that first sip. Woohoo! Oh my God, Simtom. Thank you to all the people donating. I can't even keep track of all the donations, guys. Thank you, Simtom. I got yours. Thanks, buddy. I appreciate that. Let's go indeed, everybody. Let's go indeed. Let's get some vibes now that we've got the intro out of the way, right? We're going to get some vibes going. We're going to get some chill. Yeah, some chill sounds. Get comfy. We're here for the long run. Yes, we have a lot of 737 today. I do have a school function later on for my kids, so I will take a break, I don't know, for about 3 hours later tonight. But man, we're here for a marathon stream, and that's going to be this whole week. This entire week is going to go like that. It's all 737, all day, every day. Yeah, listen, I don't really care what time zone you're in. You will find a time when it works for you, and I'm online. Trust me on that one. Trust me on that. It's 605%. That's just insane. That is just insanity, everybody. Holy moly. Mic volume low. All right, let's bump it up a little bit here. I can try a little bit this and a little bit this. Put it a little closer too. Hayden, how's that now, buddy? Hey, Hayden, how's it going, man? Thanks for showing me, by the way. Thanks for showing me that stream earlier today. That was really cool. That was really cool. Nice. Oh my God. That's just insanity. Insanity. It's an okay looking 737, right, Bobo? That's all right. That's all right. It's all right. Whew. Wait a second. Wait a second. I think there was a donation of 737, wasn't there? There was a donation of $7.37. Thank you very much. Colonel Fork, was that you, buddy? Ha! Kill Switch is here too. How's it going? Hey, hell, Lucas, tudo bem, cara? Beleza? Abração aí pra você, mano. All right, well, that's it, guys. You saw it. Go back to our normal days. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? Can you imagine? Yeah, obviously, we are at Renton. Whiskey's design Renton. Because this is the home of the 737, right? 737s are built here nowadays, obviously, just the MAX, not the NG anymore. But the NG is what we have. So, we are here today on a mission. Yes, we're obviously here to get to know the PMDG 737. But, we're gonna do that through a realistic flight. Yes, this is a brand new 737 NG belonging to Alaska Airlines, right? And we're gonna go deliver this aircraft. So the setup today is the aircraft has just left the assembly line. It's done its production flights, right? It's ready for delivery. So we're gonna hop on this aircraft and we're gonna fly from here, Renton, where the weather, not so good today. And we're gonna fly up to Ketchikan, Alaska. That's right, it's about an hour and a half flight. Typical 737 sector, right? And then after that, oh man, we have a lot of other flights planned. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. What? No, are you serious? Am I over 1,000 viewers? Let's just pretend that didn't happen. So I'm talking to, 240 people. Oh my gosh. Breaking records indeed, Gimme. Breaking records, buddy. All right, so. What to do. No, we got it all planned out, guys. We got it all planned out today. Now, if there are things that you want to see, want to know, obviously, let me know. Mods, I'm going to be living on live stream. I remembered. Believe it or not, I remembered. So, mods, if you need anything from me, that's where you'll find me. Okay, Santi, thanks, buddy. Appreciate that. Jamie! What is going on, Jamie? How's it going? I totally missed that, too. Alerts turned off. Getting you going. Jamie, how's it going, buddy? I hope your flight went well. I hope you found Spain in the NG, right? We're going to see if we find Ketchikan. Hey, Jamie, welcome in. Hello, Jamie viewers. Two-tone. Hello, my dude. How are you, sir? Hope you're doing well. It is a beautiful livery. I enjoy the Alaska livery a lot. Indeed, Iraq, indeed. Show us the fire extinguisher. We'll get there, Dalmatian. It is part of our safety equipment check in the cockpit, which we will conduct. Yes, indeed, everybody. All right, so I thought about this for a while, right? How do we show the aircraft? How do we preview? So we're going to spend a little bit of time on the ground. We're probably going to spend the first 2 hours on the ground. Yeah, it sounds like a lot. It's going to fly by. There's so much for us to talk about, so much for us to look at and discuss before we even get the battery started, right? So, for about 2 hours, we're going to spend time here looking at basically how well simulated this aircraft really is, right? You don't need to take an aircraft up in flight in the sim to get a good feel for how well simulated the aircraft is. As you'll see, you're probably not going to be disappointed. That means that we have to start by looking at some of the manuals that have been sent with the aircraft. We're definitely not reading manuals today. Today is not really a teaching day, right? Today is a get to know the aircraft day. But I want to show people what they're going to get when they get the aircraft. And of course, for a plane this complicated, this complex, documentation is key. And considering PMDG spells out Precision Manuals Design Group, then we're counting on the documents being pretty decent. So we're going to take a look at that, see what documents we get with the aircraft, right? We're going to take a look at Ops Center. Ops Center has had updates for this aircraft, and it's going to show what liveries are available right now. It does not mean that these liveries will be available on release. There will probably be more liveries available on release. But I'll show you what we in the beta have access to today. Okay? Yeah, Tomato, is it too loud? Still? Wow. Interesting. All right, let's do this. How about this on the vibes? And how is the sim sound, too? Sim sound, obviously, when we start getting the plane turned on, we're definitely gonna have no music and just max sounds, right? But for now, is it all right? Yeah, my mic is actually maxed out now, and it's weird because same setup as always, but, you know, welcome to streaming. Good, good, good. Nice. Nope, APU isn't running. That's just the repro. That's the sound from the assembly line happening in there. You can actually hear all those construction sounds, right? Thanks, Scorp. Appreciate that. Nice, JB. That's where we want it. That's where we want it. Well, repro, it is an assembly line, dude. I mean, we are cutting metal, right? We're doing a lot of things in it. Okay, Bruno. Valeu, man. Then we're going to power up the aircraft, right? Take her up for a spin. So, first and foremost, let's just get inside and have a look at what this looks like, shall we? Shall we? I think we shall. Yeah, boo, for sure. We'll get there, buddy. We shall get there. All right, up the stairs. All right. Are you ready? Because even the aircraft is here for you guys. Welcome aboard. Spicy. Spicy, spicy, spicy. Oh. Yeah. All right. HK, what's going on, buddy? What is going on? All right, here we go. So, obviously, when we get here, we have an option. We can turn left or we can turn right. Lucky for us, we're here to turn left. But let's see what right looks like. Ooh, hello there. Nice, nice little cabin there, right? Okay, got some partitions there. Nice lighting too, right? LED lighting. Actual cabin. Yeah, actual cabin. Got the galley in the back with the bathrooms, right? Sort of typical stuff. Typical stuff. Okay. All right. Okay. We're gonna head into the office now. This is what we've been waiting for, right? Hello, Philbert. How are you, buddy? How's it going, man? Guys, Philbert Flies, famous streamer, here. No toilet, PV. No toilet. Are you ready? I think I am. Woo! Whoa, that was a little fast. That was a tad fast. Yeah, that's right. Alaska Airlines, one of the airlines that still uses the eyebrow windows that get plugged in most 737s. Not at Alaska Airlines. And yes, that that winglet goes very close to the nose here, but the Boeing people swore to me that this is parked in a safe position. I don't like it. I think it's too close on both sides, but hey, man, at the factory, and I saw this at Embraer when I used to visit Embraer quite a bit, they have different, very, very different tolerances than ramp agent, right? When the aircraft's out at an airport operating, there's a lot of distance and tolerances you have to respect. At the factory, man, It's literally inches between wingtips and clearances. It's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy. All right, all right, all right. Shall we have a look? All right. Well, let's get in the seat then, and we'll see what it looks like from here. Okay. Well, welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. It is a bit dark. It is a bit dark. Okay, well, the day is dark. We could get some power on, but first we got to do some checks. So before I do that, let me just show you around. Hey, Johnny, how's it going, man? We just walked into the aircraft. Of course, I got my oak retracted here, right? There we go. Might as well. Might as well. Might as well. Not bad. Bad. Okay. Nice high resolution decals, right? Love to see that stuff. Registration. Oh, it's registered to PMDG still. They haven't transferred it to Alaska yet. Let's appreciate the modeling, the texturing, and Boeing's ability to carry stuff from the 737-100. There are panels here that are identical to the 737-100 all the way to the MAX. Yes. Yes. It does not, Mark. It does not. Flip the switch. It does not. All right, so You Bacon Me Crazy says texturing could be a lot better, to be honest. It depends, right? As you'll see, there are definitely areas that could be better. And I don't know if PMDG didn't go to higher res or higher anything in some areas for performance, or because it's a bit of the inertia from working in P3D, right? Which obviously can't do the same stuff that Microsoft Flight Sim can. I think there's a little both. I think there's a little bit of both. I've noticed lots and lots and lots of little things. They're all little things, right? But I've noticed all these little things that I'm like, oh, like this could be better. This could be higher res. This could be this. But then the more I use the aircraft, the more I realize, okay, well, yeah, it's a business choice at the end of the day, right? You definitely get better performance with lower textures, lower polys. You know, where's the sweet spot? Everybody's gonna have a different sweet spot. But I will highlight those things. As you know, I don't really mince my words. So what I like, you'll know. What I don't like, you'll know too. Colonel Fork, thank you very much again. Jesus, you guys. My God. Ah, PH, yes. Yes. Yeah, so I've also been flying the Phoenix A320, right? Both this and the A320. Highly, highly, highly complex simulated aircraft coming into the sim. At our, not the same time. The 737 looks to be slightly ahead. But the Phoenix is not that far behind. And so it's been really interesting comparing both Rio aircraft, like Airbus versus Boeing, the usual, never-ending debates. But also, both creators, both Phoenix and PMDG. And it's really interesting to see sort of parallel developments happening and have an insight into both. So I'm in a definitely very privileged position to be able to talk about this. Hey, Viper, how's it going, man? How are you? I'm going to drink my invisible drink. Okay. So, what's different from P3D? I saw somebody post on PMDG's forum saying they were disappointed that the plane was coming into Microsoft Flight Sim and that it was pretty much the same aircraft, right? I'm not 100% sure I fully understand that, right? So what do I mean by that? Well, the PMDG 737 in P3D was already a very, very good simulation aircraft, meaning, generally speaking, of course, there's always areas you can go and find stuff. But generally speaking, pretty much everything is simulated, right? In some cases, to some pretty obsessive level. So, I didn't really... Oh my God, Johnny. Just pretend it's not me, right? Pretend it's not with me. So, when they brought it to Microsoft Flight Sim, of course, I mentioned this in our Discord, right? Of course, every time a creator redoes an aircraft, especially for a different sim, it's an opportunity for them to fix things that they always wanted to fix and never had the time or opportunity to go to, right? Because, you know, if you don't work in software development, you may not know this, that when software comes out, like this, for example, it's never exactly what the developers want. The developers always want to add more stuff, more features. They want to always fix more bugs. But they also have deadline, right? At a certain point, it's time to release. Okay, that's debatable where that point is. It's pretty much different every single time. But there is a point at which you say it's ready for the world, right? We're not there. We're almost there on the 737. It's ready enough to show, to stream, not ready enough for you guys to buy, right? Because there's a couple of things still being done. Okay, so every time a software launches, the developer leaves something on the table, right? And so if you get a chance to go back and rework that project, just like PMDG did with 737, it's an opportunity, a renewed chance to get back to those things that you left in the oven that you never had the chance to address. So, what has PMDG done? Well, I don't have an exhaustive list, right? But there are lots of things that they worked on between the P3D and MSFS update to improve the aircraft, not just to port it over. As a matter of fact, one of the things that you might notice, look at the detail, in the 3D model. Look, for example, at those knobs, right? Okay, you can say that's a very small detail. Yes, it's a very small detail. Obviously increases realism, makes it look better, right? But all of these small details put together is what creates that immersion that you want to see, right? So stuff like this matters. You say, come on, man, I'm never even going to look at that knob. You probably are, right? For example, look at the texturing of the approach button. See those little tiny dots in there, right? They could have just made it black, sure, not textured it as nicely, as accurately as this. But again, every time you do that, every time you don't match the aircraft, you're breaking a little bit of the immersion. So PMDG went above and beyond to try and increase the immersion of the aircraft. And you'll see that as we fly along. PH. All right, how's the mic, guys? Mic any better? Any better? How about, hold on a second. Check. Sound is perfect. Okay. Mic is fine. All right. Okie dokies. So, I say, let's get her up and running. We'll get the APU running. And then we're stable with power. We can talk a little bit more about the aircraft and its simulation. Right? Okay. Whoa, is Abby here? What? Wait a second. Where? There she is. Hey, baby. How's it going? Mwah. Abby, last night we were talking. Abby thought that I might break 600 viewers today. Honey, I think I passed that by a little bit. All right. Well, Conan, no external power right now. We have nothing connected to the aircraft right now. As a matter of fact, external power is connected on the right side of the 737 nose, right there, right? So we can call for external power, but right now, we're just gonna turn the battery on, and then the APU. No external power today, okay? All right. Thank you so much for all the subs, guys. I don't have time to stop and thank every single one of you. Guys, thank you. This is my job, so it makes all the difference in the world. Thank you so very much. Meaty, I have an Xbox, well, it's wireless, but I use it wired. It's an Xbox controller. You can assign that to your camera. Okie dokie, so, I want to show you guys something. I'm very excited about. As you guys know, well, as some of you know, I'm going to be creating an entire training program for this aircraft, right? I used to be an instructor at a company called Flight Safety International. It's a company that trains pilots. We use big level D motion simulators, right? Teach ground school and sim. I'm very passionate about teaching aviation and I love to learn. So, with an aircraft this well-built, this faithful to the real thing, and because the real thing is quite a complex aircraft, no rust cut before. I'm super disappointed in Aerosoft and how they haven't really maintained and fixed the CRJ. So, we're going to shift focus to developers that care a little bit more about the community. That's right, Aerosoft. Talking straight at you. All right. So, training program is going to be a bunch of videos, right? But we need a checklist. So I started developing my own checklist for the 737. Why? Because Boeing checklists suck. They suck. Now, all the content you need is there. They suck in presentation, right? Human factor. When you're doing a procedure that you've done 1,000 times before, right? There's ways to design documentation to be more confusing, less confusing, etc. Boeing, man, it's like somebody just sat down on Notepad and wrote that checklist. It's very poor, very poor. I can say this because I've worked with lots and lots of OEMs, and checklists are all over the place. You have OEMs that have amazing checklists and OEMs that shouldn't even be putting out aircraft based on their checklist, right? Boeing has good checklists, poorly written. There you go. So, I started writing my own checklist. The one I'm going to show today that's pretty much ready is the electrical power up. All right, so if you haven't been on stream, we fly things very, very realistically here. So if it's a plane like this, it's a perfect fit, right? If you don't know, powering up an aircraft is kind of a big deal, right? Why? Well, imagine how many systems and services in this aircraft are going to start receiving power when you turn the battery on. And you say, well, I can't even imagine. Yeah, you may not even know the number, but I'll tell you, in a plane this big, it's a lot. It's a lot of stuff that's going to be powered up when you turn that battery on. Even more when you turn AC power on. AC power, yeah, standby. So before you even turn the battery on, there are a few things you have to check to make sure it is safe to bring on power to the aircraft. What do you mean safe, dude? I'm just going to turn on a switch. Right. That switch is going to power some systems. Some of those systems have the ability to actually start moving. For example, reconfiguring themselves based on power supplied. Some of those systems are out there exposed to the real world. Some of those systems can hurt people. Like, for example, systems that are controlled by the hydraulic system. All right. We have quite a few things controlled by hydraulics in this aircraft, but they include leading edge slats and flaps, trailing edge flaps, spoilers, right? If that stuff is powered, and it just so happens that the setting in the cockpit is different than what's out there, well, the plane's going to try and follow what's in the cockpit. So if your flap handle is off, different position than what the flaps are set to. So right now the flaps are set to up out there, right? They are up out there. If I were to set flaps to 45 right now, 40, nothing would happen. The plane is depowered. But if I turn on the battery and one of the hydraulic electric pumps happens to be on, that flap's going to start moving. There could be maintenance out people there, for all I know, working on the flaps. Can you imagine what a disaster that would be? So, before you power up an aircraft, even the battery, you have a checklist. You have a checklist to follow. It's called the electrical power up check. That's the checklist I'm going to be showing today that I've been working on. Now, obviously, there's a lot more checklists for the aircraft. I'm still working on those. So for those, we'll wait until future streams. All right. So let me show you. Yeah, plane is on the way for sure. Look. Right there. Being picked up. So let me show you guys this checklist, and then we're going to immediately use it to bring on power to the aircraft. All right, so keep in mind, this is all draft stuff, right? So what you're seeing here may not be what ends up releasing with the training. I may or may not release this separate from the training. We'll see. We'll see how that goes. But you can tell there, electrical power up, and right below that title is the explanation of why do we even have this procedure, right? And it says it right there. This procedure is accomplished to ensure the aircraft configuration is safe for application of electric power. Not just DC, but AC. Wait, what's with DC and AC? Guys, most big airplanes run on both, right? They have DC and they have AC. Direct current and alternating current. A battery is going to provide direct current. So when we turn on the battery right now, we're powering the aircraft via DC power, right? But then we can have inverters that produce AC from there. But that's not what we want to talk about. The AC we want to talk about is AC power, electricity, but alternate current, provided by either the APU all the way in the back or ground power, right? Okay, I know it sounds a little confusing. Just think of it this way. First, we're going to power up the aircraft DC system. Then we're going to power up the AC system. And by the way, there is a reason why you need to know these differences. For example, way back here in the overhead, we have stall test number 1 and stall test number 2. These guys need about not only AC power to test, but you need 4 minutes on AC power before the test actually is valid, right? So there's a lot of things that you can't even do in the aircraft until you have AC power. So we're going to first establish DC power, use the battery. Then we're going to establish AC power. Could be ground power, could be APU. In our case, we're going to turn the APU on. All right? So let's follow that checklist and see how it goes. Yes? Yeah, HK, some people are saying that, and then some people say it's fine. So I don't think it's on my end, man. Ah, there you go, A2W. Yep. Yeah. My gosh. Thanks for all the subs, everything, guys. Unbelievable. Connor, this first flight's about an hour and a half. We're going to go up to Ketchikan and then get back. All right, so here we go. First thing, battery, guard closed. This is when we're going to pause our music and we're going to turn volume up. Volume up, everybody. We're going to go full beans on the sim. We're going to go full beans on OBS. All right. We are now in the realm. Thanks, Graspy. We are now in the realm of sound. So first thing, battery guard closed. All right, so I'm actually going to go to this view here for the overhead, right? If you continue reading the procedure, let me orient this here so maybe we can see. There we go. All right, so our battery switch is right here. We're going to turn that on, and then there's a guard basically to keep it on. And notice that it says DC there, right? There's an AC side, okay? Then we're going to look at standby power and alternate flaps. We're just ensuring those things are guarded, okay? Looking at wipers, looking at hydraulic pumps, the electric ones. The engine-driven pumps never leave the off position. They basically stay on. I don't know if you know this or not. In the 737, when you turn this switch off, you're not actually turning off the pump. The engine-driven pump for hydraulics is permanently turning if the engine is turning. It is physically connected to the engine and cannot be disconnected. So that pump turns if the engine turns. So if you want to shut down your hydraulic system, this switch actually turns off a shut-off valve. It shuts off the hydraulic fluid flow to the pump. The pump continues to turn. Interesting, right? Okay, but the electric pump, that can be turned off. So we got to make sure those are off, landing gear, and then we're going to establish either electrical power or APU. Awesome. All right, cool. So battery, guard closed. Here we go. Volume up. Just a couple sounds, right? Not a whole lot gets turned on with the battery. Now, you do hear things, but the battery's not going to last very long. The battery is there only, think about it this way. The battery is there only to configure the aircraft to receive AC power. All right? You can't just start up with AC power. You need the DC power first. That's coming from the battery. But that's only to establish AC power, APU, or external power, which means battery is not going to last very long, right? We have 24 volts, and look at this. It's already being drawn at 74 amps. How long do you think that battery is going to last? Not very long. Okay, so looking then at the checklist. Oh, by the way, look at that. Do not move the aircraft until integrated standby flight display alignment is complete. What the hell is that, Fabio? That is something we don't have in this aircraft. We have mechanical standby instruments in this aircraft. The integrated standby flight display is basically all of these three into one, and it's an electronic display. It's an EFS, just like the screen. And it also has an inertial system inside. An inertial system, just like your IRSs, needs to align, so you can move the aircraft while that's powering up. But we don't have it, so we don't have to worry about it too much this time. Okay, got it. What else? Standby power switch, guarded and closed. Yep, standby power is guarded and closed. You can open if you like, but you can see that it's set to auto. That the guard forces the switch to auto when it's closed. Okay, what about Alternate flaps. Alternate flaps up here, also guarded. Also something they open the guard, right? Make sure it's in off. Okay. All right. Very good. Next, windshield wiper selectors. Fabio, that doesn't make a lot of sense, dude. In some aircraft I've flown before, I check the wipers before I turn the battery on, because if they are left on, when I turn the battery on, it's gonna move the wipers, and you know how it goes in aviation, right? If that window is not wet when you use the wiper, it will scratch the windshield. It will scratch the windshield. These windshields have tremendous pressure down on the windshield because they're designed to work in some pretty high airspeeds. So they have tremendous pressure down. So any sort of dust between that rubber blade and the window is gonna scratch, right? Yeah, good point. Not in the 737. We do it after the battery because these guys will not work on the battery bus. All right? Doesn't matter if they're on or off. I can turn them on. They won't move. Okay? But I'm going to be establishing AC power next. So now I need to be sure that they're turned on. They're both in park. Beautiful. All right. Electric hydraulic pumps. Both. System A and B off. Awesome. Landing gear. Make sure that landing... Whoops. Make sure that landing gear lever is down. Yep. Landing gear lever is down. Checks. All right. Now we can bring up AC power here. Very simple, right? But needs to be done and needs to be done properly. Okay, cool. What are we going to use? We're going to use APU. So look at the green section there. If APU is needed, okay. So first thing, verify engine number 1, APU, and engine number 2 fire switches are in. Okay. Fire switches. There's one camera saved for it somewhere. There we go. But, you know what? I think it's easier to see from the side. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so here are my fire switches, right? Engine 1, APU, engine 2. For these to work, if you have a fire, these are going to not only communicate to you there's a fire because they light up. You can see the red lens and there's 4 bulbs inside. But you pull them up and then you turn them. See how it says discharge left or right? Because we have basically 2 different extinguishers used for the engine, right? APU only has 1, so it doesn't matter which side you turn. But before you turn them, physically, you have to bring them up. So this step right now, obviously you don't want to do this accidentally. It's just saying, hey, verify engine number 1, APU engine number 2, fire switches in, pressed in. Yes, they are. They're always going to start pressed in the PMDG 737. Unless there's an update that changes things in the future. But if you want to check, it's as simple as that. Click and click. It goes back down automatically. I just click it up. It goes back down automatically. As long as you don't twist it, you can do that. Okay, so fire switches are in. Got it. Next, alert ground personnel before following test. I wonder what test this is. Any guesses, chat? What test are we about? Oh, I guess there's a little giveaway. It doesn't actually tell you the test, but it's a giveaway in the next item. Yes. Why do we need to alert ground personnel, guys? What's the big deal? What's the big deal? I mean, they're out there. They're, you know. Yeah. When we do this fire test, there's 2 tests. We're about to conduct them. One doesn't ring the fire bell, but the other one does. And yes, that can be heard, but there is a panel for ground personnel to operate the APU. Did you know that? On the external side. That panel can indicate an APU fire. So, when you're testing here, that panel will also indicate a fire. That's what you're testing. You're testing to see if the fire detection works. So you're creating a fake fire, right? You're basically short-circuiting the system to create a fake fire and see if the system alerts go off as they should. That's what you're doing. Obviously, one of the alerts is going to be on the APU panel. So imagine you're a maintenance technician down there, you're doing everything, all of a sudden you see APU fire. Holy crap, right? So yes, you definitely want to communicate this to the ground crew, right? You can do that using the... Look, there's a switch here called the service interphone, right? Service interphone is not actually necessary to talk to ground crew. It's more used by engineers to talk to each other in different stations of the aircraft, right? that service interphone switch will enable stations in the aircraft that are not normal stations. Normally, you don't have to have that on to use interphone as normal. So you don't need that on to talk to ground. But I was just showing you, there is a service interphone switch in case the engineers are working on the aircraft. Yep, 21 volts. I think we got it. All right. So we alert ground personnel, hey, we're going to do a fire test, engine and APU fire test. Okay. Oh, and another one. Wheel well. Okay, next page. All right, so now we're going to do the tests. There's basically 2 positions for this switch. You can see test switch going first to fault and up, and you verify certain things. Then you move the switch to overheat and fire, and you check certain things. So let's do that. What are we going to do here? Well, first and foremost, let me get rid of this master caution, because I want it reset for my test. Then, let's go over here. All right. So first and foremost, you probably saw it on the previous page. At the very bottom, overhead detector switch normal. That's the overhead detector switch here and here set to normal. It can be on loop A or loop B, but you want it in normal. Got it. Okay, whoops, wrong one. There we go. All right, then here's the test switch. There's a fault in upside and overheat fire side. Let's look at the checklist and see what each is supposed to do. All right, so fault in up. Verify master caution eliminated. All right, so master caution. This guy right here. Got it. Verify overheat detector annunciator eliminated. That's over here. You can't see it, but if I test this, you can. So press the test. Overheat detection. Right there, bottom right. Okay, that's also the recall function. When you let go, any system that is not in a good state right now is gonna squawk. I can reset that and then recall by pressing that. Awesome. Okay, so then verify fault light illuminated. That light is right here. There's a fault light right here. That's wheel well, fault, APU detector in up, and APU bottle discharge. We have engine 1 overheat, engine 2 overheat, and then we have our extinguisher lights over. Okay, cool. All right, got it. What else? So, master caution, overheat detector, fault light, and then look, if fault light fails to eliminate, fault monitoring system is in op. It's a big. Then verify APU detection and op light eliminated. Okay, so a couple of lights up here, then we look down there, a couple of lights down there, right? Let's do it. That's in normal. Raise this. I'm going to go to fault, in op. And we got overheat detector, master caution, fault, and APU detection in op. It resets automatically after a little timer, right? And notice that if you do it fast enough, check. It's enough, and boom, back to normal. Okay, cool. That's an easy test. Oops, what about the other test? Well, the other test is the other side of the switch, overhead or overheat fire. Okay, so now we're testing different things. The first one was testing the system itself for faults. Now we're actually going to test the fire loops. All right, so the first thing that's going to happen is the warning bell. The fire warning bell is going to sound, and it's very loud, right? Okay, but that has to sound. That means the system is working. The fire warning right here is also going to illuminate next to the master caution. Got it. Verify master caution. Okay, so master caution is going to illuminate again because overheat detector is going to illuminate again. Anytime you get a yellow light in here, you're going to get a master caution, right? If we're getting overhead detector here, just like in the fault in-op test, we're going to get the master caution. Okay, all right, so far I'm going to get a bell, 3 lights, boom, boom, overheat detector, boom, all right. Master fire warning light, push. Oh, okay, so this is going to light up, but then we got to push it. Why? Because when you push it, you're verifying 2 things. Verify that light goes out and that it cancels the bell. See how it says bell cut out at the bottom? So it's supposed to also cancel the fire bell. All right, so we're going to do this, and I'm going to show you that at first, it's also on a timer. So when I do it, and don't press any buttons after. Okay, it does it. I'm not pressing anything. Then it stops. So if you don't do this fast enough, it will stop. All right, so you have to do the pressing of the fire warning to see the light go off and hear the bell cancel before that timer goes back, okay? So let's try that. Push it real good. Nice. Yeah, correct, Thomas. And we're going to check the other one pretty soon. All right, cool. So here we go. Overheat. All right. 1, 2, 3, press. Bell stops, even though that stays. And now that the switch goes back, that goes away. That yellow only went away when the timer went off for the switch and the switch went back. Let me do it again. There it is. Both. Cancel. Look, it's still pressed. Yeah. And notice also that I got the 2 engine overheats here. What? Boom, boom, and the 3 fire switch. Awesome. All right. Very good. Sorry, no, one more thing. When you press this button to cancel the light and the bell, you have to make sure these 3 lights stay on. One more time. There. Cancel. Lights still on. That is a successful check. All right. Now we have to do a fire extinguisher test. So first off, the detecting system is working. If there is a fire when we start this APU or even the engines, we know the detection system is going to work. Now, if we need to put that fire out, how are we going to do it? And we're going to do it with our extinguishers, right? And we have an extinguisher system here. There's a left, a right, and an APU bottle. We're going to test both systems that have access to those bottles. So, extinguisher test switch, check, yep. Test switch, position 1 and hold, verify 3 green, okay. Then back to normal, position 2 and hold, verify 3 green. Okay, let's do it. There it is, 1, 2, 3. Switch is also on a timer. You can put it back to center. You just wait, it goes back. And let's check again. All right, now, some of you might be saying, well, dude, that's great, but I mean, this is flight sim. Like, this is never gonna happen. Well, that's up to you. What do you mean? Well, the plane comes with faith. Lots of faith. You can program any of these failures to happen based on some conditions. Or, what I like, random failures based on actual maintenance numbers from Boeing. Right? How often does an engine blow? Once every 100,000 flight hours. Okay, so that's what's programmed in here. Right? So you can actually set the aircraft to behave exactly like the real aircraft, including how often things fail in the real aircraft, which I find amazing. But because it's a pretty reliable aircraft, things don't go wrong very often, right? So PMDG gave us an option of accelerating that rate of failure for every item that can fail in the aircraft, right? So, very excited for that. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if we have enough juice to start the APU. Will be a good test. All right, next, we're going to start the APU. So now we know everything is working. We can start the APU, but we're not done with fire tests here. Because there's one fire test that we need AC power. We don't have AC power. There's the APU. Set it to on. Set it to start. All right. By the way, the only thing that we can't show on the stream today is engine start and an APU start sounds from the outside. The start sounds for the engines and the outside are being worked on. So everything inside is fine. Outside is fine once they're started. For start, you have to wait. Don't need it, yellowish. Don't need it. So the NG has, yeah, you don't need the fuel pump. So Lobos, the fuel pump on the ground. Oh, actually, this may not have the option. The Alaska one may not have the option. So an option in the NG is an APU dedicated fuel pump that runs on DC. Sounds like this aircraft doesn't have it, so I have to run a pump off of the left side. With aircraft that have it, you don't need to run any of the fuel pumps. And then, unfortunately, I've been flying other liveries, so I've been used to that, right? All right, let's reset this to off. We'll turn on maybe one of the center pumps. Oh, I don't have any fuel tanking. Oh, no, I do have fuel in the sec. Interesting. I thought I should have a low pressure light in. All right. Forward left. You're right. Forward left is the lowest pump in the tank. The aft pump is a bit higher. So usually you use the forward left because depending also on the slope of where you stop. But typically, this is where you're going to find fuel last in the fuel tank. All right, let's give that another go. Yeah, so PMDG has even modeled those options, right? As you'll see in the FMC in the next few days, there is a ton of options out there. For the 737. It's an old aircraft, right? It has been working for a long time. So we're going to get all those options here. We already have all those options here. And that's one of them, is the APU DC pump, which again is an option. I may actually have too low a voltage in my battery. Yeah, I don't have enough voltage in the battery to run the APU, which happens, right? Sometimes this happens in the real world. No worries. We're now going to call for ground power. Now, calling for ground power, if you look at the checklist, is very easy. We don't have to do fire tests for that, right? You literally just call for power, connect it, and make sure 5 lights went off. All right, cool. So let's do that. Battery no longer able to start the APU. No issues. We're going to call ground power. So if you've used a PMDG aircraft before, you're very used to this, right? This is the main menu of the FMC, reachable by hitting menu. And we're going to go to FS sections, ground service, and request ground power. There we go, connecting. Now, PMDG is adding vehicles that do all these services for you, right? So look, we now have a ground power unit connected properly to the left side of the aircraft, where it would be. All right. That means that up here, we're going to have ground power available. There it is, right? But it is not yet connected to the aircraft. We can check for the quality of the power up here. Look, if I put this to ground power, if I put it anywhere else, I don't have other AC running, right? But I have, my inverter is running off of the battery, okay? And my ground power is at 400 hertz, 116 volts. That looks good, looks healthy. Let's connect it. All right. Ground power is now connected. Perfect. But remember I said there's one test. There's one test. Johnny. Yeah, but most of that is avionics cooling, right? We haven't connected air conditioning yet. We're gonna do that next. Hello, Celestial Navigator. How's it going, buddy? How is it going? The sounds are fantastic, dude. Sounds are amazing. J-Bay. Just wait. Just wait. There's one test that we still need to do before we start the engines. Well, it's not even before we start the engines. It's just we have to do it. Remember, I said there's one test. There's one test that needs AC power. One fire test. And that is the wheel well fire detection system. Wheel well fire detection system is tested by the same switches we used before, but it is powered by AC. So we couldn't do the test before. Now we can look down here. Oh, let's move the camera, right? And we're gonna do the test again. And this time, because we have AC power, we're gonna see the wheel well overheat light up. And that's what we need to see. So look at this test, right? It's the same switch, once again, set to overheat fire. We've done that. All right. But now verify fire warning bell sounds. Got it. That's just like before. Fire warning light illuminated. Got it. Just like before. Master caution and overheat detector. Just like before. Okay. Then bell cutout switch push. Oh, we haven't talked about that one yet. Look at it right there. Bell cutout. Right? It's a switch that you push and it cuts the bell. So look over here though. After you press bell cutout, verify master warning light extinguished. Verify warning bell cancels. Got it. And wheel well fire stays lit. All right. So we're going to go to overheat fire. We're going to check up there. Right. We're going to check fire warning. We're going to check master caution, overheat detector, fire bell. Then we're going to press this switch here, bell cutout, and it's going to turn off the fire warning, cut the bell, and leave wheel well still here. All right, let's try it. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Bell cut out, cuts out, and wheel well stays. It was quick. I'll do it again now. And I pressed bell cut out much earlier. Bell cut out, and it stays. Everything stays lit. So this is also working. So is wheel well overheat detection. Awesome. All right. Perfect. Perfect. Okay. Now we're actually. Yeah, Tango. Let me just do that right now, buddy. We've already looked at the cabin, but I know there's late arrivals. Oh, actually, I can't use this camera. By the way, the cockpit camera limited to the cockpit, right? You're gonna have to use your external camera or edit some CFG files for that. There we go. No worries, Vinyl. Hello, Vinyl. Welcome in, man. Of course, Tango. Riz, what's up, dude? What's going on, Riz? What are people... Hold on, what happened? What happened to Riz? Forgot to mention, it was a year today since I got my wings. 1 year later, 35 hours on, and I'm now IMC rated. Lower version of the IR for UK only. License should arrive tomorrow. Then we'll be cloud chasing. Riz, I'm so proud of you, buddy. So proud of you. That's incredible. That is incredible. Enjoy your new ticket, buddy. Let's go. Woo. That door gets me every time. Every time. I made it, SX. I'm creating an entire training program for the aircraft. And this training program is going to include this checklist made by me, because I used to make checklists for a living. It was one of my jobs of flight safety. And so I look at checklists like the one Boeing puts out, and I'm like, dude, you're just asking for people to misinterpret this, right? So I'm taking basically the same content that's on the Boeing checklist and just cleaning it all up and making a much nicer checklist. Envision, I don't think so. I don't think so. At least not that I've seen yet. Not that I've seen yet. Okay, so 2 things we cannot do today. We can't show engine start or APU start sounds from the outside. Okay? And we can't do engine out work. They're still working on the flight model for engine out work, so we're going to be doing both engines today. Okay, all right. Oh, yeah. Well, Vino, here's the thing, right? Communication is very hard. People underestimate how hard it is. And technical writing, which is to me one of the apexes, or apices, maybe, of technical writing, or of communicating, technical writing is, that, my friend, there's a very limited number of people that are good at that in the world, period. Of course, Captain Gaming. Of course, man. We're gonna show that, right? Once we bring power up to the aircraft, then we're gonna do a couple of things and start a walk around. Now, I'm not doing a full walk around today. As we progress through the week, we're gonna get deeper and deeper because we do want to fly, right? So we don't want to be here looking at the aircraft for 6 hours and not get her in the air. So we're not gonna talk about every single thing in one day, right? Oh, easy, Piloto. That's what I've been doing most of this time. I've barely flown. Since I got access to her, I would say 90% of my hours are sitting in a hangar with her on and just playing with the system, reconfiguring, testing, doing all kinds of stuff. What you would do in real life, right? If you're hired by a company and you haven't flown the aircraft, yeah, you're going to have to go to training. But chances are, if it's a corporate job, for example, flying a BBJ, that plane's going to be sitting in the hangar a lot. And normally those hangars, if you have a BBJ, chances are you have your own GPU, right? All right, plug in the GPU, sit there for the whole day, and just play with the FMS, play with anything you want, right? All right, let's have a look at some detail of the external model. Not the most detailed model you'll ever see, at all. You're gonna see that, for example, look, the textures they're shipping the aircraft with are not very high res. They're good. They're definitely good, but they could be higher res, right? They could be higher res, but then it makes it harder on, slower systems. We have a lot of options in the aircraft. Remember I said that? One of the options you have in an AMG is the old school incandescent lights or new LED lights. All your configuration of the aircraft is going to be done via the FMC. You're going to go to menu. You're going to go to PMDG setup. And here, you need to understand what these 2 things are. Let's stop here for a second. Every airframe, which is to say every different livery that you have installed for your PMDG 737 is a different aircraft. And it will remember different things. So, including options. So, for example, when you go buy a 737 from Boeing, there's a huge list of options that you can get. And I mean huge, right? Okay. Those options are specific to each aircraft, right? If you and your neighbor go spec them out differently, they're going to be different options. Okay, great. Those belong to each aircraft, so individual aircraft options are in the aircraft menu. General PMDG options for all of your fleet, right? I want the display rendering for all my 737s. Anytime I fly a PMDG 737, I want the displays to render at 20 frames per second. Okay, general settings are in the options menu. Okay, in this case, talking about the lights, right? Specific to the aircraft, we're gonna go in the aircraft menu. All right. Then what do we have specific to this aircraft? Look at the tail number up there. Specific to this aircraft. All right, we have equipment, we have displays, and we have pages. Cool. Let's look at equipment. 15 pages of multiple choices of equipment. Woo! Woohoo! Yeah, Captain Rash, very, very individual thing. Very individual thing, right? All right. Major stuff, like for example, older NGs would have the Honeywell FCP, flight control panel. This guy right here. Old school. This is old school. Works perfectly, but it's old school. All right. What about newer stuff? Newer stuff, watch up here. It's the Collins. This is newer. Okay, that's an option in the aircraft. It's an option on PMDG. All right. Yeah, I prefer Collins, actually. It's what you're used to, I think. You know, it's what you've been using before. Lots and lots of choices. We're going to go through this entire thing, not today, right? Not today. But let me show you, for example, our lights. External light pack. Original with pulse. So you have pulse lights. So if you look up here, there's a pulse position in the middle for the landing lights. Okay? Retract it, pulse and extend, on and extend. Okay? Cool. Cool, 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 cool. You can also have LED. Oh, look at that. Nice. LED with pulse. All right. And you can have back to original without pulse or with pulse. So without pulse, when you look up there, yeah, there's no more pulse and there's only one position for on or off. Well, I suppose two positions. pH. That is a lot of airlines, a lot of operators use that to communicate, basically so it can be seen better, right? If you have a blinking light, it calls more attention than a steady light. So some operators out there will use pulse in different phases of flight. Yes, it is, Real Sim Pilot. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. We're going to take a look at Ops Center and see all the deliveries that are available. Okay, cool. Cool. So, lots and lots and lots of options. Let's go back outside, have a look. Yeah, so for example, look, this texturing here, not so good. Not so good, right? This kind of stuff, Captain Resh, for me, this is too low res to accept, right? I would definitely expect better stuff. But, again, maybe it's because it's going to be on the Xbox and it needs to be low. Listen, I don't know. I'm just telling you what I feel. Awesome, Charlie. Welcome to the stream, buddy. That's all we do here. That's all we do. And it's, you know why PMDG? And by the way, Rob may be in chat. He was going to stop by here, and I think he's stopping by Chewy's too. I don't know if he's here already or not. But Rob, one of the things that stands out is this. Having awesome, what do they call it? Stencil stickers, right? That are high res next to low res like this only makes the low res stand out more. You know what I mean? If I didn't have this here, decals, thank you. If I didn't have the decals here, that would look bad, but not as bad. But standing next to this, oh, it's almost like it's a different area. So this stuff to me stands out. Oh, heck yeah, AI. And some of them will be load shedding too. Some of them will be load shedding. Not sure you guys know, but the 737 is known for grabbing during taxi. Nobody knows the answer for sure, but Boeing thinks it's because of a bit. There's basically a rubber shimmy damper between these scissors here on the aircraft. And Boeing thinks that there's enough play there that the main gears will twist a little bit during taxi, and then the plane starts to grab a little. Yeah. I don't know, Captain Arash. The reason that I don't go to that answer immediately is because I see other developers pulling it off, and it doesn't seem to cause a problem. So I don't know. I don't know. Look, another area that I think should be higher res is the leading edge, right? So the leading edge texture here, to me, needs higher res. The wing too. But again, look, I'm not the one making the plane. I'm sure there are very good reasons for that. All right, 737 trivia. Why am I missing a passenger window here? 500 points and the chance to get into the bonus round for those who know. Winterstellar, then don't give me a 3D model and a drone camera, baby. Lavatory, no. Vent, duct, that's correct. That is correct. That is correct. And in long-bodied aircraft, okay, now for the final champion rounds. In long-bodied aircraft, how many do you have on the left and how many do you have on the right? Yeah, you guys think I've been studying 737? Just a little bit. No, Orange. It is AC vent. Kevin! Kevin with the correct answer. Kevin is our champion, everybody. 2 on the right, 1 on the left. So the 800, the 900 are the long-bodied 737s. They'll have 2 missing windows on the right side and 1 on the left. 700, 600s, 1 on the right, 1 on the left. That's what I meant, since Flight's in bed. Watch, on the other side, since it's a 700, also only 1 window missing. And it makes sense if you know that, look, the PAKTs, they sit right under here, ahead of the main gear well, right? This is the inlet, ram air inlet for the PAKTs. So from the PAKTs, you get air ducts coming up on the side of the aircraft, and because of that, you can't have a window. All right, gamer, thanks, buddy. It is because of Renton itself, but since we're not in the cockpit, listening to sounds, then it's okay. Back in the cockpit, remind me to turn the volume back up. Another low res. Look at the resolution of this texture in here. So, look, I'm not here to pick the aircraft apart. It's an incredible aircraft, and I love it, and that's all I want to fly. But I do think that compared to other releases out there, PMDG is falling behind on texture quality. Look at this thing. Again, I speak out of ignorance. Maybe this is needed to make this plane compatible with Xbox. I don't know. Oh yeah, and by the way, look at the distance. Again, the Boeing worker said, listen, we do this all the time. I'm like, I'm not comfortable with that. I'm also not comfortable with how close the wing is on the other side. Once again, they said, nah, don't worry, we do this all the time. So Joe, I am in the habit of doing a lot of walkarounds, like, you know, what I'm doing now, but doing the full walk around through the aircraft. So I look at a lot of these details because I spend a lot of time on the outside looking at the model this closely. I know most people don't, right? So I'm not here to tell you, this is unacceptable. No, I'm just telling you what I think. I think these textures are too low res, and the plane would look a lot better with better texture. But that's just me. All right, outflow valve, right? Drain mast, and it's heated, which means what's coming out of that? They're all the same resolution, Joe. From what I've seen so far, they're all this resolution here, whatever this resolution is. Nice static weight detail there. Exactly, it's water coming out of there. That's right. That's right. It's water from the rear galley, right? There's actually a couple of other vents in here. There's even an APU. There's vents from the APU compartment, which is back here, right? There's vents from the APU compartment into here. Honey. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Is there anything else on the outside you guys wanted to see that I haven't shown yet? I like the, look at the high quality sticker over here. Beautiful. Beautiful. But then I look at the PMDG on the background and I'm like, oh, come on, man. You know, that could be a better texture. Actually, DC, I think it's only one. No, it is two. It is two, DC, yeah, sorry. It's one total air temperature probe, right? Yeah. One TAT and two angle of attacks. So here's one angle of attack right here and properly angled down when it's not powered. Here's the other one. Very good. Very good. Wheel well. Okay, J-Mac. Wheel well. So the wheel well in the 737 is very important because, first of all, it's pretty open like this on the ground and easy to climb into like this, right? You look inside. So it's all texture here, and there are a couple of 3D models. All right, guys, what are these guys right here? That's how I feel, real deal. That's how I feel. Yeah, 8.5 out of 10. I'd give it 8.5 out of 10. Correct. These are hydraulic reservoirs. B reservoir, which is bigger than the A reservoir. We have two systems. Nah, we have three systems. Because this here is our standby. Yeah, there's a standby, a third hydraulic system. It's fully capable of operating the aircraft, right? So, but it is a redundant system. And the actual motor, it's an electric motor for the standby system, used to be right here on the beam of the aircraft. In the classics, it sits right here. In the NG, it got moved back behind this wall here, behind the wheel well, even though the reservoir is still here. And I suspect it's because the gear got a little bit taller in the NG, so they needed a little more space in here. And I think things got a little too tight, so they moved the motor back there. Primer. A lot of times things are left green like this because that's the primer that's used in aviation. Look at the structure right here. This is all primed so it doesn't corrode. It doesn't corrode. There's our wheel well light. Yes, we have lights in the wheel well. Right, another one there. Yeah, Crimson. Yeah. Yeah, it's all open. The system simulation may be great, but let's not pretend that means the external textures are any good. I think they're good. I think they're about 8.5 out of 10. Obviously, that's very personal, right? But yeah, I think they're good. I think they could be better, but I think they're good. Anything else on the external, guys? Ah, sure, PH, yeah. Good call. Good call. So all we have right now is nav lights turned on. Even the cockpit is dark. So we'll turn on our dome light, right? Here are the position lights. Look pretty nice. You can see the actual LED elements in there, and there's two of them, right? Redundant lights. Nice detail. All right, let's turn some lights on. The cabin is on, but the cockpit isn't. So let's turn some lights on and actually start looking at this at night, right? Okay, so back here, you're going to have a switch at the very top of the overhead panel. Whoa, wrong one. Done. There we go. Get my flashlight. This guy right here, that's your dome light, and you have bright or dim. You're going to go bright. There we go. So now we have our light here in the cockpit, right? I haven't aligned the IRSs. They're not aligned yet. Here in Brenton, I have it realistically set. Another option, like many aircraft that you can change here, is how quickly the IRS is aligned, right? In real life, the IRS alignment depends on your latitude. The higher the latitude, the further away from the equator you are, the longer it takes for the IRS to align. We've already explained the physics of that here on stream. Needless to say, that's what happens. So I have that realistically here because I don't want that to align unlike the real aircraft, right? But we also need some lights in the cockpit, so let's start there. well, you got the dome light. Yeah, but I mean, that's not how we fly. We don't fly with a dome light on. That kills your night vision. So we have backlighting, and it looks beautiful, right? Let's turn center pedestal on. This is also going to turn the FMCs on. Beautiful, a little brighter, And then the overhead, same thing. We have a panel brightness right there. Now, if I kill the overhead, it's a little more realistic to what the cockpit would look like at night. You still have some floodlights, right, for areas like this, you know. Whoops, there's a flood there, right? Look, just this panel here. Look, just this panel is right there. Nice, 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 nice. There's some more there, and they are fully adjustable. Right. So, for example, you see the light up there. Hey, pretty nice. Very, very nice lighting. Normally, I fly with all of these off, right? I'll have the dome light on until I push back, and then after pushback, as the APU comes off, the dome light comes off too. That's what I like. But you can do whatever you like. There's all kinds of lights. I also like the, how looks pretty realistic to me, the dome light, you know? All right, outside, let's turn on our logo light. Let's turn on our strobes. This is the beacon. Wing light for inspection, and we'll turn on wheel well also. No taxi, no landing lights yet. Lakaila, no circuit breakers are simulated here. No circuit breakers simulated. From what I've seen. So those logo lights are coming from those lights on the top of the horizontal tail, right? Obviously this side a little harder to see. There are the strobes reflecting off the ground, as you can see. And there are different strobe patterns depending on the aircraft because it depends on the package that you have installed. You see the wing inspection lights coming off the fuselage there, shining on the wing here so we can see if there's icing at night. Oh, and the cockpit light, look at that dome light that's on, right? Now we can see the pilots in there. Very nice. All right, let's get some taxi lights and landing lights and turn-off lights. Yes? Okay, so. Keep doing it. So let's go ahead. Actually, I'm going to lock this. All right, so first we're going to turn on taxi light and see what that looks like. All right, so that's on the nose. And it is bright enough. They got the brightness of the lights pretty much spot on. A lot of aircraft in the sim don't. This does. All right, let's go turn off lights. So we have left and right turn off lights. These are lights that let you see more to the side. So that when you're going to turn off the runway, you're illuminating the taxiway that you're going to go to a little bit before you turn. Because normally, all your lights are facing forward, right? And that allows you to see forward really well, but you're going to turn off. You want to see that the taxiway is clear before you take the taxiway off the runway. Sometimes at speed. So, runway turn off lights. All right. Right and left. They're on the root of the wing here. And you can tell, look, how to the side they're angled so that you can see off the side. Okay? And now, we're going to go to landing lights. All right, so you have a bar here. And if I do this, it's going to turn on all 4 landing lights. 4? Yeah, we have 4. We have 2 on the wings. See, that's the turn-off light. That's a landing light that's still off. And we have 2 on the belly of the aircraft. There's one of them. These are retractable lights. That's why, when you see this here, one says retractable, one says fixed. So the fixed one, you either turn on or off. And they turn on. All right, very bright. The one on the belly first we have to extend, so let's extend the left one. There she goes. Okay. And now we turn it on. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. And just to show you how this works, right? If they're all off, you can't turn them all off at the same time, but you can turn them all on by pressing the bar, turning all four on at the same time. I love how bright those look. Love how bright. And finally, but not last, this, we're in a pretty lit apron, but this right here is the light coming off of the wheel well. Look, those lights that were on top there they are, illuminating the wheel well so that maintenance technicians can actually do some work in there while you're on the ground. Matt, I have to change aircraft for that, I believe. So it's gonna come organically, buddy. It is maravilhoso. Está. Indeed, buddy, indeed. All right. How come, Scorp? Do I have a funny accent? Queel well. Oh, nice. Okay, so. Are we ready for this flight? Is that what we're going to do next? Is that what we're doing next? Vulture! Dude! Thank you very much, man. I think I can turn on alerts now because that, you know, the madness has passed. Thank you, Vulture. Appreciate that very much, dude. That's amazing. That is amazing, dude. Yeah, Delta. Let's do that. Let's do that. We're going to fly from Renton to deliver the aircraft for Alaska Airlines to Ketchikan, Alaska. So let's have a look at that. All right. That's our flight plan for today. Renton down here. And we're going to go all the way up to Ketchikan up there. If you want to see the World VFR, situate yourself a little bit better. There we go. There's the United States. There's Canada with Alaska stretching from the Alaska you know to what a lot of people don't know because it stretches all the way down the coast, down to here. So Ketchikan on the southern tip of the Alaskan extension, and that's where we're headed. That is where we're headed.
Iowa Scotsman just resubscribed for 10 months. Voltor 7 gifted a tier 1 sub to Iowa Scotsman.
That's a 2-hour flight. All right. Let's look.
Creepeaker just resubscribed for 2 months. Voltor 7 gifted a tier 1 sub to
Flying
Creepeaker.
Toast! Thank you very much, dude. I really appreciate that. Oh my god, it's already level 3. Alerts are loud, yes. Alerts are too loud. There we go. I'm mechanical. I am not in all players, because I knew that would be madness, right? Knew that'd be madness. Yeah, I think alerts are gonna have to be muted. All right. So, here's our flights. It's Alaska, 9er, 9er, 9er. Some airlines will use a number like that for a non-revenue flight, like we're doing today. It is a 737-700 from Renton to Ketchikan, alternating. What's this, guys? Charlie Yankee X-Ray Tango. What airport is that? I actually had to check and make sure we could alternate. Flight level 340. We're departing in half an hour. All right. Is that right? Yeah. Airtime, 1 hour and 40. Block fuel, I have been using exclusively kilos. Going back and forth between kilos and pounds, man. Too much right now. So I'm going to stick with kilos even though it's an American aircraft. And I'm pretty sure the rest of the world is going to be like, yes. All right. So we have a zero fuel weight of 53.3 tons, right? Takeoff weight 60.1. Not very heavy. There's a route. It's very simple. There is no SID for Renton. No standard instrument departure. So there's an obstacle departure. Sorry, there is a SID. There is a SID, but it's generic, as you'll see. no arrival into Ketchikan. We're going to go straight into an ILS when we get there. That's right, Keaton. That is right. Oh, my God. Crimson, you're killing me, dude. You are killing me, dude. 777. Maybe. Maybe. You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised. You see this a lot in Europe, where you think the alternate is always going to be in the same country as the destination. But, again, you'd be surprised. Often it isn't. It depends on the ease of travel between the two countries, too, no? Yeah, now that the alerts are off, we can. Now that the alerts are off, we can. There we go. There we go. There you go. So, Crimson, what the hell did you do, dude?
What did you do? Alright, I'll do the entire rest of the stream like this. I hope you guys don't mind. Okay, let's go. Jesus.
Oh my gosh. Alright. 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 Here we go. Straightforward flight. If you look at the airways, there's basically one airway that we're going to fly there. When we get to Yankee Juliet, Victoria VOR, we're going to hop on Juliet 502, which takes us all the way to Annette Island. And Annette Island is an initial approach fix for the ILS at Ketchikan. Great. All right. Let's have a look at the flight itself, right? Okay, so, yeah, looks like about a 2-hour block to block here. Not bad at all. Not bad at all. Wind average from... Oh, nice. We're going to have some tailwinds. Fantastic. Look, the average wind is pretty much from the south at 58. We're going north. That's going to help us. Yeah, look, average wind component is plus 19er. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Oh, my God. Yeah. Right, Black Diamond? Exactly. Black Diamond, hello, by the way. Good to see you, sir. Good to see you, man. Oh, my God. Never mind. I just looked at the number of viewers. Don't worry about it. Okay, so we need 3,700 kilos and 44. But 3,744 to get there. We have a contingency 15 minutes and an alternate 1629, plus a final reserve of about 1,000 kilos, ending up with a block fuel load of 7,089 kilos. For takeoff, we need 6,874. Got it. Route, again, pretty straightforward. We get the Victoria VOR. There is a VOR in between, by the way. It's Payne. And we are going to take off to the south because that's prevailing winds right now in Renton. So take off to the south, make a turn, go to Payne, go to Victoria, hop on the airway, go to Annette Island, and we're there. Straightforward. Very, very FPS friendly. Super low. Very. I think that's a PMDG staple, to be fair. And they pulled it off again. All right, here we go. Last thing we need to look at here before we look at the weather is weights, right? So our takeoff weight is 60.2 out of a max of 62.3. Is that max takeoff weight for the 737, everybody? Ciao, Cavari, come stai? Yeah, we're going to be streaming it every day. Kubik's Master. Nice name, dude. Nice, Simon. Yeah. Moin! Hello. The sim brief profile is extremely accurate. Or better yet, the PMDG flight model is extremely accurate. Sim brief is using real Boeing charts and tables to come up with this data, right? So sim brief is correct if it's programmed correctly, and it is. Then it's left to the aircraft to be able to match that, and it matches it extremely well. Hey, Duck, what's going on, dude? How's it going? How's it going, everybody? Okay, so hold on a second. Hold up. Okay. Okay. All right. That's good. Let's load up this payload, this fuel, And then we'll be ready to look at the weather, get the plane ready to go. Look, I still don't have IRS, so let's go ahead and start that. There we go, left and right. Now, can't move the aircraft while that's happening. Great, let's leave it. We don't need to move it. And we also don't need that overhead anymore. There we go. Oh yes, I'm aware I'm aware. Okay, so here we go. Fuel, 7.1. By the way, did anybody see this here when we were talking about the takeoff weights? Okay. Takeoff weight 60.2. Really, the payload I want to input is this. 53.3 is my zero fuel weight. So once again, we're going to go to the FMC, right? Press menu, FS actions. FMC is going to take you into the actual FMC. We don't want that yet. We're going to go FS actions. Then we have fuel, payload, doors, pushback, cabin lights, and a few other. We're interested in payload, all right? And I'm interested right here, zero fuel weight. But notice, it's in pounds. Well, it's an American aircraft. And that's a PMDG staple. When they ship out liveries, as often as they can, they also ship out all of the options that aircraft in real life has. Let me say that again. Different paint jobs for your 737 will have different equipment in the cockpit because PMDG tries to match the configuration of that specific airline. So, Alaska uses pounds, but we're going to change that to kilos. Where? Easy. Menu, PMDG setup, right? Now, is it in options or is it in aircraft? Remember the explanation from earlier. Mollux, and we are the crazy users that need all these things. It is aircraft because it's going to be specific to this airframe. If it's for all aircraft, you go into options, but I don't want to change that for all aircraft. I want to change it for this aircraft. So go into aircraft. Then we go into, there's a few choices here. Equipment, displays, and failures. It's not failures. Displays, what's in there? Displays talks about like frame rates and a couple of choices that you have on the displays, right? And equipment is what you have installed in the aircraft. All right, so to be fair, the way I described it could be in either of these, right? Don't touch that, Rob. DC, did he say, is he in chat right now? I don't know. I'm barely reading chat. It's hard. It's hard. All right, so it's either in equipment or displays. If you don't know, just look, right? Okay. No. That says EFIS map. It's not sounding like it, right? ND. But again, is it a setting on the display? How about equipment? I started going the wrong way. I think I should have gone forward. Oh, did I miss it? Oh, one of his videos last night. Nice. Nice. All right. Maybe I passed it and didn't see it. Or maybe it's not in options. Or, sorry, in aircraft. Maybe it is in options. Okay. Nope. No. Yep. Maybe it is in options. Really? I think so. Oh, and here, if I go back here. Nope, not in options. Look out, not now, buddy. Not now. If I start showing too much stuff that's off the script, we're never going to fly. By the way, to be fair, I'm still looking for that, right? But to be fair, look. So, PMDG setup. Options, simulation, page 1. This is where you have IRS options and can go in here and change the alignment time from realistic to immediate or to fast, right? It's kind of hard to find if you don't know that it's in simulation, page 1, and has its own submenu. Yes, Vex, I believe so. I believe that's it. I believe that's it. Okay, I really thought it was an aircraft, though. How am I not finding this? Equipment, yeah. Okay, no. False. Mm-hmm. Did I pass it and you guys saw it? And it's easy to see, right? You don't have to read the titles because what's going to be in green is going to be LBS for pounds. Okay, not in here. I don't think it's displays, but maybe... Ah, it is displays. There it is. Weight units. Okay. All right, so let's do this again. PMDG setup. Options. Nope. It is aircraft. Okay. All right. PMDG setup, aircraft, displays, and then page 9. All right. Let's go to kilos. Please. There we go. Woo! We got it. All right. Now, let's set up our zero fuel weight. FS actions, payload, zero fuel weight, 53.6. We want 53.3. And notice what it's going to do. See how I have 107 out of 120, right? In economy, I have 8 out of 8 in first class. All right, 53.3. Put it in here. Watch that number. Oh, yeah. It reconfigures things, including cargo and passengers, to get to that zero fuel weight. And it does it intelligent, which is awesome. Which is awesome. All right, that's 91.3%. Perfect. Of total load. Oh yeah, Black Diamond. Thanks for asking that. So today we're going to see all 3. Today we're starting this on the 737-700. I'm going to roll that into a BBJ flight, roll that into a BSTF flight, the cargo one. Then, starting tomorrow, each day is going to be dedicated to one of the versions. So tomorrow is all 737-700. Wednesday is all BBJ. Thursday is all cargo. And we'll go through like that through the week. No way, Kill Switch. No way. Freedom units suck. Suck. All right. Good. But we need to set fuel still, right? We currently have 11,339 kilos, and we need 7,089. All right. 7089. Pasted there. Boom. Reconfigured. Distribute properly automatically. We're at 34% fuel level with nothing in the center tank. All right. Pretty typical for a, hour and a half flight for a 737. Okay, so now that we have all this information, the last thing we need to do is check the weather and then get the plane started and flying. All right, cool. So first and foremost, let's go look at the overall situation of the weather over the United States. Now, this doesn't include Alaska. We have a separate page for that, but we're taking off from Washington. And look at this. Yeah, there's some front right over us here. And that is why we're seeing this weather right here, right? That front is kind of stationary there, and it's keeping all that water dumping over Seattle. Yeah, never seen this happen before, right, Seattle? Right. All right, but other than that, there's nothing too crazy around the area. What about Alaska itself, right? Well, Ketchikan is down here. So let's look at these two here. All right, central, southeast Alaska. Clouds, weather, okay, so north, few 7,000 scattered, occasional broken top cells. Elsewhere, generally sky clear. Okay, not bad, right? Pretty high clouds. North, northeast, 20 gusting to 30, interesting, on the canals. Outlook valid until 6, okay, cool. Turbulence, none. Ice, freezing level, no ice, significant ice, but freezing level 025, not bad. Not bad. All right, cool. Same there. Oh, the passes are VFR. So yeah, the weather is looking pretty good on the coast of the southeastern coast of Alaska. Very good, very good. Let's take a look at, here we go. Yeah, nothing happening here, right? Look, this is IFR in reddish salmon here. Blue is marginal VFR, winds greater than 30, but none of that stuff is happening here. It's like pretty good weather. Okay, Ketchikan. Let's see the weather currently. 330 so it's that northwestern wind they were talking about, but not nearly as strong as it can get into some of the fjords. 10 miles visibility, clear skies, temperature 6, and -6 is the dew point. Ah, look at that low pressure there, right? Altimeter setting 2964. And look at this. We don't see this very often. Remark, harbor wind. Harbor wind. Harbor wind? Yeah, look. Ketchikan is literally next to the water. And this here forms a little venturi that tends to accelerate the wind. So when the wind is coming from certain directions, you see remarks like this in the METAR, because in that area, pilots know that, I mean, oh man, if the wind is whipping from the northwest, it gets even faster over the airport. Pretty awesome, right? I think it is, SQ. Yeah, I think so. I think so. So, gonna take us an hour and a half to get there. So we're leaving here in 15 minutes, right? That's when we're getting the plane going here. All right, so we're gonna get there around 20 Zulu, I would say, right? Between 1930 and 20 Zulu. All right, so looking at the weather up ahead, I mean, it's not bad, right? Visibility greater than 6, scattered clouds. Worst case scenario, they're down to 7,000. Wow, this is gonna be beautiful weather. Beautiful weather. Now, weather on departure, not so good, right? Not bad, but it's raining. It's raining. Let's see here. Wind 340 at 7. Oh, it's swapped. Now we're going to take off to the north. 10-mile visibility, overcast 8,500, temperature 9, 2.6, altimeter 2977. Let's put that altimeter in. 2977. We see that right there. 297, whoops, 77 set once, twice, and 3 times. Okie dokies. Time to get the plane up. No, Rasmus. No. Not in this channel, buddy. Not in this channel. In this channel, we go deep, deep, and we learn lots. Yes, sir. This is not a fly from A to B channel. Right? Nothing wrong with those channels, by the way. Very popular channel. But that's not what we do here. We do fly from A to B, but we do a lot of the real work before the flights, during the flight, and then after the flight. Yeah, Sim Tom. Not surprised. Not surprised. Doesn't matter, Fusion. Well, for us it doesn't matter because we're going to be IFR, right? So for us it doesn't matter. But we can have a look. All right, cool. So, I'm now using a real checklist that I'm not allowed to show online. It's an active Boeing checklist that I've been given. I know a few people that operate the aircraft, so I can get access to that, but I can't reveal the sources or the material. But don't worry, like I said, look, I've shown this. For those that were here, or not here in the beginning of the stream, let me show you guys this. This is a checklist that I'm creating that I'll release for the aircraft. I'm also releasing an entire training program for the aircraft, but that's going to take a while because, again, you're going to be able to basically get a type rating in the 737 after this training is done, right? In the real thing. All right. So here's just the electrical power up. It's all Boeing stuff, but it's cleaned up heavily from Boeing, right? We've already done this. I don't have this ready yet for the other procedures. So in the meantime, I'm going to use the real Boeing checklist and you guys get to see what I'm doing. All right. So IRS alignment is already going. We verified that the DC lights were off. Align lights were on during the alignment. Okay, checking cockpit voice recorder. Oh, sorry, that's the erase. Let's test 5 minutes or 5 seconds. It actually tests faster than 5, but that's good. It's a good test. Okay, oxygen. This is amazing. All right, how well simulated is this aircraft? Well, hey, Márcio, boa tarde, cara. Tudo bem? Back here, back all the way there. This is a crew oxygen pressure gauge. Currently, we're sitting just under 1600 psi. A bit low. We'd like to have about 1850 to depart. Now, passenger oxygen, that's different. That's different. That's over here. And it can be completely differently generated than the crew oxygen. All I care about right now is the crew oxygen. Okay? But I left when the ground power got connected and expect the first flight to be well on its way by now. But yes, it's my first stream. No worries, Rasmus. It's not for everybody, buddy. You know, no content is for everybody. But we'll see. We'll see if it works for you. Okay. Yeah, 777 on by default, right? So watch this. We're going to go check our oxygen. But even the checking that we do will decrease this oxygen here by a little bit. Now, I'm going to exaggerate this test, right? How do we test it? Well, over here, we have two ways of testing. There's our Aeros mask, same as I used in the simulator of flight safety. And we have two ways to test this. First of all, one of the things that's not simulated in the sim is 100% oxygen or mixed. Can't do that here, but it doesn't really matter for us. What matters for us is that we can check that the oxygen is flowing, and we do that by pressing the test and looking for the cat eye. That is the name of this display. It's a diaphragm. Okay. All right, notice even if I keep it pressed, it stops by itself. I'm still pressing, but it stops because I'm not in emergency mode. Then I can set the mask to emergency mode, and now not only oxygen will flow at 100% and not mixed, because this is set to 100%, but it will flow on demand. Or sorry, it will flow under pressure. So if somebody is incapacitated, if they're passed out and they're not actually even breathing, this mode will force oxygen in that person. You don't have to actually inhale for the mask to allow oxygen to flow. Which means if I press this and hold, it just floats. Now the audio keeps looping. In real life, it doesn't loop. I'm just wasting oxygen now. You only do this test once before the flight, but I'm doing enough here because I want to show you guys that it actually depletes the overall crew oxygen pressure. All right, maybe enough. Let's see. I was just under 16. Did that move the needle? Oh, it's hard to tell. It's hard to tell. Obviously, I didn't do that for very long. This still shows just under 16. Now, how do I know that this works? Because I actually talked to the guy that programmed this code for the aircraft, right? So, yes, it works. It will deplete the oxygen. It's amazing. Okay, that's oxygen checked. We do it on the right side too. We don't need to do that today. Okay, maintenance documents checked. Flight deck access system, guard closed. That's back here. That little red switch there. Guard closed. Okay. Emergency equipment. Hey, Dalmatian, was that you that asked me to check the fire extinguisher? So here's our fire extinguisher. Not only here it is, but it is actually, look at that, properly charged. Unbelievable. And we have our crash X over here. So that's in place. And we have escape ropes there. And if we didn't have the HUD, we'd have an escape rope here too. But we have a HUD, so we don't have escape rope here. Uh-oh. How do I get out now if there's only rope on the other side? Does anybody know the answer to that? And I said I wasn't going to teach today. Gamer. The other side could be disabled, DC. Could be that the plane rolled and you can't get out. Can't move the rope? No, very simple. Very simple. Both sides have ropes that can reach across the cockpit and then down the window to the ground in normal conditions. So it's long enough. It's long enough. All right, cool. Cool. All right, PSEU lights. That's up here. And that light is off. Okay? We don't have SPSEU. That's on the 800-900. GPS light not installed. We have GPS, but not the GPS light because that has to do with GPS lighting system. Not here. Service center phone is set to off. We already checked. Engine panel. All right, so engine panel is up here. So once again, we're checking what some viewers already saw, right? On the engine panel, we're checking a couple of things, really. But one of the main things, the EEC, electronic engine computers, are both set to on. There's no warning lights for the EECs here. And engine control light is extinguished. Perfect. All right. The oxygen panel is set. So passenger oxygen here, look, it's set to normal. If I go to on, I'll drop the masks in the back right now. But I don't want to do that. I want to make sure it's guarded. And the light is not on. This light will turn on in auto deployment or just normal deployment. Right? Jesus. Number of viewers, man. Once in a while I look and I'm like, what? Are you joking? Is that real? Jesus! Oh my God, he's here. Dude, what's going on? Welcome in, buddy. Welcome in. All right. Landing gear indicator light, so you see the 3 green here. This is a backup indicator off the main panel. Main panel has green lights. We have repeaters up there. Got it. Flight recorder switch guarded and closed. And now we get to those tests. What tests? Well, we have Mach, airspeed warning, and stall tests. So, one at a time. Mach is very simple. Just press and let go and listen for it. Okay, that's your overspeed warning, right? Both systems work great. Now we're gonna test stall warning. Now, stall warning, there, little easier to see. Stall warning, 2 systems, needs AC and 4 minutes under AC for self-tests to be conducted for that to happen. Obviously, we're way past that mark, so here we go. Now, when I say here we go, we can't just do this because part of this test is checking to make sure that our yoke is gonna shake. Shake, yeah. This is a stick shaker test. So let's get back here. Test 1 is going to check yoke 1, test 2, yoke 2. So let's see. Yeah, I see the shaking. Test 2. Okay, good shaking. All right, nice. Nice. Listen, like I said, do you really want to fly this plane for just, get in, it's all working A to B? You can. It's easy. It's great. Do you really want to go through every single thing of the checklist and do it? You can do that too. Yeah, you can do both ways. It's amazing. It's amazing. All right. Stall running tests conducted. Okay, emergency evacuation activation switch. We're going back here. Actually, we don't have an emergency evacuation on this one, I believe. Yeah, I believe this one doesn't. Flight recorder is there. By the way, see the align blinking? That means the IRS is finished aligning and it does not have an initial position. We're going to do that when we program the FMS. Okay? Yeah, you can do that, Simtom. You can totally do that. It works. It works. Jesus, Lililo. All right, all right. Circuit breakers, P6 panel, and then we check P18 panel, manual gear extension. Okay, so let me go back to here. All right, so these are all the circuit breakers. Like I said, they are not wired. You can't click on them. So I don't think they're tripping circuit breakers. So not much to check there. Oh, and by the way, I'm going to show you guys how many people here knew the 737 and had no idea that there's another place to check for circuit breakers and that place is right under here. Look at that. Right in there. Captain panel lighting, center panel lighting. Huh? Yeah. Gotta check them circuit breakers. Simtom is like, oh. Yeah. The first time real pilots learn about that, they have the same reaction. Simtom, oh. And also, look, FMC here, we got a warning because the FMC says, hey, man, everything is ready. Enter an initial position. Okay. All right, manual gear extension access door. So that's down here. Obviously, this being a PMDG, everything works, right? Including our manual gear extension. Now, if you've never seen the 737 doing manual gear extension, it's hilarious. Hilarious, because these are steel cables. Like when you pull this handle out, there's literally just a cable coming out and it gets all floppy when you let go. Well, it actually retracts back, but for a while it's floppy while it's like snaking back. It's the craziest thing. It's hilarious, but it works. It works. All right, cool. Check that. And parking brake as needed. Then it's programming the FMS. Now, we do not have parking brakes on, right? Currently, the aircraft is on chocks. So we have all the lights still on from the nighttime checkout. We're still on chocks, right? So we don't need the brakes, but we're about to get going. So let's do that. Right? Look, over here, I have brake pressure. We're at 2,600 PSI. That's pretty decent. Pretty decent. Activate that brake. Okay, pressure goes down a little bit because it gets consumed by the system. We're at 2,200. That's plenty. That is plenty. And the aircraft is powered by ground power, right? And you say, well, it still says ground power available. Didn't you turn it on? Yeah. Even on, it says ground power available. And how do I know? Well, the plane is energized in AC, and I don't have the APU running. So that's what it is. Okay, cool. All right, so if I take the chocks off via this, though, it's going to take the GPU off. So I do need the APU running. So now that the plane is powered with enough juice, we should be able to get the APU running. So let's go. We already did all the fire tests for it. Don't have to do it again. But remember that if you're operating the aircraft, realistically, you got to do these fire tests before you turn on the APU and the engines. And by the way, when I say that, you're like, come on, man, flights, again, guys, it is flight sim. But if you have failures turned on, there is a chance that the next time you fire up a 737 from cold and dark, one of the fire detection systems is not going to work. And then there's a chance you will have a fire during the start, and you will have no warning system to tell you. I like fire. Oh, Natalia. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Easy now. Easy now. Ah, but contained. Do you see? Very contained in a very specific area. Yes, FMC is fully working, Flying Doctor. Yep, we're going to program it now, so let's see. Alrighty. Let's put this flight plane in, shall we? Enter IRS position. Yes, 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 we got it. Okay, so now let's pretend we just started. When you just start this FMS, in real life, you obviously don't have PMDG set up at FS Action there. But you do have this menu. So hit FMC, and there we go. First page, model is correct. Engine rating is correct, although we can bump these engines. AIRAC, this is the current AIRAC. Right? Okay, nice. I'll program this. We're going to get into everything, guys, but it's going to take weeks to see everything that we can do with this aircraft. So be gentle. Okay. Enter IRS position. So we go to pausing it. There it is, the IRS begging for positions. Anytime you see boxes in a FMS, this is a Collins FMS. Anytime you see boxes, that means need to know information. Can't go without it. Dashes means, nice to know. You can input data there if you want, but I don't need it, right? So where do we get this data? Well, we have 3 pages. Let's go to page 2. GPS lat long. Yes. What else do we have here? Well, we have other positions that are not up yet because the IRSs haven't been initialized. So copy either of these, doesn't matter. They're identical. Copy it down, and then we're going to paste it onto the IRS position. That allows several systems to start working. Like you saw, the magnetic compass now gets coupled to the magnetic detector on the wing tip, and you get cards moving. You got a bunch of stuff happening. But more importantly, the FMS is now ready for us to input our route. Route today, very easy. We get to limitation number 1. You guys have seen Rob talk about this, right? This aircraft cannot talk to the internet yet. Yet. Asobo has to open up some things on their end for PMDG's code to be able to go and access the internet, which means you cannot download flight plans through the FMS directly from, say, SimBrief, right? You can download the flight plan from SimBrief, and then you can load it in here, right? Via flight plan request, because I have a flight plan in there that I downloaded from SimBrief and put in the right folder. So for now, we're going to have to download the files from SimBrief, put it in the right folder in your computer, and then it will show up in here. All right? Other than that, you can type it in manually. Downloading from SimBrief is coming, but it's going to depend on an Asobo update. Does that make sense? Because DC, those are not coded in C++. They're coded in Java, right? So C++ gets then compiled via WASM into the code that runs in the sim. And WASM gauges right now, not just PMDG, any C++ gauge in the sim right now cannot talk to the internet. If you want to talk to the internet, you got to use Java. If you use Java, your code is open, which, you know, for some projects, no problem. For PMDG, big problem, right? Yeah, not a big deal. Not a big deal. Yeah, Sion, I just like saying WASM. JavaScript. Yeah, JavaScript. Sorry, JavaScript. Yeah, I know, Ramritam. I know. Okay, so here's my flight plan. I already had it saved right from SimBrief. Select that. Yeah, JavaScript. Oh, there it is. Look. From Renton to Ketchikan via what? Route uplink ready. Yeah, thank you. Via nothing. It didn't load the flight at all. Whoops. Let's see. Now, obviously, it doesn't take this long to read from your file. So why does it take long when you do it this way? Because they're simulating how long it takes for the real FMS to download this. Pretty awesome. Pretty amazing, right? Yes, Manny. Yes, you can. Yes, you can, buddy. Yes, you can. Okay, cool. So there we go. Payne, Victoria, Annette Island via J502. That's what we want. It's a pretty straightforward flight. Okay, cool. So we activate this and execute. All right. Now, our flight is in there, but we don't yet have a proper departure. Now, remember I said there's not really instrument departures for Renton. There are. Wrong one. This one. There are. But, I'll show you what they look like. So I thought we were taking off to the south. So here's the south departure. It's the Renton 3 departure, right? Okay, I mean, it is a departure, but I mean, it's basically just radar vectors, right? It's like, hey, take off, and then we'll tell you where to go. All right. What about the other departure? The north departure is the same thing. It's the same thing. I mean, that is what we're going to use, right? That is what we're going to use. So, it's more of an obstacle clearance than routing. But that's okay. That is okay. All right, so with the wind holding, I'm going to do this and not this. Wind is from the north. And so that's what we're going to be doing here. Okay, nothing special there. All right, so runway 34. Vehicles on road 2 from departure end of the runway. Okay, those are the obstacles. Nothing really super high. Very, very much on the runway. Okay, so initial climb. Climb heading 350 to 3000. That's it. Then routing. Maintain 3000, and then it's radar vectors, right? Okay, so we'll simulate us stopping at 3000 via ATC. Okay, so for that, we're going to go up here and set 3000 in our altitude. Okay, 3000 set, 3000 seen. Got it? Heading 350 initially, right? And then we're going to go direct to Payne VOR. All right. Expect pilot altitude 5 minutes. Okay, so that's really all we need from here. But let me see if that heading 350 is going to be on the database. Because right now, look, it doesn't even know the runway I'm using, right? That's why it puts that circle in there. So let's go to departure arrival. Departure. First, it's runway 34. And watch what happens when I put runway 34. It already says, ah, okay, I know that runway. Cool. And look, there is a departure, which is heading 350, looks like. So execute. But I want to check, right? Haha, Sim Tom, what's up, buddy? You want to be my friend. I mean, I'll think about it. All right, no, I won't be doing this for everybody. Just for Sim. All right, cool. So now I have a runway and a departure. And if I look at the legs page, 350 heading for vectors. Perfect. It's going to fly what I want. And then I can tell it to go direct to Payne when I'm ready. Good. Good, good, good. What about arrivals, right? Well, we have an hour and a half. We can talk about arrivals in flight. Just posted a pic of a paint I've done for the 737 for a fellow beta team member. Check out. Ah, Steve, awesome, man. I'll check it out later, Steve. But thank you very much, dude. What's that, kill switch? Yeah, I'm using the Thrustmaster Boeing yoke, yeah. Yeah. Well, he should, Moridans. We all should. There's been no aircraft like this for the sim yet, right? This is amazing. TCAS does work. Yep. TCAS does work. Oh, kill switch. That's awesome. No, I'm using the full Thrustmaster, Boeing yoke, and throttle quad. Yeah. Okay, cool. We are set here. Not really. There's one thing missing, right? So we don't have performance initialization done yet, and that leads to takeoff performance. So let's do that. First of all, what's our altitude? Well, it's going to be 340. That's our flight level today. There we go. And my zero fuel weight, I could type it in, but I know what it is, and so does the FMC. So if I just press it, it shows up. I put it in there again, it pastes it, and calculates my gross weight currently. Not takeoff weight, still have to taxi, but gross weight. All right, does that match sim brief? Takeoff weight, or 60.2, and we're using about 200 for taxi. 215, so yeah, spot on. Spot on. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Reserves, I don't have anything saved, so I can put reserves in here. I'm going to put 1,000 kilos of reserve, so just 1.0. Cost index, 5. Whew. That is a low one. And because we can't connect to the internet with this just yet, until an update, we are going to type, we can't download winds, but I can type in the average wind. The average wind is 204 at 58, so we'll put that in. And it will give us a little better prediction. And by the way, before I do that, let me come over here. Let me see here. Okay, so look at this progress screen, right? This is my predicted arrival time in Anchorage. Should I depart right now? 1845 and 3.8. Once I type this wind in, let's see if it changes that 1845 and 3.8. What? Oh yeah, 5 minutes and save 200 kilos. Nice. Nice. Oh yeah, separate FMS. I mean, look, guys, basically, it is the entire 737NG. Nothing is really not simulated. All right, cool. Got that in. Now, N1 limits. What are we going to use for this runway? Well, we don't have an EFB that does takeoff performance yet. That is coming, but it's going to come when the 800 version is out. So what do we do here? Well, there are other calculators out there you can use. We're going to have a full thrust departure today. And by the way, here's that bump to 26K that these engines can go to. But we're going to use 24 for takeoff and for flying. Slightly small runway here at Renton. I don't want to risk it. Correct. Correct, Omri. So, ACARS needs a Sobo update to connect to the internet. Then it will. And yes, I actually haven't tested RTA, but I think I've seen it working. Paposo, and offset works. There's Inverteris. By the way, Inverteris, part of the PMDG team right here, guys. Inverteris, great to see you, sir. He wrote it. Nice. How's it going, buddy? Great to see you, my friend. Great to see you. Flight of Fancy. That's awesome. That's awesome. All right, cool. Finally, I need takeoff numbers, right? So, I think I can get away with flaps 5 takeoff on this runway, so I'm going to do flap here. Puts out or spits out my V speeds. I confirm those. Those get posted on my PFD. And now the CDU is pretty much ready for departure. We're going to keep takeoff ref on the left side. We're going to keep legs on the right side. That is normal setup for departure. VNAV is beautiful. Beautiful. Which I think Inverteris wrote also. Right, Inverteris? Okay, cool. Now, it's time to get her fired up. Okay, so there are a few things that I've skipped as far as cockpit pre-flight procedure. So some of these things I may just catch as we're doing it. We'll see. I'm trying to see if there's anything here. Yeah, one of them. I always forget. Yaw damper needs to come on. There we go. And the light extinguished, yes. Okay, all the other stuff I already checked. Nav, yes. I'm doing a quick flow here. That's arm emergency lights. Okay. Yep, everything seems set. We'll do fasten belts now. Chime it. Oh, probe heat is still on in Verteris, and I used a cold and dark setup. I thought you guys turned that off. This only comes on after engine start, or another option is to have auto probe on, then there is no off. There's only on and auto. Okay, but I can turn on my windows here. So these are my window heats. And they take a little bit, but then they come on in green. You see it up there, right? Perfect. Okay. All right, off, off. These are off. Forward entry is the only door we have open at the moment, which is great. Pressurization. Okay, so we're going to be at 340. There we go. Landing altitude is 0. We're pretty much landing sea level. Yeah, Jersey's pretty small, man. Pretty small. Let me see here. Invert Paris. Control E, no bueno. All right, cool. Cool. Up here, let's see. So we have no air coming into the aircraft at all right now. The cabin is currently at 22 degrees, so perfect temperature outside to make the cabin 22, right? It's colder outside. Cabin gets warmer. By the way, how much warmer? Or why does it get warmer? Let's stop and appreciate the aircraft for a little bit, huh? What do I mean by that? Let me show you. Nice, nice. Actually, Verteris, if you know the page, let me know, buddy. There we go. All right. Got it. Got it. Check this out. Details and quirks. Details and quirks of the 737. During the design and development of PMDG products, we integrate input from numerous experts and users of the aircraft. This, combined with our detailed research and design process, allows us to add behaviors, quirks, and nuances. All right, check this out. You may think that these temperatures readings on the air conditioning gauge are a result of a simple simulation, where you set a target temperature and then simply modify the zone temperatures to eventually achieve this figure over some time. There has been always a lot more to it in all our products, simulating the whole flow path of air, from engine bleed to air compressor to the mixed manifold to trim air ducts, etc., with all valves along the way fully simulated. What is new in the PMDG 737 is the temperature simulation of individual zones based on the detailed heat exchange model that considers thermal loads such as electric loads, so operating screens, right, dome lights, cabin lighting, supplementary heating sources, so we have foot and shoulder heaters, windshield air, number of passengers on board and distribution to zones. Yes, not only it's counting the number of passengers and producing body heat for each of those passengers, but it's mapping them to the different zones of the aircraft and tracking that, right? Solar heat, areas of windows in each zone, time of day, current cloud coverage. They take cloud coverage into the account of cabin temperature simulation. I'm sorry, what? Control E? What? State of doors. Are the doors open? Well, then there's heat escaping. Yeah, they have heat flow for each of the openings of this aircraft. And further. Look at this. Interaction, conductivity of different aircraft compartments, cabin, cargo bays, etc., with exterior and between each other. Cargo compartment in the 737 is not, well, it is heated, but it's not heated very much. So it's a lot cooler down there than it is in the cabin. But the cargo shares a wall, the floor, with the cabin. So there's temperature exchange there too. Actually, Piritak, I will gladly sacrifice some performance for logic. Not everybody does, but I will, right? And I have a feeling a lot of PMDG customers would too. Why? So, why is this important for us, for the sim? Well, because if you are serious about flying this aircraft, you're going to be using the same procedures every single time, right? Same checklist, same procedures, flying it just like the real thing is flown. Then one day you're going to get here, you're going to check your passenger cabin temperature, and it's going to be very different than other days. And you're going to be like, what the hell is happening? Why is it so cold in there? Why is it so hot, right? That will only happen once every, 150 flights. But the time it happens and what it will trigger in your brain as far as being a real pilot, man, there is nothing that compares to stuff like that, right? The unexpectedness of something like that, although realistically simulated, is what makes a great pilot. It's as simple as that. As simple as that. Yeah, Hayden, unbelievable, man. Unbelievable. And guys, just like this, right? Just like this, there's all kinds of stuff, all kinds of quirks, all kinds of details that you would never know are there until you read this document or were lucky enough to just bump into it in an obvious way. How amazing is that? All right, cool. Very cool. Not just cool. Very cool. Okie dokie. So let's see. Crossfeed selector closed. Yes. Fuel pump switches off while I'm running the APU. That one stays on. Electrical panel set. Everything else is set. Lights. Good. This goes off. This goes off. This goes to steady. And this can go off. Excellent. Here we talk. Want to see it? It's excellent. Look at that. Yeah, it's not good. It's excellent. All right. All right. Okay, we've already done our fire tests. Don't need to do that APU. Yeah, lavatory smoking, equipment cooling switches. Okay. I'm going to do emergency lights. Yes. Got it there. Normal. Passenger signs, windshield wipers, window heat. All set. Probe heat stays off for now. All right. No need for that. Trim air. Yeah. Okay. On there. Good. All right. So, recirc is in auto. We're going to leave the packs off for now. They can be in auto too, but that's fine. Isolation valve is going to go open. It is. Okay. Engine bleeds are on, and now I'm going to turn APU bleed on. And notice when I turn APU bleed on, I'm going to get a dual bleed warning up here. That dual bleed warning is there because it is concerned about me damaging the APU by feeding engine bleed air to it. Either by having the left engine bleed on. Why? Because look, they're connected, right? They're connected. So if I close this so you can see the logic and how it works. So right now, the only threat to the APU bleed is the engine bleed on the left. Oh, the engine is not on, but the switch is, and the plane is concerned about it. But if I disable the bleed on the left side, that dual bleed goes away. Now, that doesn't make much sense, right? Because the right bleed is on. So what's the problem? The problem is the isolation valve. The valve that connects the left pneumatic side to the right pneumatic side is closed. There is no pneumatic pressure on the left side except for the APU, right? But there's also no way for any other pressure to come here if that's closed. Now, if I open this, watch that dual bleed again. And open, dual bleed now says, now the right engine can damage the APU even though the left is turned on. And if I turn that off, that goes away. Pretty amazing, amazing logic here. Just like the real aircraft, amazing stuff. Okay. Isolation is going to go to open. There we go. Cool. APU bleed is on, and we now have duct pressure here. It's a bit low. It should be more around 18 to be fair. I'm slightly concerned about that. By the way, this is the type of aircraft where stuff like that you have to notice, right? You won't always have the same pressure in the duct, just like in the real aircraft. You will 95% of the times. Sometimes you won't, and it could be because of a failure, it could be because of different conditions, right? But you got to get used to like stuff like that raising a red flag in your head, right? I actually think what's happening here is just because I split it into both ducts, it's at 9 psi. Watch this. If I close this, no more pressure on the right side, but the left side, I expected it to rise to 18 and it didn't. Okay. APU bleed is on. Oh, did I? Yeah, I have the APU running. APU bleed is on, guys. All right, cool. Cabin pressurization is set. Yeah, that's right. That's right. I haven't connected the APU gen yet. Sorry, Blue. Not right now, buddy. Not right now. We're just going to go straight into flight. Okay. Then it's lighting panel, and then it's ignition and go. All right. Awesome. One thing I haven't done yet. System test, UPWS. Takes a few seconds for it to start. In the meantime, I'm checking other things here.
Pull up. Wind shear. Wind shear. Wind shear. Terrain. Terrain. Pull up.
Okay, did that. We're going to use the HUD.
Airspeed low.
That's a test pattern that's happening on the ND, and it looks good. This is all set. Okay, oxygen. Yeah. I'm looking at both flows for the captain and the first officer. Just making sure everything is kosher, and it looks good. Orange. Ah, 777, I don't know. How long do I have to hold it for?
Glide slope. Pull up.
Let's see.
Wind shear. Wind shear. Wind shear.
Correct.
Terrain.
Envision.
Pull
Correct.
up. Airspeed low. Airspeed low. Sink rate. Pull up. Terrain. Pull up. Don't sink. Don't sink. Too low. Terrain.
Hold on, Sion.
Too low. Gear.
Oh, yeah. That is part of the flow,
flaps.
buddy. I'm skipping a lot of things,
Too
like I
low.
said, right? So
Terrain.
thank you.
Glide slope.
By the way,
Bank angle.
I'm not used to that flow yet, right? In my flow, that RTO goes on
500.
after engine start. Yeah, it's doing the full
Wind shear.
test.
Wind shear.
It's doing the full
Wind
test.
shear. Too low. Terrain. Caution. Terrain.
Oh, terrain works already.
Terrain. Terrain.
Nice.
Pull up.
Nice. Okay. Let me connect to AvatSim. Get our flight plan from there. Really? Oh, it expired. Go figure, right? Go figure. Let me see. What is it? 1726. Put 1730 in there. Hey, there it is. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, Inverteris. Yeah, sounds good, man. Sounds good. Okay, no ATC in the area. Never a problem. All right, there's our flight. Beautiful. Nice little weather early on here before we get there. Love it. Love it. Haha, Pedro. Okay, so now we're going to start the engines, guys. Okay, flight deck door. It is closed. By the way, look at these fuzzy seats. I love the fuzzy seats, man. Love the fuzzy seats. This, by the way, good texture on the arm, right? It's weird because some areas have low quality textures, but then others have really good ones. Look at this. I like this a lot. I like this a lot. There's also a nice little, look at this coffee stain over here. Beautiful. Beautiful. Couple of drops there. All right. So, okay, let's flip down. Flight deck auto. Got it? Okay. CDU display set. We have takeoff ref legs. N1 bugs. There. IS bugs. There. MCP set 3000. But I need a heading here, right? 350. I have that on the FMS. But always want to have it set here. 350 set. We're going to set our IAS to V2. 136 plus 10. 146. Okay? Actually, I think some companies do V2 and some companies do V2 plus 10. I'm doing V2 plus 10. Okay. Exterior doors. So we still have main cabin doors open, right? And you can tell that because we have the stairs there. Oh, look at that weather. Beautiful. Can't wait to fly into it. All right, so we need to get rid of that. So we're going to go here. Menu. FS actions. Ground service. Let's connect the... Before we disconnect ground power. APU gen. Do you see the blinking? Do you see the blinking of the lights? Accurate. Accurate. All right. Wheel chocks removed. And it's now going to get rid of the air stairs and close the entry for us. So air stairs going bye-bye. Eventually. No. What did I do, Inverteris? Not yet, cutes. Always V2 for IAS. Interesting. Inverteris. I can actually send you the airline ops manual that I'm looking at that has V2 plus 10. Never mind, buddy. Never mind. Names have been withheld. Names have been withheld. Okay, so forward door is now closed. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, so Vancouver Center is on. Vancouver Center is on. Looks like they just connected, so it's not showing here yet. That's going to be nice. We're going to talk to them for a little bit, I think. 1337. Whoa. Whoa. Vancouver Center, a very good morning. Alaska 9er radio check. Haha, Winokur, thank you very much, buddy. I appreciate that, man. Vancouver Center, Alaska 9er radio check. Could be, Crimson. Could be. Yes, 777. Oh, no, I haven't actually checked the volume on that sim yet. Let's check today. Could be. Could be not in range. All right, cool. So, 1228, right? We're going to make calls on Unicom. There we go. Okay. Nice. What's that, Max? Isn't the pilot camera too high, or did you change anything yourself? I normally sit higher than most in aircraft. Just a preference I have, Max. So it's quite possible. Let me do this. Let me show you the default, right? So default is going to be... Hold on. Default's right this. Like this. So obviously I can zoom in and out, right? But this is default. I like a little bit higher, or maybe something like this, perhaps, which means I have to come down here to read the very top here. Not great. but I'd much rather sit here for the outside, right? Ah, 777, interesting, okay. Maybe he doesn't have voice, or maybe his voice is not working. Maybe my voice is not working. Who knows? Ah, Mirko. Good question. Good question, buddy. How's it going, by the way? Almost linear. But actually on the positive side of it. Again, this is all preference, guys. This is all preference. All preference. Okay, shall we? Yes, yes. Okay, so. We don't have any center fuel today. It's 0, so those pumps are going to stay off, but we're going to turn on these pumps here. Takes a couple of seconds, then you see the low pressure go away, right? All of this is being completely simulated, the buildup of pressure in the system, etc. So that's why it takes a few seconds for those low pressure lights to go away, because the system doesn't go from 0 pressure to, you know, full pressure immediately. It ramps up. Nice. Yeah, you hear the pumps. Yep. Just in the background, but you hear them. Okay. Okay, so no pushback needed, right? So we're going to go up here and we're going to do boom, boom, both hydraulic pumps coming on. Although, yeah, that's right. Okay. I need trim setting. So let's go back to menu, FMC, takeoff reference is there. I don't have trim shown here because there's no CG, but the CG is there. Just click it, paste it, and now you get trim. 5.4 for takeoff. Let's set that. By the way, no trim sound. That's being worked on. That was a known thing with this build. We have no trim sound and no external engine and APU startup sounds. Oops, it's 5.4, about there. I think that looks good. I think that looks good. Okay. That's it. Let's get her started. All right, so any collision on. That is our little beacon. Oh, you know what? Wing inspection stayed on, didn't it? Didn't it? Yep. There we go. Oh, there goes another max. All right, we're ready for startup. We're going to do this from the inside, just as I said. The engine startup sounds on the outside are not done yet. We'll get that soon. Right? Yeah, thanks, DC. Appreciate that. Okay, so any collision is on. We're going to turn our transponder mode to transponder. I think it already is, yeah. By the way, inverteros, this is another thing. The cold and dark panel load state is loading the transponder in transponder and not in standby. I think that needs changing. That's right. That's right. Parking brake is on, or was. Did I press it? Yeah, it's on. It's on. Okay. Okay, PAKTs are off. So the way we're going to do this, PAKTs are off. Okay. But you can leave the bleed on. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Oh.
Renton traffic, Delta 4242 radio check.
How loud is that? How loud was that? That was really loud, wasn't it? We'll fix that. Okay, let's try this. How's that? Oh yeah, DB Pooper. That's the trademark of this stream, buddy. Okay. Okay. Dula, hey. Good question. Good question. Interestingly, no. No, it's either on or off. Now, this should be on, I think. No, I can listen just based on that. So it's either on or off. But you can listen to 2 radios at once, which is nice. Yeah, that's right. Not only an op, see technical log. No weather radar yet. No weather radar yet. Dim the sky a little bit. I am going to be using the HUD, which also means I'm gonna have to dim the HUD because the HUD starts with insane brightness, and the auto brightness doesn't seem to work well at all. See how insanely bright it is? This is not, it's not even advised to use it in this brightness during the day. So when I used to train HUD at flight safety, let's put it in manual and bring that back. What you want is basically just to be able to see it over whatever lighting is in the back like this, right? It has to be non-intrusive, right? No, it's not fuzzy at all, Captain Game. Well, it actually was fuzzy, just like a CRT display would be fuzzy when you go full brightness. Do you know what I'm talking about? With a little bleed over to the pixels next to it. All right, cool. Whoops, time to get those engines started, right? Okay, we're gonna start engine number 2. Here we go. There's N2 rotation, N1 rotation, oil pressure rise. There it is. At 25%, we're going to introduce fuel. All right, 24, 25, still rotating N1, fuel in. Fuel in, we get fuel flow, there it is. We get light off, there it is. Bump it up. I maxed out, I think. Yeah, kill switch, exactly. Don't worry, we got another engine. We got another engine. Okay, so starter disengaged, by the way, at 54% properly, and that's a stable engine. That's a stable engine, and we're back to off here. Okay, left one. There's N2 rotation, N1 rotation. Oil pressure. Coming up to 25% N2. Fuel in. Monitor fuel flow. Fuel flow. Light off. Whew, nice. Ooh, that bass. Yeah, it's very good. It is very good. Starter disengage. Starter valve closed. Back to off. Guess what, guys? We have 2 engines operating. We can go ahead and kill the APU. And then we're going to go outside to listen. Okay, so after start, right? By the way, it is a 737. Not a lot of things are automatic, so you have to manually connect the generator after engine start. How ancient is that? Well, still works. All right, left side, little blink. Right side. Hey, those blinks are not programmed. They are the result of correct coding. Yeah, 777, exactly. That's exactly right. Wallen, thank you very much, man. Appreciate that. Oh, the subs are going nuts today, guys. Yeah, cool. I know, right? Finish. I'm going to put it on YouTube, buddy. It is saved here, and I'll put it on YouTube. That's awesome. All right, with both generators going, and I need both sides because the bus is open right now. There's no bus tie, right? We can turn off the APU. Okay. Actually, in order, it's going to be probe heat. There we go. Probe heat. Wing NTI is not needed. Engine NTI is not needed. PAKT switches. Listen. Audio up. the airflow sound to the cockpit. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, isolation auto, APU bleed off, APU off. Okay, isolation auto. Okay, APU bleed off, and then the dual bleed goes away, and APU off. There we go. By the way, since I was operating the APU for with a pneumatic load on it, even though I asked for it to turn it off, it's the Allied signal APU, so it's going to run for a full minute before it turns off. That allows the turbine blade in the APU to cool down a little bit smoother than if you just turn the APU off now. It lengthens the lifetime of the APU. Not at all, Lobo. Not at all, man. Watch. Now, keep in mind, this is Renton. Renton is the heaviest scenery I have after London. Right? London Heathrow is the worst, then comes Renton. Yeah. Not bad. Not bad. No, I'm just using rudder pedals. Just using rudder pedals. Okay, so now we're gonna go to continuous. All right, let's go flaps 5. Whoa, what did I do? No, I pressed the wrong flap thing. Let's go flaps 5. Okay, flaps 5 set, flaps are moving. Okay. Flight controls check, transponder to transponder. Transponder to transponder, it is already. All right. Let's do a quick flight controls check. Some 737s will have surface movements here, some don't. This one doesn't. But there's my hydraulic system, so I was supposed to already check that pressure. Okay, good. Blank out the lower screen. Lower screen normally doesn't display anything, especially for departure and arrival. All right, before taxi checklist now. We're ready, guys. We are ready. How about that? How about that? You never thought we would be ready, but we are. Okay, so we're up here at Boeing, right? We got a taxi all the way to here, and we're gonna depart from 3-4, so we got to taxi onto the other side and then come all the way down. You see what I'm talking about? So taxi from here. This taxi's fun, by the way, and very tight, very tight. We're gonna taxi over to this, and then over to Alpha, and follow Alpha all the way down for a 3-4 departure. Okay, 5,000 feet, not a big runway, not a big runway. I don't know, Mr. Saturday. I don't know. The shark. That's hilarious, dude. That is hilarious. Okay, let's finally do this. Okay, clear right. Oh my God, that, okay. Just have to be super careful here with my right turn to get onto the taxiway. We are on 1228, so here we go. Renton traffic. Alaska 9er is a 737-700, currently at the north apron of the Everett factory, or sorry, the Renton Boeing factory. We're going to taxi via Boeing taxiway to Alpha 1, then Alpha holding point runway 34 for a departure out of Renton traffic. Scott, thank you. Ready? There you go, my Buddhas. We're doing it, baby. No, they're at idle. They're at idle. Oops. We are on parking brakes, I believe. Let me see. the compression of the nose gear. Let's go! Let's go! Watch the nose gear again, compressing under thrust. Man, I could sit here all day and play with the sound. How about a little vibration? All right, we're at idle. Let's go full power. By the way, why do they do that? Because the real one does that. Well, I'm not going to go full reverse because actually that may be too much. Well, let's see. Let's see. You're going to break it. Yeah, exactly, Timmy. Oh my God, can you imagine? Hey, can you imagine the people having breakfast right now? These people having breakfast right now, and there I am. Little engine test. All right, we're gonna follow this max out. Oh, Blue Bash, thank you very much, man. Let's go, buddy. Thank you. You'll be the greatest breakfast ever for us. All right, guys, let's do this. Okay, once again, I have to really watch here. That wingtip, oh my God. Whew, all right, here we go. I can just hit the brakes too and the parking brakes come off. We're moving, everybody. We are moving. All right, I have to be very good at this taxiway. This is a taxiway center line, even though it's doubled. Everything here is measured for a 737. And so I have to stay exactly on this center line. Otherwise, oh! Oh my God! Oh, did you see that? Hey, no joke. That is how close they passed to this window. I want that office. I want that office. This is super, super tight, right? Taxiing. But again, for factory people, totally normal. It also does something that no pilot in regular service should ever do, which is you're going to pass over obstacles with your wing. The wing is taller than this, but it's also wider than that span. And so there's a portion of the wing that's going to be over those pallets right there. Look at that. But it is all set for a 737. Oh my God. Yeah, usually they're towed. But I mean, the plane still has to clear everything, right? Okay, watch it. Hold on, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna go, yep, something like this, so we can see a little bit better, right? Oh, I would, 777. That's exactly what I like to do, man. The highest risk stuff. It doesn't look like we're gonna clear it, right? And I can use my flight path vector here to know exactly which way I'm headed. It does clear though, look at that. On both sides. All right, now I'm centered. My God, look at the, oh my God. Ah. Crazy, 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 crazy. It's not getting through those buildings, watch me. Watch me. We are obviously taxiing very slow, right? This is not the place you want to go 25 knots southwest. That right there is the closest shave of this taxi. Let me make sure I'm centered here. There we go. Watch this. Oh my God. Oh my God. Just why? Just why? All right, now we're gonna go over the bridge. Look at that. It's a little bridge over the channel here to get onto the airport. What's that, Red? Why not what? Jesus Christ. What? Just why? Oh, that fence. Oh my God, it's under the wing. It just freaks me out. Oh, little uphill. It's gonna slow down a little bit. I think she's got the momentum. I think she's got the momentum. How awesome is that? Sorry, got a little disoriented here. Gotta get on the taxiway, hold on. All right. It's hard to move the camera and taxi the aircraft at the same time. Yeah, Red. It's the drone camera. Now, notice how the taxiway here is offset to the left because of the size of the 737. That puts the winglet just outside of this yellow line, but it's safe all the way down. All right, let's add some speed now that we got through the hard part. Oh yes, MacBuddhas, will do. Will do, thank you. Wait, MacBuddhas is you are who I think you are, aren't you? I think I just remembered the name, man. I think I just remembered the name. Nope. Wasn't it? I guess it is what it is. Hold on. Getting right on the center there. Oh, no, it's not here. Am I thought it was an external, no? Weird. Ah, it's here, it's here, it's here. Oh, it's empty. It's empty. Oh, what the hell? Where'd the seats go? I know, I know. I know. Look at the wing. Look at the wing shaking when I go over bumps. Hold on, I probably need to know where I am here. Okay, let's get back on the taxiway. Watch. If we go over a bump. Oh, yeah. Let's go, everybody. Let's go. What's going on, buddy? Oh, you know what? Jesus. How about it? How about it, everybody? The PMDG 737 is here! Oh my god. Oh my god. Look at all those 737s there being completed. Couldn't hear it. And let me attach the camera back. There we go. All right, guys, this is it. This is it. Let me check vPilot, see if there's anything up. No, it's still Vancouver Center, so it's going to be all... Oh, man, hold on a second. Oh, I don't like that. Hold on, hold on. I don't know that I can get through here. Yeah, that Airbus is screwing me up. That's all right. We'll survive. We'll survive. Just a wing strike, yeah. All right, guys. This is it. This is it. We're going to take off PAKT's on. So let's get ready. All lights on. Let's go. So we need strobes on. Don't need the logo during the day. And don't need wing. And that's all. Or sorry, that's it for lights. All right.
Rental traffic, Alaskan 666 is taxiing to runway 34 behind the company Alaskan.
Ewald, is that you? Red traffic. Alaska 9999 is holding short runway 34. Gonna line up and depart here. The Bellevue 4 departure, climbing initially to 3,000 and then later to fly level 0. Traffic. Okay. All right, we got speeds there. I'm gonna lower the sky so I can actually see things a bit better here. And of course, we got the beautiful HUD there that's gonna be doing most of the work. So I'm gonna do LNAV and VNAV for the departure. Although, It is a heading departure. We can do it in LNAV, but LNAV didn't arm, and that's normally your departure path has to be within 30 degrees. I thought it was in Verteris for LNAV to arm. I mean, we can definitely take off in heading select, or do I have to do toggle first? Oh no, it's flight director. That's one. Flight director's on, which was part of the flow that I skipped, right? Auto throttle armed. Now arm LNAV. There it is. Arm VNAV. There it is. They're both armed in white. Arming does not show in the HUD. That's the one thing the HUD misses. So for armed modes, you have to come down here. Okay, we got it. Breton traffic. Alaska 999er is departing runway 34 in the field. Departure climbing 3,000 feet. Breton traffic. Okie dokie. Here we go, everybody. This is going to be a full volume takeoff. Oh, nice! 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 Who is that? Who would that be? No, that's an IAG model.
Alaska
AIG.
999, greetings from Slightly Powered, Delta 4242.
Slarty, buddy, how's it going, man? You're looking good in that Delta. Are you headed to Ketchikan, too?
We are following you in the 737-800.
That's amazing, Slarty. Thank you, buddy. I'll see you in Ketchikan. Okay, now I need to do a couple of things. Lighting up. Transponders go TA array. We have lights. PAKTs are staying on. Okay, flaps check. I'm forgetting one thing, but nah, we're gonna do it. All right, chrono started. Here we go. Stabilizing at 50, 40 or 50 actually. And we have the old PMDG toga still available here.
Airspeed alive.
There we go. Toga power set.
80 knots. V1. Rotate. V2. Positive rate of climb.
You're up. Watch that speed. Okay, LNAV has captured. We're going to go autopilot on. Just to pitch up a little bit more to 1500. Gear not retracted. Gear not retracted. What did I forget?
Brandon traffic Delta 4242 is lining up runway 34.
Okay, I'm going to try and cycle it. Okay, let's try and put it up again. Now it's retracted. Okay, that's 1,000 to go. VNAV speed for the capture. Okay, flaps 1 and up, coming up next. Flaps up. Okay, she's limiting herself to 230 now because of the slats out. Leveling at 3. Pain is ahead. There's 250 since we cleared it. Alright, so now let's simulate a direct to Pain. There we go. LNAV, direct to Pain, and we're going to climb to fly level 340. Before we climb, though, I'm going to show you her at low altitude here. From the outside.
Traffic Delta 4242 is departing runway 34. We are departing direct Papa Echo Romeo Lima Lima.
Wait, what? What are you talking about? You mean 45? Say hi to Bill Gates down there. Oh, and look. There's Slarty. Let's go, Slarty! All right, let's climb. Let's climb. We'll go on the outside to hear the engines ramp up, okay?
6 is lining up.
So, 340 sets.
Rental traffic.
CFM, go ahead and break the speed of sound. That's what that growl is, guys. That wah that you hear, yeah? That's the tips of the blade going supersonic. View 7, okay? Look at that wing, man. Look at that wing. Radio call indeed. I was actually waiting to see if Vancouver was going to pick me up. So good. So good. Oh, totally, Lolo. Totally. Totally, man. It's beautiful. Because, well, that's a bit of a... Okay, so see how much brighter the cloud is. No worries. Go up there, dial it up a little more. Now you can see again. There we go. Okay, so Vancouver is still on, but they're not talking to me, so I don't know. Yeah, I should be talking to him pretty soon here. I think he's gonna call me probably on this leg here. We're about to turn, right? At Payne. 5 miles to go, passing 10,000. Okay, so 10,000, lights coming off. We're gonna keep seatbelts on for now. How's the pressurization? Yeah, she's starting to climb now. Okay, very good. Very, very good. Good vibrations. Good vibrations! All right. Yes, yes, yes. All good. Engines are happy. Engines definitely happy. All right, need more brightness. A little bit more. This view, man. Hey, tutte pilot, mucho gusto. ¿De Argentina? ¿De dónde? Yo soy de Brasil y yo no hablo español. Yo hablo un poquito el español. Mucho gusto. Oh, that sound, man. That sound. Nice. Nice. This is awesome. This is awesome. Oh, look at that. Holy, the fine snow line. Microsoft, Asobo. By the way, the wing flex is not just, oh, there's turbulence, turn on the little animation. It is dynamically calculated. Yeah, it's different every time. It's actually reacting to the gusts that hit the wing and the load factor the aircraft is experiencing. Oh yeah, but look, Kyla, I think a lot of people might not care as much, you know? Landing gear off, thank you. I thought I did. No, I didn't. Landing gear has to come back to neutral. And I still haven't been able to map this to hardware in a way that works. Henning, I'm in the dark here, dude. I can move the lever, but the gear doesn't actually retract when it goes to the up position. So, I don't know, I need some help. BBJ, what's going on? Engines are still continuous. Yeah, I'm not worried about procedures too much and checklists today, guys. Let me see. Will it be on Xbox? Yeah, that's the goal, BBJ. That is the goal. Speaking of BBJ, one of the amazing things that we get with the BBJ, as you'll see later, so the next flight we're going to do with the BBJ, you get all 9 auxiliary fuel tanks that are optional in the BBJ. The BBJ you can install anywhere from 3 to 9, I think it's 3 or 4, the 9 auxiliary tanks. They all go in the cargo hold underneath and they extend the range of the aircraft. And very few people have 9, because with 9 tanks, get this, with 9 auxiliary tanks in the BBJ in the cargo compartment, how much cargo space are you left with? 3 cubic meters in a 737. 3 cubic meters. Yes, in a 737. Here we go, Vancouver's on. Yep. All right. Vancouver Center up, very good. Looks like lunchtime. Alaska Niner is passing flight level 233.
Alaska 999, Vancouver Center, good morning. Spoke 0761.
0761 for Alaska 999. All right, before you change it, go to standby. 0761. Let's wait for that identified call.
Vancouver Center, Walker 12, hold short 163.
Okay, passing 18, right? Go to standard.
Wind is 13015, can take off 16. Call me aboard.
And never ever do this. You always want the next waypoint in there. So now I'm reverting back from streamer
Alaska
mode more into
999,
pilot
thanks for that.
mode.
Climb level 340.
Right, maintain flight level 340, Alaska 999. Okay, climbing at 279 until we swap. 340, LNAV, VNAV. Good performance, engines still enjoying life. And we're direct to Victoria, where we're going to hop on Airway Juliet Jet 502, all the way to Annette Island. So this airway here is going to take us all the way to Ketchikan, Alaska.
Vancouver Control, hello, Air Canada 831. We are expecting let's approach.
Yeah, we're on max climb. Yep.
Hotel 120 via Grizzly 7 arrival.
Ah, claro, Leguran. So the Brazuca. So São José dos Campos.
745, plan Nyla, 0 right.
Yeah, Natalia, look, that's the way of the world. That's the way of the world.
Squawk 0745.
Steve, you're talking landing gear, right?
You're right.
You're talking landing gear? Yeah, thanks, guys. Oh, Viper, excellent, man. Excellent. I'm not really flying the aircraft, right? I'm not going through the procedures and focusing on the flight, so I'm going to make tons of mistakes. Don't care. That's not why I'm here today. I'm not here to teach anybody the aircraft. I'm here to actually fly it, right? And have a good time flying it, showing it to you guys. So, yeah. Mistakes galore today. As if I don't make mistakes in other streams, right?
Can I 2-1, thanks. Descend 1000 on Vancouver.
Look at the wingtip, bending a little bit, letting go, bends a little bit, let's go. Oh.
Altimeter 297.
Let's go, Cardiff. Let's go have a look, man. Thank you, 777. Appreciate it, buddy. Appreciate it.
Alaska 666, thanks. Climb level 380. 380.
Thank you, Center Walker 12,
1262, identified climb level 390, when crossing 8000, direct drop around 1. 0617, gas 25, altimeter 2973. Runway 08 right, taxi Lima.
Yes, Colonel Ford, exactly. Exactly.
Lima cross, what do you show the rate right? I'll pick 1102.
Sierra Alpha Hotel Delta,
Oh, just wait.
wind is
Just wait until we
06017,
fly
gas
the
25,
BBJ
clear
later
takeoff
on,
08
and we
right,
go
Romeo.
sit in the back of the BBJ. Oh, yeah. Cargo hold. Let's go look. Let's go look. There you go.
Today, Vancouver Center, Delta 4242, passing flight level 280 for people.
Delta 4242, Vancouver Center, good now, 4072.
I think that's Slarty. Delta 4242.
Please confirm 076 for Delta 4242.
No, Weather Radar isn't working.
0726.
Weather Radar isn't working because
0720
Asobo
Delta
hasn't made that
4242.
information available to developers yet. So you have a big old yellow inox sticker on it. Okay, so we're almost there. There's a level off at 34. Beautiful level off too. Look at that. Ah, oh, Inverteras. Okay, so we're doing 7.2 is the commanded. We're doing 7.3 at the moment. That's normal. When she levels off, she overspeeds a little bit. The rear aircraft does too. This behaves exactly
1300 for 7.
like the rear
Sierra
aircraft.
Alpha Hotel Delta identified, climb flight level 430, proceed direct at 6.
Oh, totally collimated, Denver. Look, totally collimated. And it's beautifully collimated. I used to use the HUDs at work all the time. I'm addicted to HUDs, right? I fly, whenever I have access to a HUD, I fly with the HUD. It doesn't matter what the weather is outside, because HUD, man, so many pilots get this wrong. HUD has nothing to do with the weather, like zero to do with the weather, right? It's about keeping your eyes outside. To look for weather? No, to see the world, right? To see other traffic, to make sure the maneuver is
Delta
working the way you
4242,
expect
thank
it
you.
to.
Are you able cruising level
By the way,
4,
currently,
correction 360
96
today?
knots from the left here.
Delta
Feeling our ground speed a
4242, we
little
are
bit. We're expecting
able
winds from the south, but I think that's further north.
Delta 4242,
And
thank
you
you.
see,
Flight
look,
level
that's where we're
360.
headed. That's the crab right now. We're not headed over here. That is our flight path vector. We're headed right towards that circle. So the plane is flying like this, sideways, crabbing into the wind. So we're basically, where we're headed is now where the
Level
noise
2 wind is
nose is pointing. Not that way.
05014, clear takeoff 0.
We're headed that way, crabbing into the wind. You can see by the clouds below, look. Look at that crab angle. Yeah, Envision, I know. It's on purpose. It's on purpose, right? Today the focus is more on the sound than on me.
Thank you, bye-bye.
Today the focus is on the product, not this idiot over here. Yep, exactly, 777. Quite a few people do, actually. Augie, I believe so. Inverteras, are you still here? Can you speak to that? We have a couple of the PMDG people here, but they're in and out. I can't lower VATSIM anymore, Envision. VATSIM is already the lowest that he will go. Yes, me too, Colonel Ford. Me too. All right, so we're at cruise, right? Everything is working. But this is not a very long flight, so eventually we got to start thinking about how this arrival and then approach and landing into Ketchikan is going to go, right? Well, I love the sounds, man. Love the sounds. Thank you so much for all the follows, guys, all the subs. If you guys enjoy the channel, please consider subscribing. This is my my single source of income. This is my full-time job. This is what I do. And what a privilege it is to be able to do it. What a privilege. But the channel is still getting started, right? So I'm still scraping bottom. But I really appreciate the consideration. Thank you very much, guys. That wing flex, man. I love that wing flex. I could watch that for quite a little bit. Quite a little while. Mandel! Thank you very much, Mandel. Appreciate that, man. Whoa! Andrei, claro, cara. Ponte aérea, mano. Ponte aérea. Flexible. Love your streams. Thanks, man. Appreciate that. Any chance to see the other MCV variant? Of course. Of course. Ask and you shall receive.
Kilometer to the is airborne 2.2.
Ask and you shall receive. I am
Nordic
here
1102 Vancouver
simply for
Center,
you guys today.
identified the fly heading
I don't know what happens in flight when you do that. Hopefully nothing. Hopefully nothing. Ready? Hey-oh! Everything stayed on. Everything stayed on. All right, so Flexible, thank you very much, man. Appreciate that. Ducky, thank you very much. Gold Flight Sim, Piloto F22. Thanks for your content. Really appreciate the way you do it. Thanks, man. Appreciate that. Appreciate you. In Green Blue, giving out a sub to JS Gaming. Thanks, man. Appreciate that. Bill Barry Hawk. What's going on? Thank you very much for that Prime sub, man. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, turbulence is... That's why I haven't taken the fast seatbelts off, right? Because we're still bumping. There are no different FMCs. The only difference here is the MCP, the mode control panel over here. When you buy a 737, actually, I don't know that at the end of the NG life you can still get the Honeywell. Maybe. Basically, it's a choice between Honeywell and Rockwell Collins. This is the Honeywell, and this here, which I prefer and is more modern, is the Rockwell Collins. But the FMC stays the same. Oh, 777, yeah, looks like it's working here. Don't know about the FMS on an external tablet. Don't know. Negative Nancy, thank you very much. Let's go, Negative Nancy. Let's go, everybody. Let's go, man. Let's go. This is amazing, isn't it? This is amazing. Man, I am so psyched. I am so psyched. We have a little bit of time. What do you guys want to know? Because you can spin the knobs at supersonic speed. Yannick. Hey, Iago, saludos de vuelta a tú y a todos en Argentina. Qué bueno, qué bueno. Chupernas, fala, mano. Is it better than the fly-by-wire? By miles and miles and miles. So is the Phoenix. You know, I don't want to take anything away from the fly-by-wire guys. They're doing amazing, amazing work. But if you consider how much there is to simulate in an aircraft, they're in the very early days. Very early days. I know it seems like they've done a lot, and they have, but they have a lot ahead of them if they're going to simulate the whole aircraft, like Phoenix, like the MDG are doing. So, these are way ahead. Way ahead. Bubbo, I have that listed on one of the panels. Just scroll down on the Twitch page here. I have my whole setup in there. Yeah, Red Dawn, why not? Why not? Gotta keep that brain as one, Tom Brady would say, pliability, baby, pliability. Yes. Yes, Iger. We're still in beta. Ah, Gold Flight, listen, you know, everybody's different. Chewy's Chewy, I'm me, right? I tend to not mince my words. I also try not to punch people in the face with my words, right? That rarely accomplishes something. So what happened here is we had a weather update, right? Changed the altimeter setting of the atmosphere, the pressure of the atmosphere quite a bit, which put us in a different altitude or the same setting of standard. So now the plane is just correcting. In real life, this happens too, but it happens super gradual in real life, so you never see it. You never see it. So, yeah, I don't see the point in holding back. I don't see the point, right? Of course, Chesity. Of course, man. Like I said, I'm here for you guys. Look at how much brighter it looks at night, right? And not only that, it is kind of fuzzy. Look, kind of fuzzy, just because it is, actually, I think it's a laser projector nowadays. It used to be CRT, and this one may still be a CRT projector. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Okay, so we have the dome light on. Got to turn that off. There we go. These guys, way too bright. I hate bright screens at night. Like my pet peeve, man. Give me a bright screen at night, and I'll give you a pissed off Fabio. Jesus. Jesus, don't want me for a sunbeam. No, I'm not drunk. Just happy. Just happy. Sunbeams, I'll never get that way. Come on, man. You gotta love Nirvana, right? Don't expect me to cry. Okay. All right. This not burning, searing my eyes, right? So let's bring it down. And we're going to bring it down to Chinatown. Look at that. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's the stuff right there. We're flying a 7-37 in the sim. Can you believe that? Can you just pause and believe that for a second? PMDG, my God, let's go. No, they says, or no, Comandante Reis. Is that right? No, that's the sim doing the crazy weather updates where instead of smoothing the weather update from one region to another, it's like you cross a wall, right? And so you go from like, you know, 2947 to like 2988. And so the altitude goes bloop. And the plane is just chasing the altitude change that the sim is causing. Beleza, beleza. Captain Clouds, they're both amazing, man. Nothing wrong with waiting for one or the other, but I'm flying both right now, and they're both incredible. Incredible. Yeah, Kozaki, exactly, dude. Of course, Jobehe. All right, here we go. Main panel. Beautiful. You can go all the way to really bright, right? Obviously, you don't do this at night, guys. This is for the ground, right? In the air, you can do this, and some pilots do, but it's a terrible idea because it ruins your night light. Your night vision. In your night vision, once you flash something bright in your eyes, do you know how long it takes once that light goes off for your eyes to adapt to the dark again? Do you know how long it takes at altitude? Yeah, the cabin is not at 34,000, but it is at 6,500, which is going to make it worse because your vision is highly, highly sensitive to oxygen in your blood. The less oxygen in your blood, the worse your night vision gets. You can do this in an aircraft. Go up and fly at night in a non-pressurized aircraft. You don't have to go that high. Go to 10,000 feet, right? And carry a little bottle of oxygen with you. And at night, and fly for about a half an hour. Let your eyes adjust to the night light. And then look at the ground, right, from up there. And then put on the oxygen and keep looking at the ground and give it a couple of bumps. It's insane how your eyes just go, and now you can see at night. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. Hey, Alf Mags, what's going on, man? Welcome in, buddy. Welcome in. All right, let's see the other lights. So we have the flood for the MCP, which they call the AFDS.
Vancouver Center, Alaska 190, requesting IFR clear 2 anchorage with information Mike.
Getting a little turbulent up here. Not too bad, though.
Good morning. No flap time for you yet. Can you please try to reset it?
There's the flood for the center.
Give me a second.
Not bad. Not bad. Got circuit breakers back there. We can eliminate them. I thought I had one. Oh, yeah, it is on. It is on. I just got to look this way. Yep. We have a map light over here. Where is it? Somewhere. There. Right there. And I don't remember if I can make this one red or not. Some of them you can make red. I don't think this one I can. I don't know. I don't know. No idea on the time frame. No idea on the time frame for Phoenix. All right, so get this back
Alaska
to
190. Thank you. You're clear to anchorage. Vancouver 1 departure. Runway 08 right. Flight down route. Squawk 0734. Clear to anchorage via the Vancouver 1 departure.
Time is
Let's turn the logo on and go outside.
primitive is the field.
Also the wing.
Buckle 7734.
Alaska 190, almost correct, squawk
This is awesome.
0734 and initially climb
This
7.
is awesome. That looks so good. Doesn't that look so good? Like how it dampens itself. Oh.
7034?
0734, yeah.
Alright, so we have, I know it's really loud. We have the logo light on, and we have the wing inspection light on. Normally we have this on.
0734. Alaska 1.
That's 190, we'll be back correct, push and start, your discretion, over.
I love how bright those lights are.
Okay, 1262 in the United States, that on is offline. You have a terminal online later on. Switch to Unicom 122.8, divided service terminal.
Yeah, we'll keep the logo on.
We're getting comfortable walking 12 to thank you for service on 3.
You too, bye-bye.
Windows stayed off. Okay, very good. Anything else for nights? Look, can't even see it, right? You can see a tiny bit over here. Look, how realistic is that, guys? This is exactly what happens to heads-up display in real life. If you have it set to night, it's basically impossible to see it during the day. Yes, gold. I did that already before. Look, I'm already on that page. Already on that page. Here we go. It works. Ah, traffic, sure. There we go, look. Got traffic right there. 2,700 higher than me. Ahead and to the right. Looks like. Hard to see. Oh, there it is. There it is. Right there. Right there. Right there. Oh, they're wing bending. Yeah, the turbulence is getting pretty bad. I'm right on top of these clouds here. Maybe going higher a little bit would help, but how far are we? Yeah, 160 miles. It's getting too bumpy. Let's try. Let's try 360. Vancouver, Alaska 9999 request.
Alaska 999, go ahead.
Sir, it's getting a little bumpy at 340 over here. We'd like to try flight level 360.
Alaska 999, roger, climb level 360.
Flight level 360. Alaska 999. I could stay in VNAV, right? And do an altitude intervention. Yeah. Wanted to see how the. Oh, you know what? I haven't turned on terrain. I forgot about it. There we go. Now we're too high for terrain to matter, but it's definitely going to help when we get there. Ah, there we go. It is picking up some terrain. And by the way, the inner knobs here have to do with that. So watch. The inner knob here is just the terrain, right? See that? And then the big one, the one on the outside, is the overall screen brightness. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. So we're leveling off at 360, 400 to go. Getting better. Ah, generic. Hold on. Look, right there, buddy. Right there. Cup holder for you. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. So there is a cabin? Yes, for sure. Now it's bumpy, so I gotta keep moving the camera for us. Drone camera doesn't like turbulence. It's like trying to walk in the plane when it's turbulent, you know what I mean? Down the aisle. It's so hard. Yep, not only do we have REM air, watch this. For 500 points, and to get into the bonus round. What is this? And, don't worry, it's coming back down, I think. And, what is this shape on the front? Woo! APU inlet, correct? APU inlet. What is that little shape on the front of the door? Why is that there? Yeah, Wallen. Yeah. No. No. Peter, aerodynamic helper to have it in flight. To help what, specifically? Vortex generator, correct. For what? No, Augie, no info. We're still waiting for the Xbox team to change Xbox to allow for WASM to run them. Ah, but in wing view, it stays stable. Watch. Is that for me?
That's the patient again. If you haven't put up that, would you like to request flight level 450?
Nope. None of that.
But it's Alpha Hotel Delta flight level 450. Roger, 450. Thank you.
V2 plus 10. Whoa. Yeah, but you didn't exactly explain how it does it. You hear the engine winding back. That's because the weather updated and we were a little too high, so it has to lose a little altitude, so it brings it back. Hey, Finish, what's up, man? You'd eventually be able to basically own a 737 less than $100. I'd call them insane. I know, right? I know. L39, correct, but none of you are explaining how that happens. Yes, of course, if we're going to start the APU in flight, we have to open the inlet. Of course, you have to allow air into the APU. But the opening is already there. Why do you need that little plane-looking thing? Slows the flow. No, it does not. Yeah, Julian, you got the closest. And I'm going to take it as an answer, right? I'm going to take it. What it does is it's really bumpy for me to go out and show you with the camera. It's going to be moving around, right? It is in the shape of a little airplane, but that's coincidental. It generates a vortex, okay? Anytime you have a surface ending and going through air, chances are, if there's any sort of difference of pressure in between the two sides, you're going to end up with a vortex. Formula One teams do this all the time on purpose, right? They want to create those vortices and feed them into different areas of the car. That's exactly what we do here. Exactly what we do here. That little guy, when the inlet opens, sticks out into the airstream because it's much lower density at altitude, right? Because we can use this APU up to 41,000 feet, the Allied signal APU. So, it's only for electrics after, I think, 17,000. Can't provide bleed after that, but still works up to 41,000 for electrical power. So it sticks out into the airstream at a precise angle to generate a vortex, and that vortex actually gets bent into the inlet. So it creates a vortex and then feeds that vortex into the inlet to get enough air for APU start. Rams the comp. That's good, man. V2 plus 10. Fabio blowing minds again. Oh, finish. Absolutely, dude. Absolutely right. I think most people that are going to buy this plane finish, they're not going to fully appreciate what this is. What this actually is, right? Well, yeah, but I see. You can't just say it compresses the air, because an air compressor does that. A bike pump does that. You see what I'm saying? Right? The trick there is actually not to compress the air. The compression of the air is a byproduct of the vortex. The trick is to angle the air so that it will go in, because you don't have enough density in the air for enough air to go in, right? I'm new to your streams, but honestly love it. You know a lot about the plane, not just the cold and dark to touchdown, but all the little things, and share the info. Yeah, Tadex, that's why I'm here, man. I'm here to teach as much as possible about as much as possible. That's how this stream goes. And now that we have aircraft worthy of that kind of stream, buddy, woohoo, we are in for a lot of streaming. They do not a pilot. Of course they do. Now, technically, I can't use them right now, right? The windshield is not wet, and I don't have any sort of windshield fluid that I can throw up there. So in real life, if I did what I'm about to do, chances are I'd scratch the windshield. And this is worth tens of thousands of dollars just to change the windshield. So, wouldn't do this in real life. But here, yeah, of course. Intermittent. But nonetheless, love the in-depth discussions about various systems and functions, and helps getting a much higher appreciation for how amazing the PMDGs. Rasmus. Oh, buddy, that is the exact point of me being here, right? Look, I'm not here to tell you how you need to use your product. You buy the product, you use it however you like it, right? And I, no judgment, really.
Vancouver Center.
But if all you do is buy this plane, get in, use a panel state to have everything running, and just fly from A to B, you know how much of the airplane you're missing? You're missing about 80 to 90% of the work that went into the aircraft. Normal operations, everything working from like takeoff to landing. Yeah, that's, you're not even getting close to what's in here. So, you know, does that mean that, then you shouldn't buy the plane? No, dude, it's your money. Do whatever you want, man. But it is the equivalent of buying a Ferrari and never going above 20 miles per hour. It's exactly the same. Hey, Meister Nick, thank you, man. So I love learning and I love teaching. Anything and everything. Obviously, aviation is my passion, right? But man, sometimes, the other day, we were here watching Richard Feynman talk to us about atoms. It was amazing. Blew our minds, right? Yeah, as a matter of fact, let's have a look. Since you guys are talking, what failures do we have here, right? Well, like I said before, guys, hey, can I lower the sound a little bit? Is that all right? Like, can we put it maybe down to here? Greg, my pleasure, dude. Thanks for being here. Yeah. Look, we needed it up to appreciate it, but now, you know. Never stop learning, never stop teaching. Oh, man, the day I stop learning is the day I die. No ifs, ands, or buts. Easy. All right, cool. So, let's have a look, right? PMDG setup. Remember, options is for the entire 737 fleet that you own. It changes every single aircraft. Aircraft specific to the one you're flying right now. Well, that's where we're going, because we are talking failures for this aircraft. All right, so you do have failures in here. Cool. All right, 4 pages of failures. Active, none. Good. You can go through all the systems, or it's separated by system. So you have APU failures, automatic flight. These are sub-pages, sub-menus, so we'll go into it. Electrical, engine, fire protection, flight instruments, fuel, hydraulics, ice protection, miscellaneous, navigation, pneumatic pressurization, and wheels and brakes. So for example, let's pick one, pressurization. What failures are there? Okay, well, programmed or random, and then you can do maintenance on it. All right, so there's pressure, hull integrity, and PAKT O2 masks deployed. Those are the only two you have for pressurization when it comes to program, right? Random, you can do surface-based failures, but they are limited to the same failures as far as I know. Wheels and brakes. All right, brake failure, tire failure, nose tire failure, or balance, sorry. Anti-skid alternate valve, anti-skid normal valve, brake system control unit, brake temperature system, auto brake control system. You can fail all of those. Fail all of those, right? And by the way, if you go to fail, right, you can activate it immediately, like it's just failed, on. All right, or we're at turning. Oh, I forgot the name. YZT was. Yeah, it doesn't give me the name. It doesn't give me the name. Damn it.
Right, call me up.
Clear for takeoff 190 right, hold on.
All right. Goat friend, they can, but they don't want everybody and their mom declaring emergencies every day.
Center,
so
American
they ask you, if you're going to do it, coordinate ahead of time. So you have to plan your failure. But yes, doable. Doable.
0764.
Okay, sorry. Back to failures. So you have a bunch of different systems, and you can do all those failures, right? Or, and I believe that's going to be an option. So for the whole fleet, I think, simulation, service-based failures. Mine are on. Mine are on. Right? So is my oil quantity. So my oil quantity, for example, here goes down as I use the aircraft. Very nice. Very nice. But I have those service-based failures are failures based on the actual mean time between failures for different parts, different systems, different parts. And it's all fed into the sim. So things will break as often as they break in a real 737. Was that for me?
When ready to send 13,000 and expect ILS 08 right approach. American 1228.
Actually, we gotta get our approach briefing done, guys. Stinzy, not in this flight. I'll definitely do some, and you know what? I'm gonna be flying VetSim next again, the next flight after this, and he may be busy enough that we just get holds on that one, because I think we're gonna go over to Europe. Yes, but not visually fearing smoke. There's no mask model in the cabin, but up here, you're gonna get your passenger oxygen on, amber, orange, light, indicating that the masks have deployed automatically. Automatically. Automatic. How you guys hanging in there, man? You guys doing all right? Is it a decent stream? Is it interesting? Am I hitting the things you guys wanted me to hit? Do we need to change headings? What's going on? Talk to me. Nailing it. Thanks, man. This is great. Yes. Totally unplayable. What's up, pilot? How's it going, man? Oh, study level, Dread Metis. I didn't even read the term. I just read your answer and I knew it was study level. So far, so good. Okay, Tajiboa. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. What? No. No.
Did we really occur no 4? Oh, I'm so sorry, buddy. I will sing you a sorry song.
And 500 people just left. Travis Scott has it. Abraço de Madeira. Oh, my name is Mino or Mino. Mino. I'm gonna be flying into Madeira soon, buddy. Soon. Crazen. Nice. I am gold. I am gonna do a ponte aérea, but I'd like to do VetSim, man. I'd like to do VetSim. If there are some controllers online, if you guys know some people, start making the calls. Because after this flight, if there are controllers in São Paulo and Rio, or at least in São Paulo, or sorry, Curitiba Center, then would fly the Ponte Aérea. If not, I think we're gonna head over to Europe and fly some VATSIM over there. Oh, no way, Gold Flight Sim, really? Yes, ramp. Which ones? No, I don't fly on Ivao, or Ivao, Elias. It's too much stuff to keep track, I just stick with VATSIM. Whoa, okay, fun, awesome. Loving the stream is, yes, completely worth it, dude. Completely worth it, dude. I mean, look, this is no track IR, right?
Vancouver Center, could you repeat your info?
Okay, cool. Oh, look, let's look at the duct pressure. Now, okay, yeah, I can do this, right? If there's a camera saved. It's 40 psi, 38. I can do that. Or I'm over here and I just turn on my track IR, right? And I go like this. Look, like I normally, naturally would in the aircraft with my real body, right? So this, it's not just turning, right, Duke? It's also doing this kind of stuff, man. Oh, I just love it. Love it. Why the horizon line on the HUD doesn't match the real horizon? It was the same in the P3D version. So, it's supposed to, but we did get alerted by PMDG that there's an issue basically with Asobo's simulation right now. Whereas if you code the HUD to behave like the real HUD, which this one is, it drifts in the sim over time. So that's what's happening, and I'm surprised to know it happened in P3D. Because the way PMDG was talking about it, this was a new problem, but I can't really vouch for that. That's just how I read it. Who knows? Duke, thank you very much, dude. I appreciate that sub, man. Let's go. Is there gum under the seat? Joey! Joey, how you doing? How's mama? Everybody safe? I hope it's good, man. I hope it's all good. There's no gum under the seat. Just the pilots in this airline, just disgustingly clean. I want to go in there. I can't. All right.
Vancouver, John.
Look at the pins, by the way, right? Very, very, very cool. Very cool. Literally unplayable, Crimson. Literally unplayable. But you know what's not unplayable, Crimson? Jesus. Whoa. Look at this. Perfectly charged. Perfectly charged. PMDG gets it. Meister Nick, this is the 700. This is the NG. That's why you see all these rectangular computer screens. These are LCDs. And yeah, the classic is all old school. Yeah, Joey, everything good then? Do we have a date on that fire extinguisher? No, actually, hold on, I think we do. I think there was a date, and they were clever about it. Check this out. It's 2029. It was inspected in 19. Next inspection, 2029. We're good. We're good. The first time I saw this, I cracked up. I was like, yeah, they get it. They get it. Yeah, they gave us a 10-year expiration. All right, hey. Come on, man. It's not going to be just the two of us. I need you guys. I need more people in here. Nice. 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 Camping chair. Astruso! Thank you very much, Astruso. Great to see you, man. The day after Easter, there's people doing holidays here. It is insanely good. Insanely good. Just a phone and there's a data port. Sorry, we'll show it again. Can a car seat fit in the jump seat? Joey, I like where your head's at, buddy. I like where your head's at. Nice. All right, so there's regular storage under here. People put the, different things back here, different airlines. You have a coat hanger here. This is the PBE. I think it's a PBE, right? Yeah. Yep. Portable breathing equipment. There's another door here. Again, different airlines store different things. There's some personal belongings too. But I mean, it's, full featured, as you would expect. It's weird to me because look, for example, let me show you guys this. Look at the resolution of the A10, right? To me, that's awesome. Look at the resolution of this game. Great. Yes, could be higher, but I don't need it. I'll take it. I have to get real close to get aliasing, right? That looks good. Then I look at this here and I go, what the hell, man? Why is this like half the resolution of this? Weird, right? They don't go together. Then I look over here. Hold on. Where'd it go? No. Look at the wire detail, right? Not every airline will have this wired shut, by the way. Some airlines allow this, some have it shut. Just so you know. But I'm not finding. There was something that was pretty low res up here. Maybe they fixed it. Maybe they increased. They definitely increased resolution through the beta as people were giving feedback. That's amazing. I think it was one of these. Yeah, like this. All right, so how is this resolution in here, right? Look, I know the entire cockpit is not going to share the same exact resolution. But man, let me read the label. If you're going to have text there, let me read the label. Come on, PMDG. Come on, man. Data loader. Not functioning because we don't do it through there, right? Our data loading is done outside the sim. And working oxygen mask. Yeah.
Arctic 1102, winds in masses actually of con. What running we were for landing?
Order for the RNF Yankee.
All right, we're getting close to our top of descent. Let's brief this approach before we get behind the aircraft here.
Arctic 11,
okay.
Roger, Pacific and tip for the RNF Yankee running 13.
Wokie dokies. Okay, so this is pretty straightforward, guys. As I said, there's no arrival. There's no arrival into Ketchikan. We're going to go straight into the approach here. What? Yeah, that's what I thought. What the hell? Navigraph has been doing this, man. I'm not really sure why, but it's been doing this lately. All right, did that work? Yay, worked. Okay. All right, cool. So, no, weather radar doesn't work because the sim doesn't provide information to the developers that they need to paint. So that's terrain. I'm showing terrain right now. In the back there, the green stuff, right? That's the coastline down there. Okay, so let's get a, actually, hold on. Let's get a quick weather update. We haven't done that in a bit, right? To catch you can. Also, might as well. Might as well what? Might as well put our position on Sky Vector too. Makes it easier, right? Okay, so we're basically flying to this VOR and then to the airport. Airport wind 320 at 10. Oh boy, it's swapped. Or was it? No, I think it was coming that way already. So we're not going to do the ILS that we were thinking about. All right. Let's see what kind of approaches we have there. So runway 29er is an RNAV GPS, and it starts off of N, which is perfect, because that's our last waypoint on our flight today. So, great. Let's just go from here to there and shoot it into... Okay, cool. So, let's brief this approach. This is the RNAV GPS runway 29 to Ketchikan, Alaska. It is chart 12-3, issued 7 September 2018, effective 13 September 2018. 3.5 years old. And it's for categories Alpha, Bravo, and Charlie. Can we shoot that? Can we shoot that? Oh, is Rob here? Oh, did I miss it? Where? Oh, there he is. Somebody gave him a sub. That's awesome. Hey, Rob, how's it going, dude? How's it going, buddy? Welcome in. You ignored me. Yeah, I mean, that's what I do on a pretty daily basis, if we're honest, Rob. Hey, buddy, welcome in. That's right, Mollix. We're category Charlie, so yes, we can shoot this approach. All right, let's keep going here. Skip all this stuff and let's go straight into altitude. Setting is in inches. Transition level is flight level 180. Transition altitude 18,000. USA continues that tradition. This is an RNP approach. Okay, is that a big deal? It can be. VGSI and RNAV glide path, not coincidence. So our vertical glide slope indicator is set to 3 degrees, but it has a threshold crossing height. So it crosses over the threshold, right, if you were on that glide.
Down to 10,000
okay.
Immersion.
Of 49 feet. Nice. 2 pilot controlled lighting, 123.6. Rob, I'll talk a little more with you, man, but I gotta get this approach briefing out of the way. You know how that goes, otherwise we're gonna fall behind the aircraft here. Okie dokies. So, procedure not authorized for arrivals at N, VOR, on Victor 317 and Tango 266, southeast bound. We're not. We're on Jet 502, northwest bound, so we're good. All right. Block the VOR out on the 028, 9.1 miles, 4,500 feet is our minimum altitude for that segment. Hit ZICMU, and we're going to turn left. We're not going to do this holding in lieu of procedure turn here. We would do that arriving at ZICMU as the initial approach fix, but, arriving at the fix from initial approach fix outside of here. If we're arriving, for example, from the northwest, but we're not. We can totally make the 90-degree turn, so we can do that. All right. ZICMU, Yadur, and then it's our missed approach point. 4,500 all the way to ZICMU. Once we hit ZICMU, we're going to drop to 35 to Yadur. Yadur will intercept a glide path, not a glide slope, a glide path, right? RNAV approach, RNP approach, of 3.55 degrees. That's why this doesn't match the VGSI, right? It's a bit steeper than the VGSI, 3.5 degrees. Still pretty mild for us, though, so that's good. All right, if we do that at 160 knots, it's 1,000 feet per minute, 140, 900 feet per minute, so somewhere between 9 and 1,000 is what we're going to be looking for, more than likely. There's a PAPI, precision approach path indicator on the left side of the runway, medium intensity approach lighting system for the runway, and then missed approach is straight to 5,000, then direct to Cloyd. Okay. Missed approach, climb to 5,000 direct Cloyd, and on track 296 to Doozy and hold. Okay, so there's Doozy. This is going to be a teardrop entry on the hold, and we're going to hold at 5,000. Missed approach requires a minimum climb data of 425 per mile, which is easy. If unable to comply, use our nav GPS Bravo. Got it. Yeah, it's a Doozy, all right. Okay, straight in landing, runway 29 or LPV approach, and this is 722 feet. Okay, that's our minimum. It's a DA, so it's not a DH, right? So let's set that up. 722. Okay, so my minimums here are set to barrel already. Reset, my barrel goes to 200. We're going to go to 722. Rob, welcome in, buddy. I don't know how long you've been there, but we did the usual, right? Spent about 2.5 hours on the ground, and then left. And we're on our way to Ketchikan. 722, Jesus. I thought it was 772. 722 set on the barrel. All right, top of descent is 40 miles ahead, 50 miles ahead maybe. We can see it over here in our descent page. 60 miles, little more than I thought. 60 miles ahead, and at 19:15, so in another 8 minutes. Yeah. Some sort of flight sim Jesus. That's how we call him on our, you know, internal comms between the betas and Rob. He is FSJ, flight sim Jesus. But I didn't know that you guys had heard that. Ah, Rob's gonna kill me. No, we haven't picked the approach. No, this is the new approach. We haven't picked it in the FMS yet. VNAV descent? Yes, indeed. I'm actually going to go back to the Collins. I prefer the Collins MCP. So menu, PMDG, aircraft, equipment, Honeywell to Collins. Boom. There we go. Nice. Nice. Let's go somewhere else. I want to go to auto cruise and make sure that pause at top of descent is not turned on. Auto cruise, pause at top of descent. No. Perfect. That's what we want. Very, very good. All right, now why don't we put in this approach and landing, right? So this is the RNAV runway 29. There is an RNAV Bravo. That's not what we're doing though. RNAV 29er with an AND transition, an at island. Execute that. Let's go to plan and check it out. All right, so there's Ann, direct to Zikmu. It does have the hold at Zikmu, although I can delete that because it looks like it's going to want to use it for a hold in lieu of a procedure turn. I don't need that. I don't need that, so I'm going to delete that. Actually, I think I can delete here or from the hold page. No, I think it's only on the legs page. Okay. Then, oh, hold on.
3000, 1228.
Yeah, put that Zikmu there. Then Yadur. Yeah, that's it. Boom. Got it. All right. So that's in there. We have our missed approach in there, which I believe goes all the way, yep, all the way to the hold. Perfect. So that is all loaded correctly and looking good. This may have changed my top of descent a little bit. Let's update and see. No. Well, maybe. Let me see. 50 miles ahead. Ah, yeah, 2 minutes later. 2 minutes later now. Okay, there's terrain. How it handles holds. But I guess there will be plenty of opportunities for that in the next days. Correct, Simon. Correct. But take a guess. I'll let you take a guess. Oh, Rob. They're talking, no, they dropped, right? But Red found out that there's no 3D model oxygen mask dropping in the back for each of the seats. And we determined that without that, this product isn't flyable. Sorry. iDoc Joe is here. iDoc, please tell me you're not doing a surgery while you watch the stream. I know it's an exciting day, sir, and I know you're a very good surgeon, but come on, man. Let's separate the things, yes? Can't flush toilets. I mean, look, we're missing a lot of important stuff, man. Yes, he can hear me today. He can hear me. Aye, Doc. Rob, we also can see how long you guys have been in the game. Because let me tell you, the best move you guys ever did on this aircraft is put an expiration of 2029 on the fire extinguisher, because you know every person is gonna go check this and be like, hey, it's expired. Oh, this one is valid. Oh, okay. Well done, sir. Well done. Future proofing in action. At TOD, please turn the sound up. There's a special bass sound that you all need to hear. Okay, remind me. Can we do the missed approach? But of course, EU. But of course, my horse. Yeah, correct. After this flight, guys, we're gonna go back to the menu because I want to show you all of the liveries in the sim, right? I basically have them all installed. I want to show it to you in the sim. You can see them in Ops Center, but it's not the same. That's correct, Chadwick. That is correct. Yeah, I don't have it on yet, guys. So, it doesn't matter if I arm VNAV or not, if I don't lower my altitude, right? If you arm VNAV or not, great. VNAV is not allowed to leave a flight level until you tell it it's okay by lowering your altitude on the ACEL, right? That's how the logic works here. So the reason I haven't pressed VNAV is because I have not set my new altitude here. Now, normally I would be in VNAV for the whole flight. I decided to use flight level change. Frankly, I had never used it in the beta. I've only been using VNAV and altitude intervention. But I wanted to see flight level change. So did it. It stays in flight level change, or it stays in altitude capture, actually, altitude hold, right? So my personal flow for that, and I'm not giving you guys an excuse, I'm just kind of explaining how I fly, right? My flow for that is when I come over here and set a lower altitude right before the top of descent, or when I get cleared, right? Then I immediately, always, no matter what's happened before, I always check the VNAV is on. See what I mean? And if it's not, then you enable it. And if you do it before the top of descent, beautiful, everything works. Does that make sense? What's that, Chadwick? Man, there's a lot of stuff to know about this aircraft, guys. Like, for example, did you guys know this bank angle limiter only works in 2 lateral modes? Does anybody know what they are? Without looking it up, without Googling, what are the 2 modes, the only 2 lateral modes that use bank angle limitation? Nope, LNAV does not use it. LNAV has its own bank angle limitation based on altitude that comes from the FMC. So heading is 1. Actually, sorry, there are 3 modes. Yes, Mephiston, one more. Oh, you actually had it there. Localizer, yes. Correct. Heading mode, VOR, and localizer. Right? Heading mode, VOR, localizer. Now, VOR and localizer are one button here, but they're 2 different things in real life when you fly them, right? So, if you're using VOR lock for either VOR or localizer, whatever, right? Or heading select, then this becomes active. Otherwise, nah. All right, how are we doing? Oh, almost at the top of descent. All right, getting close enough. Now I'm going to change my range, get it a little more appropriate for the arrival, right? Start to see things a little bit better. We're now about Vancouver 2 minutes away, so I'm going to lower this. Now, I think I'm still in Vancouver, which is amazing, but what do I want to go down to? 4,500, that first altitude we have, right? 4,500. Once I move it away, altitude hold becomes, oh, okay, yeah. I'm going to hold it.
Okay, clear flight plan.
Now, let me ask Vancouver that I can descend before I turn VNAV on, because once VNAV is on with a lower altitude, once it gets to top of descent, it will automatically descend. And I haven't been cleared yet. Yes.
Is 2982,
yes.
And Pushback is correct. Push and start your discretion. Call for taxi.
Yes. Master on the left because that came on first. Guys, everything works. Everything works. Okay, will do. Vancouver, Alaska 9999er. We're getting close to our top of descent, sir.
Alaska 999, descent flight level 240.
And we're clear to flight level 240, Alaska 999er.
Alaska 666, when ready, descent flight level 250.
Oh, sounds like him and I are related. I think he's limiting that guy to 2.5 because I'm going to be at 2.4. Oh, it's Slarty. No, it wasn't. Slarty was a Delta. Slarty was a Delta. What are we? Yeah, we're seconds away. Well, 1 minute away, actually. It doesn't matter. You can do an altitude intervention right now and still start down, right? Or you can stay up, ask center that you want to follow the exact VNAV path. Don't have to do that. So let's just go out on intervention. Oh, VNAV. There we go.
Alaska 190, I can offer you 3...
yeah, the altitude intervention still took. Okay. All right. Sound.
I can take 380.
Alaska 190, climb level 380.
Climb level 380.
the canal, I think, that's going up to Ketchikan. Maybe.
Delta 4242, request further descent.
Delta 4242 for further descent, leave my
Base enter the chat.
From 122 decimal 8 anchors are on back. Bye-bye.
The base is amazing
Over
because it's there in the real thing too.
Thanks for the service.
Right. So, by the way, I don't know if you noticed, 360 was actually pretty good turbulence-wise. So we did well climbing to 360, but now back to 34 and it gets bumpy again. So we were just skimming it, right? Oh! Get ready! Volume up!
Yes, 416. What runway do you plan into Huntington? We have the closest altimeter 282.
I'm looking for the RNF Philly 416.
Yes, of course, Rob, of course.
416, Roger, Pacific M down.
I did. So by the way, Rob, the flight here was flight planned at 340. We got there, bumpy, man. So I tried 360. Beautiful, beautiful. Now we got to get through it again, all right? All right, here we go once again. It's there. Speed brake. Name checks. Name checks, buddy. Name of the checks. Okay, cool. How are we doing over here? So we're going to get to 240 at the banana, right? And we're currently, look, 900, just under feet above our ideal glide path. The glide path that VNAV originally calculated from top of descent all the way through this approach, right? Now, if you can tell that I'm kind of hovering at about 900 above it, right? That's because my VNAV right now is in speed mode, so it's chasing 245, and at idle, flight idle, this is all we can do. So if I open the speed brakes, it has to pitch down to maintain that speed. It increases my vertical speed, and then I start to capture my VNAV again. So you can also use this to modulate your descent path to get back to a path that you wanted to be at. Look, she keeps sinking the vertical speed to get to that speed. Maybe a little more brakes. And look, the more brakes we put out, the quicker we get back to that altitude. Got the snot smacked out of me at flight level 340 Friday, flying back from Boston. When they finally gave us the flight 360, it was like a different world. Exactly the same today, Rob. Exactly the same today. Now, Rob's talking about real world flying, but we know the sim does a really good job, right? By the way, end of scale here is 400 feet. So when we get to 400 feet, look, this diamond's going to start to look. There it is. This full deflection is 400 feet. Now I can start to retract my speed brakes because I don't want the plane adding power. 200 feet, speed brakes back. Maybe speed brakes fully out. Now let's see if she stays on. Now we're only about 50 feet off. Beautiful stuff. Sorry, I had to step away for a while. Did you get a chance to test out the weather? Is it fully functional? No, Captain Arash. Asobo doesn't provide that information to developers, so you can't make an accurate weather radar nowadays. Can't do it. You have to wait for Asobo to expose that information to developers. Hello, Holly Crazy. How you doing, man? Great to see you, dude. Where do you see if you're above, below profile? So Meist, or sorry, was it Meister? Yeah, Meister, right here. Right here. The required navigational precision that we need vertically right now is 400. We're getting 137. Excellent. Excellent. And this diamond is the deviation from the middle, from zero. So we're
Alaska
currently
999, Vancouver Center.
Vancouver Center, Alaska 999, right.
Yeah, Alaska 999, leaving my space, anchored short line, switch to Unicom 122.8. Have a good landing, bye-bye.
And we're switching over to Unicom 122.8. Thank you very much for your service, and we hope to see you again. Alaska 999. All right, let's go to Unicom before we forget, and we'll make our first throw into Ketchikan. You also get the display here, Meister. So this display and this display are basically twins, except this one here shows you the actual navigational precision in a brackets. Right, so this is where we are for sure, anywhere in there, but we think we're in the middle. This one here just shows you where he thinks it is. Doesn't give you the tolerance range that the other one does. Auto brake and VREF. Yeah, Gigo, thanks, man. I'm not following the checklist anymore, right? And as I told you guys, we're not concerned at all about procedures today. Sorry, Rob. We're here just to look at the aircraft. I'm going to start teaching the hell out of this aircraft very soon. But, come on, man, first string, right? So today, we're here to just see the aircraft. Obviously, I really appreciate chat helping me with stuff like this, but just don't expect me to be a good pilot today. Or any day, really, for that matter. All right, leveling off at 24. We're no longer talking to Vancouver, so we can keep going down, right? So, let's go back to 4,500 here. Okay, altitude intervention. Boom, down we go, baby. All right, there we go. Now, because of the level off, I stayed high, so I think I'm gonna need speed brakes again. So let's go. Maybe a little less, okay? All right, so let's do auto brakes. It's not the longest runway, but it's not super short. Let's go auto brakes 2. Okay, so we're gonna go flaps 40. Okay, 129 is our approach speed. Very good, very good. That's already on the HUD. HUD's getting a little too bright. Don't like it. A little better. Oh, this here speed, not across at all. Not across at all. This is how old school CDIs looked inside an HSI. That's all. That's how the pointer used to look. Scob, I am not yet in landing procedure study. I'm studying the aircraft through the phases of flight. I haven't got there yet, so I normally have my own personal margin that I add. Obviously, you should be bugging that stuff, but until I get to know the aircraft well, I just do it mentally. So actually, I add 10, especially in a bumpy day like today. It's kind of windy, coming down that channel. It's aligned with the runway, but I think it's going to be pretty bumpy. So I'm going to add about 10 knots. All right, how are we doing on the slope, right? We're on it. Speed brakes in. And it looks like if I continue down this way, 4,500 is going to be reached much after Ann, but she'll fix that. She'll bring that back. VNav is smart. Doesn't work every single time, but it is very smart. Very smart. +5 in the 787, yep. What's that fake? Of course, man. Yeah, guys, I'll do everything you want me to do. It's just a matter of me seeing it on chat. Chat's busy today, so it's scrolling by really fast. But I'm here for you guys. Whatever you guys want to see, whatever you guys want to do. So fake, let's see. We'll get stuff later. They sent it as many times until delivered, so I'm going to wait. Fake. Yeah, okay. The whole early access thing. Yeah. So, yeah, fake. At the end of the day, I think the only thing I have to say about that is that it's choice, right? It's a choice. Nowadays, the vast majority of, especially game developers, have gone to early access models because financially, it allows them to be much more stable, right? Spreads out the financial income too in like the first year of the game, so it makes a lot of sense. But I appreciate that some people just don't want to do that, and that's fine. So you do what you said, and, you know, I don't think you're being an asshole at all if you just say, I'm gonna wait and see it all released first. Okay, man, great, right? Nothing wrong with that. Dax, what's going on? Thank you very much. Did appreciate that sub. V1. Or I mixed Portuguese and English. That V, and then I was gonna say in Portuguese. V1, aproveite, mano. No, Alec. Not that I know of. It's either this winglet or, you know, this winglet is already old school, right? This winglet is not really, no pun intended, but leading edge, right? What do I mean? Well, nowadays we do this, but then we do a second one down. The Max comes out of the factory like that, and there are retrofits for NG and BBJs, and I don't know if the BSDF has it. That will add, it's called the Scimitar winglet. You will see that we have the Scimitar winglet in some models here, because it depends on the airline. Oh, Stefan is here. Where? Where? Fala, Stefan. Beleza, mano? Oh, Easy Wasp. It's better than the FPW. Performance-wise, I think it's about the same. I don't know. I haven't flown the FPW in a long time, to be fair. I flew it on stream like a month and a half ago, maybe. That's a long time if you fly different aircraft all the time. So I can't recall. Bottom line is the performance is awesome in this aircraft. All right, we're getting close. Alaska, Ketchikan, here we come. Super Ninja, they are a little bit different. You're right, they are a little bit different. No, fun. Rob, this is one of the things that we've been talking about, right? The fact that we cannot go to the cabin from the cockpit. And I think, I don't know. No, I don't know. I can't say that I know why they're limiting that. But we can go through the drone camera. The only thing that sucks, and this is why people don't like to use the drone camera, Rob, is the drone camera has a shake in it that we can't turn off. Thanks, Asobo. Great idea. Love the shake, but I mean, no ability to turn it off. What the hell? Like somebody wasn't thinking that, right? So, this is a pain. That's why people use the cockpit camera to go into the cabin. But, I don't know. Fala, Stefan! Denology, no, I don't think it's like that. We can unlock it, but I don't think it's going to let us through. Let's see. Worth trying. It did go back to arm, though, or auto. All right, let's monitor this descent here. All right, we're already way below 18. We need a local altimeter here. Local altimeter Ketchikan, well, close enough, 29055. Let's put that in here. Love the Boeing. Airbus could learn from Boeing on this one. Look, before you leave your altimeter, oh, I can actually set what I want my altimeter to be, and then just flip it. Brilliant. Okay, terrible manners here, keeping the zoom that far out. All right, 200 feet high, not bad at all. Let's get some lights going. We're gonna turn them all on. A lot of airlines aren't doing this anymore. I don't know if you guys know this or not, but I left it in continuous the whole time too, which is fine. A lot of airlines are only doing lights close in now when they're ready to turn final to save money. Idiots. Freaking accountants, man. Nacho, busy approach time. Let's do that when we get on the ground, dude. All right? It is not pace. The FAA has never made it mandatory. It is, according to the FAA, highly recommended. Really? Oh, Joe, nothing against accountants. But when you put accountants running a company, an engineering company like Boeing, they do what they do best. They focus on the money. And when you do that, you sink the company, like they're sinking Boeing today. There is zero question that what happened to the MAX was because of money, because they went too tight, right? All right, so when you put accountants in charge of an engineering company, this happens. Boeing used to be an amazing engineering company. Today, it's no longer a trusted engineering company. Very few people trust Boeing today, and it is because of that. So, nothing against accountants at all. We need you. Just not as the CEO, not as the director of operations. Right? Obviously, you used to be an instructor. Yes, sir. Can you tell how it was? I'm about to apply for an instructor job myself. So, Mr. Dillon, I actually never did a lot of flight instructing in small aircraft. Most of my instructing time came after I left flying and went to work for Flight Safety, which is a training company that uses sims to train people. So, oh, Ibanez player, thank you very much, dude. How's it going? Thanks, man. Appreciate that, Ibanez player. Let's go, buddy. Let's go. I loved it. I loved it. But I'm the kind of guy that doesn't really miss the real flying. I can fly in a sim at Flight Safety. I can fly in a sim, a good sim, at home. And 90% of my itch is scratched, right? So I can definitely be an instructor for the rest of my life and never think about it twice. I saw a lot of people that left flying to go to Flight Safety that lasted for a year or two and then went back to flying. They couldn't do it. They couldn't do it, right? Ketchikan traffic. Alaska 9er is a 737-700. We're currently on the RNAV runway 34. Stand by. Hold on, my mouse was actually changing my view here, which screwed me up royally. There we go. There we go. All right, so I forget what runway that is. 29er? Yeah. Yeah, let's try that again. Ketchikan traffic. Alaska 9er is a 737-700. We're currently on the RNAV runway 29er with the Annette Island transition. Just passed over Annette Island, headed to Zikmu, descending to 4,500, passing 6,000. Ketchikan. All right, so the airport is over there somewhere. I think it's there. Yep, it's there. I even see approach lights. A lot of terrain around here. Careful with that. We're seeing that here, right? Okay, slightly low on the VNAV, but doing okay. There's a decel point here. I'm gonna let it decel by itself because I think it's fine, but I'm not sure. What do I do for that? Do I just go? Yeah, that's what I thought. Take away the speed intervention and you should do it. All right, so we're gonna level off at 45 to Zikmu, or Zikmu, but then we go down. We go down to 35 to Yadur, so DNAV is going to be able to do that, so I got to lower, and I'm going to go all the way down to 700 here. I got to lower my ACL, otherwise VNAV won't be allowed to go down. Now it is allowed to go down beyond 4,500, right? And the aircraft's going to start decelerating now. Very good. Very good. All right, so we have 250 knots max speed for flaps up to 5, which means right now, as she's starting to slow, we can start to deploy those flaps. And we're going to, because we want to slow down and make sure she's going to be slow enough for this arrival, right?
Yeah, pretty simple. That is X3 Alpha here for run up.
What was that run up? Okay. She's still pretty decent on the glide. Yadur is at 3,500. She's slowing a lot, which is good. There's the runway. I see the approach lights. Very close to terrain here, so nice that we're taking a little... Okay, intercepting again. Okay, I'm gonna arm my speed brakes. And again, I'm not following proper procedure right now, guys, so things are gonna be out of order, etc. Don't worry about it. Ketchikan traffic, Alaska 9er. We're on the RNAV, runway 29. Currently directly Yadur, passing 3,800 for 1,500. Ketchikan. Jesus, the number of people watching, man. That's just insane. That is just insane. Yeah, Voyager, it does the same stuff. It does the same stuff. It's amazing, actually. All right, flaps 5. Let's go gear down. We're getting close to about 2,500. It's a little early to configure, but I just want to get it out of the way. Flaps 10 coming in. 15. Now I'm going to go speed intervention. We've got 129. I'm going to go 139. Keep dropping those flaps. All right, so right now, wind coming from the right and slightly behind. Interesting. We'll see if that changes. But we could be landing with a tailwind here.
In traffic, Cessna 8 Yankee Alpha taking off from wind 29, DFO departure.
Okay, flaps 30.
Ketchikan.
Oh, taking off from Ketchikan. Ketchikan traffic. Alaska 909ers on final runway 29. Currently 7. And full flaps. And look at the weather. Beautiful weather up here, right? Beautiful weather. Actually, no. This is nice, but I'm going to keep this one. Okay, spoilers armed. Flaps are full. Gears down. 3 grain. Auto brake set to 2. I think we're ready for landing. Wind is dying down, but still crosswind from the right. You see the crab, right? This is the center, the nose of the aircraft. But we're headed there. Wherever this circle with the wings is, that's where I'm going to hit the ground. All right, so let's take autopilot off. And now I'm hand flying, but just following that flight director. So, do you see the little circle inside the bigger circle? The little circle inside is my flight director. That is actually where I'm trying to put my aircraft symbol, which is the bigger circle with the wings. That's where I'm trying to put it, right? Now, I could get rid of that. Could totally get rid of that. And just use my flight path.
Traffic.
Look at that. Put that on the runway. Ah, buddy, that's where you're gonna hit. As simple as that. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Did we just get a raid? What? Hold on, I can't even see who that is. All right, I'm gonna align myself.
Minimums.
We're pretty off the center line, right? We're landing, by the way, with those minimums. Okay.
Okay,
got a little bit high, so correcting. Still getting onto the center line. Still high, coming back. 1 red on the PAPI. Leveling out here for the 3. There we go. Landing long. Didn't get the calls, actually. Interesting. Whoa. Oh, baby. All right, we're down. Reversers. Whoa!
The rear's pink ring.
May have landed a little too smoothly.
Positive rate of climb.
Oh, yes. Positive rate of climb. Oh, oh, oh! Oh, I thought she was gonna land.
Positive rate of climb.
Hold on. Oh.
Positive rate of climb.
Oh my god. All right. All right. Yes. Yes. Relax.
Positive rate of climb. Positive rate of climb.
Actually, thanks, Nordic. The landing wasn't half bad, man. The landing wasn't half bad. It's a little long, though, right? Flare too long. Flare too long. Breaking the new stuff on first stream. It's what I do. It's what I do, everybody.
Positive rate of climb.
I don't think it will settle down. Hold on, let me try and settle it down. What? Let's see if this works. Oh man, she does not like touching down.
Positive rate of climb.
Ah, it's a bug, Lolilo. It is a bug. So I don't think, so of course, what I wanted to do here. Yeah, it's just a bug. All right. So I'll load up again into Ketchikan because I want to show you guys the airport. It's a beautiful airport.
Nice landing.
No, BD. No. No, I think it's a bug in the aircraft. It's a bug in the aircraft. Yeah. We've seen the bug before. And it can be fixed. So it just needs fixing. Let me put ourselves in Ketchikan to again show you what a cool place this is. We'll go straight to the gate. Oh, might as well. Might as well, easy. Might as well. Not Chat Fork. I'm not going to fly out of Ketchikan. We're going to go somewhere else now for the second flight. Right? So, don't need it. Release date on the Extinguisher. Far Isle. That's awesome, dude. That is awesome. That is awesome. You get more than that, Crimson. You get more than that, baby. Pouso macio. Actually, it was, man. It was. Unfortunately, maybe it was too soft. Oh. I almost spit my water. What happens when you don't pay your landing fee? Yeah, basically, Crimson. Dude, I'm here to, like, stream forever. And it's a good week for it, too. It's a good week for it, too. So I'm going to stream every day of this week, including Saturday and Sunday, for as many hours as I can. Every day. Ryanair. Is that what you're saying, Elias? Lolilo, that's what every pilot learns early in pilot training is you always blame the aircraft. Nice. Nice. Jamie, leave it to me, man. Leave it to me. It's been clipped. You can go watch it again. Ooh. Ooh. Okay, old United livery. Can do. Can do. I need a sim reset because I haven't. That's actually one of the 3 that I haven't installed because I have the new United, not the old one, but I get it. I get it because I have the old Northwest one for the Phoenix, right? I have the old, what's the old 737 one that I have? It's not a Southwest. There's another old one in there. There's another old one in there. Check out this this terminal, by the way, in Ketchikan. Hey, I wasn't exaggerating when I said, let me park at the gate. There's one. There's one gate in Ketchikan. That's all you need, baby. That's all you need. But look at this, the indigenous drawings that they have. I think that's so cool. So cool. And I mean, let's be honest, right? Look at this setup for an airport. And if you've never been here, this may be the first airport that you see with sloped taxiways. Yep, that's right. General aviation is down there. You gotta climb to here, and then when you're here at the main apron, you still have to go uphill, either this way or that way, because the runway is higher. How cool is that? How cool is that? Oh, that's awesome. And I mean, the setting is just, you know, Alaska, right? This is just what Alaska is all about. Just what Alaska is all about. So Alaska Airlines flies 737s out of here on a regular basis. Ketchikan is a big city in Alaska, important city in Alaska. So that's that. Doofus, it's a bug. It's a bug. It's beta, you know. There's a better scenery for Ketchikan. Is there? Oh, BD, nice, man. This is the Orbix scenery for Ketchikan. It's old. It's very old. It's from the early days of P3D. Nice. I didn't know that. Thank you. No, John. No, we've seen this bug in other airports, too. It's a feature. Nice. Nice. Nope. No. SU-8. SU-8, Rob. Bionic, I don't think that comes as part of the package. So let me do that now. Let me show you guys what we have today. This does not mean that it is what you're going to get on release, right? We're still not at release, so there could be things added, there could be things removed. Listen, develop, welcome. But this is what we have in the current build. All right, so let's start with 737-700 liveries. Okay. So, obviously, PMDG, right? Nice livery. That's a beautiful livery. I really like it. Starting to get a little old for me, but that's just because I've seen it for a long time. I could use a refresh, right? But that's actually the world training my brain that, like, everything nowadays just lasts for a little bit and then it's new, right? Everything is disposable. Aerolíneas. Oh, sorry, no. Here, there we go. Aerolíneas, because that other one was the second PMDG. Oh, wait a second. No, they both have winglets. Yeah, I think they all do. Yeah, I am in dev mode, Rob. I'm in dev mode because I've been showing this, right? So, maybe dev mode? Oh, of course. Of course. So, Aerolíneas, Argentinas, de Buenos Aires. Man, I look at some airlines and I go, dude, like, I hope you didn't pay an artist to come up with this paint job. Because you just decided the tail is blue with the logo, the engines are blue with the logo, and we're going to just write Aerolíneas on the side. All right. You know? Aeromexico. Hey, 500 points and a chance to get into the bonus round. Oh, can't do it. Can't do it. Hold on. What is the top hole on the tail? So there's two holes on the tail of the 737. One is a little bit bigger. The bottom is a little bit bigger than the top. What are the holes for? Yeah, Mr. Dillon, a lot of airlines don't register their aircraft in the country that they fly because it's cheaper to do it elsewhere. APU what? Intake? No. APU intake is on the side. We have a NACA duct for that. APU what? We saw Alaska Airlines, right? All Nippon Airways. Exhaust. APU exhaust is the bottom. APU exhaust is the bottom. What's the top? What is the top? I need the Boeing name for it. What is the Boeing name for the top hole? It is not the APU inlet. The inlet is on the side. Inlet is on the side. Ethiopian Airlines. Poop shoot, no. Whoa, L39. It is the cooling air inlet eductor. That sounds like a Google search right there, buddy. That is a Google search right there. It is the eductor. It is actually, it is an inlet for air, but it is not the APU air inlet. The APU air inlet, like I said, is on the right side, right behind the bulk cargo door here on the back. Let me see if it goes back enough for us to see. Almost. Oh, no. There. That's the APU inlet right there. The NACA duct. That is the APU eductor. Eductor. It is an inlet for air that will cool the oil radiator, the oil cooler for the APU. It ingests air through here and exhausts it through the bottom after it passes through the oil cooler of the APU. So it cools the APU, and the advantage here is that in previous 737s, like the Classic, you actually had a fan draw in air to cool the APU and blow on the APU, right? Now, instead of having a fan using this eductor, we're actually using a low pressure part of the APU itself, which is lower than atmospheric, to suck in air, and then we use that air to cool. So basically, by running the APU, you're already cooling the APU. You don't have to run anything additional, which is awesome. Awesome. Lucky Air. I didn't skip any. Oh, I did skip. My bad. We skipped GOL. This is our Ponte Aérea aircraft. This is the company, this is the airline that had Boeing create the short field performance package for the 737NG. Which, by the way, is a very popular package nowadays. And GOL is the one that kicked it off, right? It's an amazing package. It allows them to operate in Rio Santos Dumont, the regional airport, right? The aircraft carrier airport in Rio. Allows them to land there with 7,800 pounds more weight. What? Yeah. And the takeoff is with 3,400 pounds more weight. There's a host of changes to the aircraft. Everything is reflected on the PMDG model. We're going to see it all. We're going to see the visual changes. We're going to see the logic changes. We're going to see the performance change. Short field performance package allows the 737 to approach VREF, right? To approach 4 knots slower than without the package. And you're like, 4 knots? That's nothing. 4 knots. 4 knots is the world when it comes to landing performance. 4 knots is night and day when it comes to landing performance. So, thanks to GOL, we now have that package. And of course, we have that package here. Ibanez, I don't know. Angles, maybe. Not sure. Not sure. Now, by the way, it can ingest a little bit of the exhaust because it's just air used for cooling. Obviously, the exhaust air is hotter, so it, it's not as good. But you see what I'm saying, right? The inlet for the APU to burn that air, that's on the side, and that has to be clean air. If you're putting in exhaust air as the inlet for the APU, then most of the oxygen is already gone. That's going to suck. But if you're just using air to cool, I don't care if there's oxygen in that air or not. Yeah, technically that will make a tiny difference in the thermal capacity of the air, but it doesn't matter, right? In practical terms, it doesn't matter. All you need is air blowing over a cooler, an oil cooler. And so, yeah, it may get a little bit of the exhaust. I don't know, I'm guessing, but it's immaterial. Yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there, guys. One at a time. One at a time. Ah, beautiful. Beautiful. Blonde, it could be because I had dev mode. No, it's not. I've landed many, many times, no problem. It could be because I had dev mode on. I'm unsure. I'm unsure. Yes, Kirk. It is a bug. TV. We're getting there. I'm going to show you all of it. I'm going to show you all of it. Just be patient, buddy. Ah, Captain, good question. Good question. Ooh, I'll take it. I'll take it. Why not? Why not? I did, Chupernas. You're right about that. You are right about that. You are right about that. Little Ryanair action, of course. If you're going to make a 737, you can't leave Ryanair out, right? One of the biggest operators of 737s in the entire world. And known for horrendous landings is Ryanair. Yeah, yeah. Nismo, see? Nismo already knew. Smart Wings, don't know this company. Haven't looked them up yet. Although, okay, isn't that Finland? Isn't it Finland? All right, then I only have one Southwest installed. I have the latest. The newest Southwest paint job is what I have installed here. I will show you Operations Center because it does give you a few other options. Fabio. Nice, dude. Nice. Ah, it's Czech. Okay, thank you. Thank you. We don't have all deliveries yet. Not all deliveries have been given to the betas. No, Crisp, no delivery date yet. Or, sorry, delivery date, right? As if it was like a real aircraft. No release date yet. Yeah, Southwest has the Scimitar winglet, which you're going to see in a few other paint jobs here. Not as much on the 700, but for example, the BBJ, most of them have the Scimitar with the one down. So it basically retains the original Aviation Partners design for the winglet, puts a little whoop at the top there, and then adds the Scimitar down here. There's the new United. Yes, well, Neil. So when you buy a BBJ, you tell Boeing how much additional fuel you want. Maybe you're not going to fly very far, right? The 737 can fly pretty good distances as it is an airline, right? So if that's good for you, great, man, don't worry about it. If you want, you can install additional called auxiliary fuel tanks. They go in the cargo hold, so they take space from your cargo hold. But again, it's a big aircraft. You probably don't need all that cargo space, depending on what kind of rich person you are, depending on what kind of wife. So you can install up to 9 auxiliary fuel tanks. With 9 tanks, you can go about 6,000 nautical miles, which is a great range, right? But your cargo volume, because so much of your cargo hold is now taken by auxiliary tanks, your cargo volume goes down to 3 cubic meters in the cargo holds. Which sounds like a lot, but guys, this is an airliner. You can fit a lot of cargo in this plane. Not if you have all the fuel. Not if you have all the fuel. Will there be deliveries without the winglets? I don't believe so. I don't believe so, Wallen. And then Virgin Blue? No, it's too small for cargo containers, Julian. Too small for cargo containers. All right. That is the 737-700. Shall we look at the other two? But of course. So here's the BDSF, which I always say as a different acronym. Sometimes it comes out as SDBF. Sometimes it's BSDF. But I'll probably never say BDSF. All right. Little cargo boy. Cargo boy. This one, we're going to be flying Thursday, all day. So tomorrow it's 737-700 all day. Wednesday is BBJ all day. Thursday, it's something F all day. All right, how about liveries? Well, I have a couple installed. Alaska does have an air cargo division, and they use 737s for that. And by the way, if you haven't seen it, yes, there is a big door on the side, and we're going to use it, obviously. And in this one, you can see this one has pallets. Because now you have no seats, you have all that empty volume in the fuselage, and a big door, then you can fit containers in there. So this one does have shipping containers, right? You also get a Spice Jet from India, cargo version. Okay. Yeah. You can see it because when they retrofit the aircraft, they don't build a new fuselage. They just put plugs in each of the windows. They remove the windows, right? And then they put literal plugs that get riveted in place. All right. How about the BBJ? My favorite. This is by far my favorite version of the 737. And I really like the PMDG paint for it. Haha, Shamrock. Your favorite too, Neil. Nice. Nice. Bedeck Special Freighter. Sounds like Bedeck is the one that did the conversion. Yes, Monster. Of course. We're going to go see the interior, buddy. Don't worry. Yes. I know. All right. Well, I'll say it after I show it. Got a few liveries for the BBJ, which is awesome. So, basically, we got the normal winglet or the scimitar winglet, both with PMDG colors, which is great, right? I really like the scimitar, too. I think it looks better than the regular winglet. So every time I fly the BBJ, I choose one that has the scimitar winglets. I just love the up and down. I think it looks so cool. So cool. All right. Next is the Boeing Demonstrator. November 839 Bravo Alpha Boeing aircraft, right? I like this paint job too. I think it's pretty edgy, pretty crazy. Oh, lots of people have BBJs, man. Lots of people have BBJs. Boeing Business Jet, two patterns. It's a 737, but you just buy it for yourself. You're not an airline. Instead of buying a Gulfstream, instead of buying a Falcon, you pay the same price and you get a BBJ. Hey, who's a Colts fan? Colts fan out there? Jim Irsay's personal aircraft. Oh yeah, baby. Yep. Jim Irsay acquired this aircraft recently, actually. It was refurbished in 2017, acquired in 2020 or 2021, and now that's his private aircraft. Actually, check this out. Check this out. It is the aircraft that took Peyton Manning to get inducted in the Hall of Fame. That's the interior for it, right? Peyton Manning, big-time NFL quarterback, inducted in the Hall of Fame, and Jim Irsay, who he played for, said, hey, man, I'll fly you up there. Lent the aircraft. Yeah, not bad. The interior of this specific aircraft here, there it is, right? Same aircraft. As you can see, it's one of the possible configurations for a BBJ. So you have crew rest area here. See these two seats? That's for a compound crew. So two people out there flying, at least one person here sleeping, maybe two. You have a forward lounge, an after aisle, bedroom, you know, like one does with a BBJ. Like one does. So what does the interior look like in the sim? Well, we're going to go see it. Although, hold on a second. I have to actually load the aircraft, right? I'm not going to be able to... Nope, yep, got to load it up. Okay, let's load it up. Oh, hold on. A couple more paint jobs. Sorry. Then we'll load it up. First, virtual air. These are all real operators of the BBJ, right? Rio operators just represented in the sim. My flat is probably smaller. I know, right? I know. This is a Chinese BBJ. I don't like this line on aircraft noses like this. I just think it throws off the whole shape of the aircraft. This is an American one. This is a real estate company that owns this BBJ, has owned it for a while, and it's a fantastic paint job. And it kind of works in the sim, but it's 888 Tango Yankee, right? All right. Whoops. There it is. Check out how this, it's a matte gold. It's a matte gold. That looks pretty wild sometimes. Look at that. That is a wild paint job, man. That is a wild, wild paint job. Now, it doesn't look like this in every picture. Sometimes the pictures can't capture it all, right? Sometimes it kind of just looks more like a dough copper, like a matte copper. But that matte effect is here in the sim. You definitely get that here. And one of my favorite paint jobs for a BBJ. I love gradients on aircraft. I think gradients and aircraft go together so well. So well. So I love a gradient fuselage like. And I think this one is pretty tasteful. Not crazy about the lines under the cockpit. If it was mine, I would do something else here. But I love the gradient top and the merge into the tail. Yeah, Sim Tom. Mm-hmm. With my favorite winglets. Oh, sorry, the demonstrator. My bad, my bad. I also like this symbol. This is the official Boeing logo for the BBJ, right? It's super simple, but it's classy, and it works. I love that. Dan the Brazilian. Do they have a nice pink job? What is it? Not sure what a pink job is. Saturn, what's up with that, man? Your keyboard stuck? What's going on? What is going on? All right, let's load this up because there are a couple of changes. For example, the BBJ has, by the way, a retrofit that is available for airline 737s, and some airlines have done this. But it's cabin altitude can be maintained at 6,500 feet at max ceiling, at service ceiling. That is not the case for a regular airline 737. Regular airline 737 cabin is going to be at 8,000 at service ceiling. So 1,500 feet sounds like doesn't make much of a difference. It does, especially in long flights, with the BBJ is going to do more, right? It makes a big difference. You get there more refreshed. You get there feeling better, right? And of course, most of these BBJs have showers because they're big enough to have a proper shower. So you can even take a shower before you get off the aircraft wherever you're going. It's amazing, right? It's amazing. It's already way past the VATSIM time that I had been thinking of. So I think next, we're just going to do a little São Paulo to Rio. Yes! Land in one of the shortest runways a 737 is ever allowed to land in the entire world. This is Rain. What's going on, buddy? How's it going? You know, I think, you correct me if I'm wrong, but I think a little bit of vibes is in order. No? That's a... Hey, June, how's it going? Fabio, Rio Santos Dumont. It's basically 1,350 meters. Yeah. Yep, it is. BBJ, look at that. All All right, let me leave dev mode just in case there was an issue. And in the meantime, let me see here. Now, okay, thanks, mods. I see you guys keeping track there. Appreciate that. Oh, yeah, Fabio. It's marginal. It's marginal, but airlines in Brazil do it on a daily basis. Very safe, right? There's an accident like once every 15 years. It's pretty safe. Yeah, that's right. That is right. Although this runway, way bigger. This runway has like almost 400 meters more than Rio. So it's a lot bigger than Rio, relatively speaking, right? Yeah, aux fuel panel right here. Nice job, Simtom. Nice job, buddy. Right there. If you're gonna have aux fuel, how do you control it? Well, you need something else. The aircraft is not designed for aux fuel. So you actually install a panel. By the way, the aux fuel tanks are not installed by Boeing. The BBJ is made by Boeing. Then you have to fly it to the completion center where you're gonna install the aux fuel tanks. How cool is that? Yeah, awesome. When would the 7, 8, and 9 come out? I need those. They look amazing. Jack. Don't know. It's next, right? No. Next is 600, then 800, then 900. You know, it's funny, right? There are some differences between 737s. There are. They're not completely identical. But I guess it depends on, like, what you sim for. Why do you sim? Because, for me, once I get in the cockpit, I could care less how big my fuselage is. You know what I mean? Is this a 900, 76? I don't care. It's an NG. That's all I care about. You know what I mean? It's interesting, isn't it? It's interesting to me that, like, I don't know. I guess what matters to me is like the overall logic and functionality of the aircraft. I don't care what model it is. No, Dadell, you cannot. You cannot, and this is a big miss. This is a big miss. Another big miss. Now, this one I'm gonna say very subjective. Okay, very subjective. What am I talking about? I'm talking about the BBJ interior. So the BBJ does have a business interior, but I think PMDG missed the trick here. I think they should, and definitely could, have modeled a much higher detailed interior than this. It's cool. It is definitely cool. And I spend most of my time when flying the BBJ sitting back here, looking out of these windows. But I can't help but look at these chairs and texturing and be like, man, this could have been a lot cooler than this. Am I wrong, guys? Am I being too tough here? It just seems so plain. By the way, sorry, look at this. Little croissant action. PMDG flight off sticker there. Not bad, not bad. At least it has something. I agree. Oh, Rob. That is information I did not have. Are you saying the BBJ is going to have a different interior than this on release? And by the way, this is usually the supernumerary area of a BBJ. This is where you have like the smallest seats for the help. This is for the help. Put all the help back there. I don't want to see them. It's just like a yacht. Like the help has a different, physically different place to live, right? Oh, Rob. Okay, buddy. Awesome. Look at this, guys. All three airplanes getting new cabins still, new wheel wells. Lots still to come. Let's go. Because yes, this interior is very cool. Like I said, I spend most of my time here, but man, it could be better. It could be a lot more detailed than this. And typically, when you look at the shower. Typically, when you get a BBJ, right? When you buy a BBJ, yeah, you're going to go all out on the interior and make it crazy. I like that, look, there's a pass-through without going through the bathroom, because obviously somebody could be in there using it. Little galley, little curtain area, then we're in the actual galley, right? And then back in the cockpit. Whoa! Oh, okay. I'll land here, no problem. Take a look at your control mappings and make sure everything is right. For what? For what, Kirk? What are we talking about? Okay, Rob. I just saw it. What's going on with controls? Let's see what PMDG is saying. Oh, Jack. Not somewhat. They are amazing. We spent a good amount of time listening to them at the beginning of the stream. You can go back and watch it in the VOD. Yes, it looks great, Wolfo. But we just heard that we're getting new cabins too, which is amazing. One of our testers reported over the weekend that he took on a Sobo update and that he overrode his customized control settings. Okay. I had no updates, but doesn't matter that this didn't happen. Or it doesn't mean that it didn't happen. Yeah, the sounds are amazing. No free flight. It's excellent on performance. Excellent. Oh, okay. But Rob, I had no control issues at all during the flight. This would only happen at one airport, but when he corrected the mappings, the problem went away. Okay. All right. Okay, so what are we looking at? Like, are we looking like primary control surface? Is that what you're talking about? Interesting. Okay, he didn't get an update either. Wow. Yay, Asobo. Okay, so is that what we need to look at? If I perhaps select the correct one, right? Tom, we're getting into the BBJ for flight number 2. Okay, 1 reporting, 75 days of testing, and then, of course, you. Rob, if you don't know this, buddy, everything that can go wrong happens to me, and usually first. I don't know if you saw it, Rob. A few days ago, my world map crapped out. It bugged out and started showing the 737. Lucky for me. By the way, what do you mean? I mean, the aircraft was bigger than the world. Lucky for me, it also showed... Oh, it showed the Phoenix Airbus at the same time. But then on top of that, it showed an Airbus A330, which, happy for me, is bigger. So it covered both of them because they were all at the same origin. But yeah, I get this stuff all the time, dude. All the time. All right, I'll just take pictures. Fine. No, Patel, no, because I've had that gear retraction issue before, right? And made good landings after that, no problem. We'll let you watch from the ground. All right, Rob, so what am I doing here, buddy? What exactly do you want me to check? If there's a chance it can break, it would be the one... I would be the one to break it. Reason they put me in charge of final quality checks at work. That's amazing. Is that true, though? Hey, I think it's Rurman instead of Herman. Is that really true? Did you get put in that position because they actually thought you have bad luck? Tell me that's what happened. Oh, Vino, okay. No, I do not have that problem. My gear retraction works in other aircraft, but the 737 is doing a couple of things when it retracts the gear to match the real aircraft, and it could be that some of those things are getting in the way. Make sure default flight control setting from the sim haven't infected your custom control mappings. Okay. Well, let's just make sure. So, spoilers were good, right? Okay, we got aileron. That's good, too. Got elevator. Working. What else? Trims. Yep. Trim down. Trim up. That works. Aileron trim. Rudder trim. Yep. Yeah, that's on my yoke because my one on the paddle is broken. No, Vino. I made a beautiful landing. Look, Vino. perfect speed, perfect touchdown. Not really. I was a little bit long. Other than that, it was beautiful. But we got a bug in the aircraft, and she bounced and was not a good landing. Yeah. All right, so everything here, yeah, because that's all I have mapped here. Huh. Yeah, Rob, that is, my friend. You know, it's good you didn't know that, because you probably wouldn't have agreed to me showing the 737 early if you knew. But yeah, everything that can go wrong happens to Fabio first. That's good, too. I checked that. Yeah, that's... Oh, hold on. Reversers. Throttle 1 decrease, right? That wouldn't trigger anything bad. Shouldn't. And throttle 2 decrease. Okay. Yeah, Rob, for sure. For sure. No, Saturn, I do not. I do not, sir. All right, guys, I need a quick bathroom break, and I mean quick. Like 3 minutes. And then we're gonna come back, and we're gonna fly the BBJ from Sao Paulo to Rio. It's an amazing approach. So I'm gonna show you a video of that approach right now, because if you haven't seen this approach, man, get ready. Oh, yeah, Tom. No, not to the bathroom, but to Rio? For sure. For sure. For sure, buddy. For sure. Okay. Okay. Man, I'm so excited. So excited to be doing this. Oh, actually, you know what? I'm going to do it on the big screen. Let's do it on the big screen. Yes. Oh my god. Super Ninja, what's going on, dude? Dude, that is early. Woo! What are you getting up at 3:30 local time for? Whew. Yeah, it is Rodrigo. Yep. Who, by the way, can't post videos anymore because the airline is a bunch of wanks, you know? All right. No, that's not a BBJ. This is an Airbus. Doesn't matter. It's the approach that we're focusing in, not the aircraft, right? We're going to be flying this approach if the wind is agreeable. So, to set this up before I walk off and go to the bathroom, this is the airport right here. It starts in the water, ends in the water. Can't really see here. You'll definitely see it on final. What we're doing is we're on a bit of a downwind to then fly over Botafogo Beach here, skimming by the Sugarloaf, which is producing its own set of clouds over there. Awesome. And then continuing the turn to land going north. Oh, okay. First flight departs early. 700. All 700 tomorrow. Nice, Super Ninja. That's cool, man. Hey, man, I'm from Brazil. All right, here we go. I'm going to go to the bathroom, and I'll see you guys in 3 minutes and 15 seconds.
Minimum.
Tá de base pra final, 60 direcional. Desculpa, Maria Pistariza. 19210, solo 34, cruza a pista, agilizando o táxi na medida do possível, solo em 12105. Beleza, tá de cruzamento 2105 na Alfa 9200. É, 006, pouso autorizado. Pista da direita, 350 com 62. 400.
No, not from the bathroom, man.
Azul 9146, após a passagem do Airbus, Nacional a Lima, tem 02 direita.
This is awesome, is what it is. Yeah, I missed SkyTech, dude. Checkerboard approach. As you can see, doesn't look that hard.
50.
But that's because this guy's
40,
experienced
30,
and
20,
he's nailing
retard,
every single
10,
altitude point
5.
in the turn. And look at the touchdown. Boom! Right on the 1,000-foot mark. Right? This is a beautifully textbook executed approach. All right? We're going to watch it again. Here's the end of the runway, by the way. We're going to watch it again, guys, because we are going to be flying this approach. So we need to be very familiar with it, right? Oh, that's amazing, Neil. That is amazing.
Yeah,
that's water. That's all water there. Look at a boat. By the way, you have to watch when you're landing south. You have to watch for ships. They go by here. They can be pretty tall. Little gas station here. You're going to see this in our scenery today, too. Very tropical place, so lots of rain all the time in Rio. Not all the time, but it rains often. Doesn't last, but it rains often. Alright, I'm going to watch it one more time. About 1,350 meters, Doug. 1350. Jack the BBJ. I'm much more of a corporate guy than airline guy. No, I'm using an add-on by Paulo Ricardo. It's an amazing, amazing scenery. 131 UC. By the way, I'm going to say that if we fly the correct altitude, which they're flying here, in the sim, both of these hills, that hill right there and that hill right there, this kind of doesn't look like a hill, but you'll see that it is the top of a hill. What you see after is much, much farther away. The top of these hills seems way too high in the sim, so we're going to be closer to the terrain than this. All right? So keep these two hills in mind when we're flying our approach. Whoa, Tom, thank you very much for that, dude, for that prime sub. Let's go. Sou maneiro, sou de São José dos Campos, cara.
1,000.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Just got a raid from Chewy, everybody. What? I will even show up for that one. Hey, Chewy, how's it going? Hey, Chewy viewers, I am the Flying Fabio, and we're flying the Phoenix Airbus. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. We're just looking at an Airbus, yeah, flying the approach that we are about to fly. Because right now, we happen to be sitting in a BBJ in São Paulo, about ready to go to Rio. Wow, that jetway could have been located slightly better than that. Just a little bit better. Just a little bit better. All right, all right, all right. So, United over there, sure. Sure, why not? Why not, Sim? Why not? All right, guys, welcome, everybody. Welcome, Chewy viewers. Hey, Chewy, thanks for the raid, man. Appreciate that. How was your flight? How was your flight with the 737? We had a beautiful flight, had an issue on landing. It is beta, right? Had a bug on landing, had a beautiful landing until the wheels actually touched the ground. Then we had a little bit of a bug, as you will see from clips. Yeah, it really does. Really does, Dido. Really does. All right, so in typical TheFlyingFabio stream style, we've been here now for 5.5 hours and we've completed 1.5 hour flight. Beautiful. That is par for the course. Why? Because we spent a lot of time looking at the details, looking at some of the systems, right? Even looked at the checklist that I'm creating for the training program that I'm going to have for this aircraft, right? Boeing checklists have great content, but terrible design. Terrible design. They are not good at technical writing. So I'm creating my own checklist. What you see here is a small sample. I'm showing you guys the electrical power up, right? You walk up to the aircraft, it's cold and dark. It's not powered at all. All right, you walk in, you're gonna bring up power to the aircraft. You wanna maybe start the APU. You wanna maybe start, connect to external power. Okay, before you do that, you have to go to the electrical power up, which by the way, if you have Boeing documents to look at, it is not a normal procedure. It is in supplementary procedure. So look at your QRH supplementary procedures or your FCOM supplementary procedures. You're gonna find the electrical power up in there. And it has the same content as this, except I've cleaned it up tremendously compared to what Boeing does. So all I have here is a sample of the electrical power up, but that's what we've used, right? And this took us over an hour because we checked every single light. We checked the logic, the functionality of the system, the cancellation capabilities of some buttons, right? It was awesome. It was awesome. And now we're about to do our second flight, but this time, instead of the 737-700, we're gonna hop into the BBJ, my favorite version of the 737. We're gonna check how many auxiliary fuel tanks we have configured. We can have anywhere from 3 or 4 to 9. 9 giving us 6,000 nautical miles, right? We have an auxiliary fuel panel, control panel that's not in the 737-700. That's how we control auxiliary fuel here, right? And just like we were talking before, guys, whoa, old school. What is going on? How's it going, dude? Great to see you. Look at this. Remember how we looked at the 737 and we learned what missing windows, especially this one here, meant. What was this missing window on the 737? Look, I'll show you over here. Here's an 800. I think it's 800. Not a 900. Missing window there. Right? How many missing windows are on the other side? And the better question, why? Yeah, air conditioning duct. There is an air conditioning riser coming out of both the left and right backs to the top of the cabin. On long body aircraft, the 800, 900, you have 2 of them, so you have 2 missing windows on the left side. In shorter body aircraft, you only have 1 on that side. And then all models only have 1 on the right side. Pretty awesome. Yep. And that is actually the technical name used by Boeing. It is a air conditioning riser. Now, over here, what the hell? We have 3 risers? No. It's a 700. We only have 1 riser here and 1 riser on the other side. Right there. Well, what about the other missing window? Guys, it's a BBJ, right? You do what you want with this interior. So maybe you need some privacy. Maybe that's the bathroom, right? Let's go look and see what is behind these windows here. Oh, no, it's just, yeah, look, I think it's a bathroom right there. So they plug the windows for privacy. All right. Hey, British Chef Geek, I didn't even know you were here. Thanks, buddy. That's awesome, man. Appreciate that. I appreciate that. I can't wait to see you flying it, buddy. Thank you. The other one on the other side, I think it is for the shower. Well, I think this is a bathroom, yep. But this one has windows. This one has windows. But up here, missing... Oh, that's the riser. What about up here? Oh. It's a partition. Look, it's this right here. Right? You're gonna have a little cabinet in there. Why would you need a window behind it? As a matter of fact, you don't want sunlight hitting whatever is inside here, so you just plug the window. Skewer. I know, right? I know, buddy, I know. All right, guys, well, let's get busy here. Let's get going to Rio. Oh, it's gonna be awesome. Yep. Well, not installed. I don't see the antenna, but you can install. Saturn, now you're talking about the cockpit. If you're talking about the cockpit, and you're referring to this, that is the projector for the HUD, right? Right. Yeah, I like it too. They're pecs. I like it too. Oh, nice. Finest. Let's go, buddy. Let's go. All right, Silent Killer. Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. Well, let's power it up, right? So, do you remember? I'll show the checklist again, but do you remember how to do it? I think I remember. I think I remember. All right, here we go. Ready? So, first things first. Battery comes on. Okay. Then we check. Standby power. Now, let's get some lights in here so we can see. But, oh, yeah. DC power. Can't power backlighting. You need AC for that. Which we're going to have in a second here. Right? So, in the meantime, use a little flashlight. Just to be sure. There we go. All right. So, we got standby power. Hold on. We need recenter. Standby power covered. Alternate flaps covered. And there's even a little wire there. Nice. Nice. Okay. Down here, we have park wipers. We have off on the pumps. That's it. We're ready for AC power. Now, in this case, 24, we should still be able to start the APU. I don't know if this aircraft has the landing gear too. Oh, by the way, look, we have an IFSD here. See the aligning countdown? That's why we can't tow the aircraft. Can't move the aircraft right now. Why? Because there's an inertial system in here that's aligning. Just like your IRS is, you can't move the aircraft when an IRS is aligned. So that's what's happening here right now. Okay, cool. So yeah, landing gear is what I forgot, but it is down as it should be, but you gotta check. Okay, so now we're gonna start the APU. So we have to do those tests, but I gotta do it fast because last time we didn't have enough battery juice left, right? Because we were taking our time. All right, cool. So let's do our tests real quick. Looking at the checklist, verify the green landing gear indicator. Lights are illuminated both here and up there. Yeah, good. All right. So if external power, no, we're going to go straight to APU. If APU is needed, verify engine 1 APU and engine 2 fire switches pushed in. Push them out, they go back in. Yes, they are. Got it. All right. Alert ground personnel before following test. So now we're going to get on the interphone, right? We're going to talk to ground personnel and tell them, hey, we're about to run fire tests on the engines and APU. Because they can hear that stuff. They can see that stuff. Okay, got it. All right, cool. Let's go to the next page. Boom. Test switch. All right, we already know this, right? It's over here. As a matter of fact, we're going to go to this camera. And we're going to do fault in op first. And we're expecting that and those two. Okay, that worked. Now we're going to do overheat fire. When we do overheat fire, we're going to see these three line up or light up, right? We're going to see engine fire warnings here. Up here, we're going to see that master caution. We're going to see overheat detector, but the fire warning and the bell are going to be sounding. As a matter of fact, I think it's going to be easier to do it from here. Here we go. Run it. There it is. 3, cancel it. It cancels, they'll stay lit. Perfect. That's a good check. All right. And that's basically the fault in op and the overheat fire. Extinguisher test. Okay, so we're going to go over now to this camera again. There we go. Test 1. We get 3. Test 2. We get 3. Beautiful. We love it. APU starts. All right, let's do it. So again, don't know if I have the optional DC pump installed for the APU start. So we're going to run the forward pump. Wait for the low pressure to go off. Won't, because it's only DC power. That's an AC pump. All right, here we go. What's that, Fabio? Which one? F Santera. Hi, Fabio. Do you have any clouds on the way to see how strobe behaves in the cloud? And we'll see. We'll see what the weather is on the way. I fly with live weather, but yeah, I feel like we're going to have plenty of clouds. All right, look, APU is firing up. You can barely hear it from the cockpit. Well, that's like the real thing. Now, temperature coming down. And as soon as it stabilizes, we're going to see the APU available here. Get ready. Yeah, Blue, but not today. Not today. We're not going to do any failures today. We have way too much normal procedure stuff to look at. Get ready, and boom, APU. Connect the bus. And now we get back lighting, right, that we had already twisted. All right, cool. Cool, cool, cool. And the low pressure light goes off on that pump. Well, how does the pump work without AC? Again, it's working via DC. The pump itself is AC, but there's a DC provision so that it can feed the APU. Fabio, will you do a checklist for a quick turnaround flight too? Yes. Because some of those checks, I'm guessing, would be once per crew rotation. Correct, Venrith. Yeah, that is exactly... Yeah, so basically it's an operational checklist with that distinction between first flight of the day or crew change versus a turn. Ah, Rock. Thanks, man. I appreciate that, buddy. Hey, hopefully in no time you'll be able to have it too. Ah, Piloto, sorry, man. I just saw your message. All right, take care, buddy. Monster Maddie, thank you very much for the sub, man. Let's go. Thank you. Ah, thanks, Vanrith. I appreciate that, buddy. Yeah, that's the focus. Is your checklist available? No, Jeppo, I have to finish the checklists for all the phases of flight, so I'm in the process of doing that. And then, I don't know yet if the checklist is only going to come with the training program that I'm building for the aircraft, or if I'm going to make it available. I don't know yet. We'll see. Yes, Mercedes, that is PMDG's goal. Yeah. All right, cool. Now that I have external power, external power, not external power, but APU running. Once again, if you look at the checklist, there's a couple of things that we need to do. The first two there are just notes having to do with APU longevity, and if you're going to use it for a long time, then you should be running one of the AC pumps. The fact that if you're going to use a center pump, then you have some limitations there. But this here is what we need to do too, right? By powering up the aircraft this way, we did not have AC power during the fire test. When we don't have AC power in the fire tests, one of the tests that can get done is the wheel well overheat test. We're going to do that now. Get some lights go. Whoa. Get some lights going. There we go. All right. So I'm going to do the same thing to overheat fire, but this time I'm going to get a wheel well overheat light here because it's now AC power is now available to it. And then up here we're going to get the 3, and I'm going to use the bell cutout push button to silence the bell but keep all the lights on. Let's see if that works. 1, 2, 3, 5. There. Bell cut out. Ah, that was too close. Do it again. Bell cut out. There, and everything stays lit, but the fire goes off. Perfect. That's a good test. All right. That's it. We've concluded the electrical power up of the aircraft, right? Let's go back to here. So, IRS is coming on. There we go. Let's do a quick sweep of the overhead. All right. So coming down, we're going to turn yaw damper on. But notice that the light doesn't go out, right? Whoa, what happened there? Chat, what happened? I will be able to turn it on, but it's going to be later. That's all I do, Flopper. It's the only way I know how to fly, man. It's the only way I know how to fly. All right. Set normal, auto normal. Fuel temp matches outside world. Only one pump on. We got... pretty decent power from the APU gen coming out. Batteries charging. That's why the voltage... Oh, look at that. Just stopped charging. You see that? That was awesome. Just came off a charge, right? Okay, covered, guarded. Yes. Parked. Normal. Arm. There we go. Belts coming on. Chime it too. Parked. All right. Window heat coming on, but probe heat should be off. And I'm sure the betas are gonna report on this, right? The plane should never load up with the probes in on. Now, notice this says auto. Auto, different than off, right? Auto will turn on automatically for me, but you can also swing it to on and force it to. Right now, with the aircraft stopped at the gate, auto means turned off. Hello! How's it going? Hey, Abby's home, everybody. Hold on a second, guys. Let me say hi. Not announced yet, Jack. Not announced yet. All right. All right. So Abby just got home. And we do have a school function to go to, and I don't think I'll be able to squeeze this flight in. We'll do as much as possible, but I don't think we'll get to the landing. I think we're going to have to wait until next time. Don't know yet if that's going to be tonight or tomorrow. We'll see. Whoa, Sion, thank you very much, man. Breakfast burrata. There you go. Enjoy that sub. Enjoy that sub. What airport is this? Ashton, this is São Paulo, Congonhas. It's the regional airport in downtown São Paulo, Brazil. All right, wing ATIs off. Engine ATIs off. Hydraulic pumps. The engine-driven pumps are on. The electric pumps are off. Okay, forward entry door open. Let's test our voice recorder. Boom. That's a good test. All right, cabin is at, well, pretty much 2,100 feet, which is the airport elevation. That makes sense, right? Okay, let's see what passenger cabin. It's getting a little cool back there. Getting a little cool. Let's go APU bleed on. We get the dual bleed warning because we have left on or right on with open isolation valve, but the engines are not working, so there is no actual danger of dual bleed. The light doesn't know that. Okay, very good, very good. Decent pressure in there. We're gonna go flight level 250. Yeah, it's a short flight. It's a 45-minute flight. 250. Whoops. 250. Landing altitude 0. We're landing at sea level. All right. Any collision is all off. Yeah, good. Actually, I'm gonna do logo on because it's getting dark, right? And that's it. That's it for now. Sit on the overhead. God, what is Gilad? Ah, Saturn. Sorry, man. I know. I asked that way back there, right? I asked that way back there. So Saturn is answering the question I had, right? Which was, hey, try to turn on the yaw damper. Oh, stayed on now, and the hydraulics are off. Can't be that. So what changed? The first time I turned it on, it flicked to off by itself. Now I turned it on and it stayed on. What gives, guys? What gives? IRSs are still in a line. They're not aligned. Damn it, Inverteris. Of course you know the answer, dude. You programmed it, Inverteris. Yes, that's not fair, dude. Sierra Bravo Romeo Juliet. Thank you, Scooter. Thank you, man. You're probably asking me, aren't you? Yeah, sorry. There we go. It is. Santi's right. Santi's right. The blinker fluid ran out. Right. This is very esoteric. Come on. Hey, man. There is no knowledge about this aircraft that is not fair game here in Inverteris. Come on, man. It's what this stream is all about. All right, cool. So, note that if you try to turn on the yaw damper and it snaps back to off, you didn't do anything wrong except for trying to turn it on a little too early, right? Give it a few minutes and try again. And obviously, if you have IRS is fully aligned, yeah, it will just go straight. Right. Ooh, test pilot school. Look at that. Let's see. What does IRU mean? Inertial reference units. Why is it tied to the IRS? Oh, that's a great question. I do not have the time to answer that now, but Rocket, in my flight controls lesson, I'll talk about that. I don't know, FS. Maybe. I don't know. Actually, I was texting him. Text me back. Yeah, I'm just kind of brainstorming with Rob about that landing. Trying to figure out what happened. Whoa, Flight Tom, thank you very much for that, dude. Classic Ponte Aérea, exactly. And this is the aircraft to do it, right? This is the aircraft to do it. I mean, in BBJ shape today, but same aircraft. Same aircraft. All right, cool. I suppose we need to get that flight plan in the FMS. That is probably one of the things we need to do. All right, so let's go. Let us go. Pausing it. By the way, nice AirRec update. Appreciate that. Go to page 2. Grab one of these. South 2337. Yeah, that looks good. Looks about right. Stick it in there, and now the IRS knows where it is, and it's also providing attitude and heading data to the aircraft, which is great. Beautiful. We like. All right. Sierra Bravo, Sierra Papa. Oops, for São Paulo. Congonhas to Sierra Bravo, Romeo Juliet. Boom. Yes. Yeah, no, Captain Anubis. I've landed there with other aircraft. No worries. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right, now we need a little route. The route is basically always the same. First of all, it's a very short flight. Second, it's a very popular flight, so loads and loads of people fly it all the time, right? So, it's sort of like figured out. You know what I mean? As a matter of fact, I'm sure I have one here. I am sure I have one here. And we can use the same flight just with new weather because the route's going to be the same. Sure. Let's load this one. We're going to use current time. We're going to change this to Boeing 737. Gonna be GOL, and GOL is GLO, not GOL, as far as ICAO is concerned. Guys, what's a good number, chat, for the Ponte Aérea? Actually, you know what? Lots. No, Mo, no. Because I have a different number of tanks than the profile that's in here. I'm a totally different weight. Totally different weight. So I haven't built a profile in SimBrief for my BBJ yet, the way I have configured it. Yeah, pre-suffix. I know what you mean, man. I know what you mean. We're not going to go as GOL. No, we're just going to go as a private aircraft. Papa Tango Tango Foxtrot. Foxtrot will do. So if you select the BBJ, the cool thing about it, there is a profile for BBJ in here. Look, BBJ 1. Which is the one based on the 737. There are others. There's a BBJ 3 based on a 900. There's a BBJ based on a 787, on the 747. There's all kinds of BBJs. But selecting this, one of the cool things is, look, you can limit the number of people, right? Now, mine is not configured for 63 people. I can probably fit about 30 in mine, right? So again, you can change that in SimBrief. We're not too worried about that today. Not too worried about it. Boeing Business Jet. Tickle. How's it going, Tickle? What's going on? No, Silvio, the window doesn't open. And I was a bit surprised about that. So I humbly suggest to PMDG that they add that because it adds so much immersion when you get to the gate. and it's nice enough out there that you can actually open the window, hear the sounds, right? Maybe imagine you're feeling the breeze. Why not? Why not? Yep, we have air stairs. Both the one that comes with the aircraft as well as ramp air stairs that come in PMDG guides. All right, here's the route. Again, very straightforward, pretty much the same every time, right? We're definitely not going to go to, sometimes SimBrief wants me to go to 360. We're not going to do that. I may be able to do 270 without too much issue. So let's do 27 instead of 25. Because I have to change this here. There. Okay. All right. I think everything else is good. Departing, yeah, sure. And yeah, in Brazil we use kilos like, you know, the rest of the civilized world. Okay, that's on, that's on. Yes, I'm very serious about dimming all the screens. Oh no. Oh no. There's no dimming? I could dim the other one. Set brightness offset. There we go. There we go. All right. Whew. I was scared there for a second. Thought I'd have to have a super bright instrument on board. Okay, I think that's good there. All right. There's also, look, there's a bright and dim here. This is for all the lights. So for example, look at these greens here, those greens there. Well, first let me get this down. Okay. So see these greens? Let's go dim. It's not a huge difference, but it makes a difference. Look. Boop. Once again. Bright. Dim. Boop. Every time you go to dim, I don't know if you know, the switch makes a weird noise. Bright and dim. Boop. Weird. Weird. Hey, 777 is here, everybody. Make room, make way. The most knowledgeable of our viewers has arrived. And I've built zero pressure by saying. No, Yannick, I don't think so, buddy. I don't think so. Let's see. Nah, no. 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 No, monster. Now, when I say that, I don't know what country you're talking about, etc. So regulation is different everywhere, right? But no, a business jet can be the size... Well, actually, okay. So, there is no limitation, right? What makes a business jet is the fact that it's private. So, I buy an airline configured 747-400, but I buy it because I want to fly one. All right. Can that be private? Sure. Why not? Well, it's an airliner. No, it's a machine. It happens to be in a configuration that works for you, right? And you happen to want to fly it that way. But you are a private operator, so it's a private aircraft. Could I put 500 friends in there if I had the seats? Sure. Sure. Right? You're going to need some license requirements, but yes. All right. Hackerman, unplayable. Just unplayable. Ekion, sorry, man. Yes, I do have the Phoenix, yeah. Julian, that's awesome. Yeah, exactly, test pilot school. So test pilot school. Sounds like you're a real pilot. And not just that, I'm gonna guess that you actually did go to Pax River, right? Or maybe Edwards, but I'm gonna guess Pax River. Just because of your swag. Now tell me I'm right. Oh, I think I lack confidence sometimes. No. No. JS Gaming, are you on flight radar? What's the tail number? But that, I mean, it could be a BBJ, yes. But it could be an airline too. A lot of airlines fly 737s over the ocean. Done for today? No. No. Now, I do have to leave for a school function. My kids have a school function. Well, we have a school function at my kid's school tonight. So Abby and I are going to go do that. That's going to be a couple of hours. I want to have dinner with Abby, guys, because I'm going to be so busy this week, right? I'm going to be streaming literally every minute that I can. I will be streaming. So, for example, tomorrow, stream starts way earlier than normal. Way early. I haven't announced it yet, but way earlier than normal. So, I want to spend some time with them. So, I'm going to go to the school function. I'm going to have some dinner. Then I'm going to come back, and I'm going to do a night session. All right? Maybe a little VAT sim action on USA. Oh, yeah. Of course it has auto land. Messi or Ronaldo? Rossi. Pontes, we were going to be... São Paulo Control is on. But I have to leave in 25 minutes. I'm not going to have time. I mean, we can start her up and right, you guys want to hear that. Let's do that. But I'm not going to have more than that, okay? No, Peter, no. Rossi is in Ronaldo and Messi put together, right? They're now a power couple of world football, and it's called Rossi. No, what happened to Cristiano? Roberto Carlos. Roberto Carlos. I mean, both amazing, but Roberto Carlos's kicks. Yes. By the way, that is my plan, right? We're not going to be able to do that flight now. We can get her started, etc. We'll start the engines. We can hear them. It's going to be great. But we're not going to take off. When I get back tonight, we'll do at least one flight on the Ponte Aérea. Maybe two. We'll see. Seppi, I did use Fix, but it was actually a curiosity I had. I was looking up a VOR. I didn't go through it. No, so. Yeah. Listen, I know. We're here for the plane. We're here for this flight. But I just want to explain why I'm a fan of this guy. Guys, is this 94? Is this 1994? Watch what this monster is about to do to this ball. Watch the goalie. 97, okay, thank you. Watch the goalie.
The way they look at the ball, look at the way he's got it there. He's got it in his hands.
Look at the distance he is from the goal. Pay attention to the distance to the goal.
I just wonder if they're getting his arm.
And look at how far back he goes.
It's a 30-yard free kick with a 20-yard run-up.
Dear! I don't believe it! What a goal we have just seen!
Watch it from behind.
Carlos. That is amazing!
Why did the goalie not move? Look, that goalie never moved, man. What happened? What happened? Nobody moved anywhere. No one moved. All right. Watch this.
Amazing!
Well, that was what was missing in Euro 96. That is quite incredible. Not so sure about the goalkeeper's position and what he saw, but we can't deny the quality of the strike. It had power, it had bend, it had accuracy. Watch this. That's way wide of the goal. That's 2-3 yards wide and just clips the inside of the post. That
was going to the stands.
I'm not so sure
that
we'll
ball
see one better
curved,
than that,
not only
but
hard, but so
year.
fast.
Quite exquisite.
So fast.
An absolutely stunning shot. Barthez, well, he was as much as
I mean, I get goosebumps watching stuff like that, right? I get goosebumps watching stuff like that. Jesus, man. Yeah, exactly, pre-suffix, exactly. All right, guys, IRSs are up, right? Everything is ready. APU is running. We just need to get the engines running. Hey, so I'm going to be doing this right about until 5:20. Oh. One of them needs charge. Test pilot, hold on. Did you ever answer me about Pax River? Now I'm curious, man. Now I'm curious. Hold on, I'm scrolling up. How about the HUD? Oh, yeah, I use it every flight, no matter what. Yeah, the Poseidon. Do you fly the Poseidon? He never answered. Okay. We're keeping it. Okay, keeping it generic. I get it. Yes, test pilot. Yes, indeed. And yes, we can do Cat 3. So this is basically full brightness. Looks horrible at night, right? No worries. Just bring it down. And by the way, it works a treat. Test pilot, I've flown a lot of HUDs in real life and love the HUDs. And man, this works super well. Not only that, but the different modes that we have here, right? So it's your typical flight dynamics HUD. So it has the same menu. So we have primary, IMC, VMC, and then we have the A3. There you go, right? Where we can do our Cat 3 hand. Yeah, exactly. There. Yeah, buddy. Oh, yeah. Not many, Neil, but those that need it on a regular basis. Small format error spotted on the cargo fire panel. There would the word fault on the detector fault. Light should be below the word detector, not next to it. Oh, okay. All right. Cargo fire panel. Okay, that's going to be over here. I think it's 7? No. Nope. There we go. Wasn't it here somewhere? Yeah, here. All right, so let's do a lights test and look at that. Don't know if there are any devs here at the moment. They were here earlier, Jeremy. Not sure they are here now. Okay, so it sounds like this light right here, detector on top, fault on the bottom. Now, that being said, Jeremy, it is possible that there's a light out there in a 737 that looks like this. It is possible. 737s have been around. Do you know for how long? Does anybody here know for how long? Come on. How old is our 737? All right, so let's see here. APU bleed is on. Yes. Let's go fuel pumps. Might as well plan this, show you guys that it works. What are we operating? 17s. Whoa. Yep. All right, so we're gonna... I don't like that. I don't like this initial turn that it wants to do, so I typically have to do this. Well, not have to. I want to do this, right? So I do like one here, and then I do one here. And that's a more realistic turn for the tug. And then we get like one here. All right, cool. Okie dokies. All right, so let me think here. Okay, I think I'm ready. I can't remember if these pumps go before or after the engine, so I'm going to turn it on before. Okay, fine. Woo! Oh my God, duck! All right, there we go. So we got anti-collision on. Let's start that chronometer over there. Boom, there it goes. Okay. We have packs off, everything on. Actually open there is good. All right, let's go. And we have no rotation. All right, what would you guys say is the problem? What's going on? No engine rotation, guys. What's going on? Buttersnot, what's going on? Hello. Yeah, that's right. We do have bleed. We do have bleed. Everything is configured properly. But when you put the engine to continuous instead of ground, you get the indicators down here, which fools you into thinking you got the starter going, but you don't have the starter going. So, don't be caught out by that. Then we got rotation N2 and N1. Okay, park your brake. Ah, Tom, no worries. Yep. Yep. All right, so 25% open the fuel. And this has the new fuel panel, right? I don't know if you've ever seen it. But look, looks very different. Very, very different than the other one. Just answering Rob, he's troubleshooting that landing still. We're full sound right now. Okay, so starter disengage. I think it's at 54%. This is back to auto. And that's a stable engine. All right, let's go the other side. There's N2. Wait for it. There's N1. Okay, let's wait for 24% N2. Okay, 24% has passed. That's what happens when you get on your phone. That's why mobile phones have to be put away in the cockpit. By the way, what a sky. Ooh. Love it. Love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. Guys, because I'm not going to be able to do this flight, I'm not hopping on that sim. I don't want to bother the controller just for a little taxi here, you know? Or maybe I should. Maybe I should say hi. Martin, this is the BBJ, which is the business jet version of the 737. Okay, starter disengaged. That's an engine started again. They're both back to auto. We're going to go to continuous for takeoff. A little too bright here. There we go. Rob's a funny guy. Rob is a funny guy. Can we get some panel lighting? It's on. Tis on. Okay, flaps 5. Auto brake. RTO. APU is going to come off, but first we need to connect the engine generators. There we go. Let's APU bleed can come off. PAKT will come on. Auto. Auto also on the isolation valve. Good. Good. All right. I'm missing one thing. I'm missing one thing. By the way. Yeah. The plane tries to help you guys. The plane tries to help. No. No, Skewer. They're designed for it. It wears them out. Right? So you're going to have to swap them sooner if you use them a lot. But they're made for it. They're made for it. there is no cabin in the cockpit camera that I know of. So you have to go to showcase, but the way I do that, right, is I'll go to showcase, get one of the fixed cameras here, like for example this. And now I still have my track IR. The cabin is empty, but trust me, they're working on it, right? But now if I just hit back to the cockpit, so now I can actually do this, right? And that's pretty much what I want. So that's good. All right, taxi light on. That wasn't much. That wasn't much. Did we actually get a light out there? And now I'm here, right? So now if I want to move the drone, I have to come here and free camera. Oh yeah, it's there. It's just not much. That taxi light. Now, if you don't think that that's enough, oh, hold on a second. If you don't think that that's enough, that's fine. Yeah, actually, this is cool. Turn on your runway turnoffs. You don't have to turn on your landing lights. Just the runway turnoffs should help. Not much. Interesting that I don't have a taxi light on the nose, isn't it? Let me see the landing lights. How bright are they? Ah, they're really bright. They're really bright. Okay, all right. So, LNAV, DNAV, no, you don't have a flight plan, right? How are you going to do that? Like, you have that, right? You have that, and then what? There is no route, so the plane doesn't know what to do, right? Which is fine for tonight. We're not really going to do anything. So, let's just use runway heading. That's about right. About right. And we'll have that set up, but we're going to take off in tow, right? So, flight director, auto throttle, arm. There we go. Clear right, clear left. Transponder. Yeah, it is on transponder. Okay. All right, let's move her. Clear prop. Ah, Peroni. Thank you very much for the Prime sub, man. Appreciate that. Look at the bent down wing, right? Because of its own weight. Took Chinese Air 737, awesome. Well, Meaty, I think it depends on what kind of flying you do when you say casual. Because, for example, my casual flying is still in a BBJ, right? Or can be in a BBJ. You know what I mean? And yes, the tails do get close here to our wing tips, but it's still safe. Looks like it's not going to be enough, but it is. Yeah, Rundell, that's what they're redoing the cabin. They're redoing the cabin, so I think we're going to get it. I think we're going to get it. Now, that guy might not be parked properly, so I may hit that wingtip. Nope. Good to go. All right. Nice. I have 3 minutes before I have to go. Perfect. Enough for this takeoff. And by the way, yes, there is a drop-off like this at São Paulo. It's exactly like this. That is a very busy avenue. It's 3 lanes either side. Yeah. Ah, Dunkest, I'm actually just using AIG. I'm using AIG. All right, here we go. Let's go. Landing lights on. Strobes coming on. Logo is on. Okay. We got transponder on. This is Apex on takeoff. Now, I'm not actually going to be able to do this takeoff properly, I think, with the amount of fuel that I have on board. I think I have too much fuel on board, and the plane is not going to be able to do this. We'll find out. We'll find out, but I'm going to do a static takeoff here. All right, so flaps are set to 5. Although I probably need 10. Yeah, I'm going to do 10. 10 is a lot better for the runway, but then a lot worse for the initial or second segment climb. Looks like that heading is off by a little bit. Okay. All right, we've got 10. All right, here we go. And I am going to hold the brakes while I apply toga. She may or may not complain. We'll see. And I don't have any V-speeds. Why would you need V-speeds, guys? What a tool. What a tool. All right, here we go. Ooh, she's heavy, man. She's heavy. This is not going to be... This is not going to be good. This is not going to be good.
80 knots.
All right, I'm going to try and rotate around 135, right around here. I think this is enough. Woo! Let's go.
Positive rate of climb.
Yeah, you're up. Yeah, I was like, I'm pitching up a little too much. Just above the flight director here, right? Let's just go to heading and 10,000. And let's, yeah, 250 is probably good. Whoa! Come on, baby, pitch down. She is, slowly but surely. I don't know why that's happening. To be fair. Yeah, so she's on the back side of the curve. So if you get the plane this slow, even in real life, it takes her a little bit to get going, right? Because she knows you want to climb. So she's pitching down, but, you know. Yeah, it's the gear again. So it's because I tried to retract it on my hardware. You can't do that. Right now, there is a little conflict happening. So if you do it by hand, you can actually hear it cycling up, right? There we go, and then you go back to neutral. Okay, flaps up. Wait, I never killed the APU, did I? No, APU stayed on. Look at the flaps retracting. Slats, right? Whoa, whoa. What's that, test pilot? What is it? All right, now I want to land and just see if she does a normal landing. Okay, auto throttle off. So I'm just purely going to fly her by hand now. Just like a 172. And just bring it back. And land. Now, she's super heavy, right? Nah, not super. She's heavy. She's definitely heavy. Definitely heavy, or heavy. So we'll see. I love the sounds. Oh, the sounds are awesome. Thank you, Sion. We're gonna need 3, I think, for this landing. Yeah, I think it's gonna be the pressurization. Yep. Landing altitude is incorrect. All right. Let's see what happens. Let us see what happens. Interesting. I thought I could add it in there. I guess not. All right, guys, that is it. I don't have time to land. It is time for me to go to my kids' school. So, thank you, guys. I will be back as soon as I can. I'll let you guys know via Discord, but I really have to run. Sorry I couldn't finish off the flight, but I'll be back. All right, guys, I love you. Thank you so much for being here today. Thank you, PMDG, for allowing me to show this aircraft, and I will see you guys soon. All right, guys, take care. See ya.